go. I'm gonna copy that link and just ping.
Ling. That's his name. What's yours? Ping. My name is Ping.
I thought you were making a Ling's Cars joke for a moment. Yeah, that's something I can do now. So,
Ling. Okay, go
Ling's Cars is a really, really, like, awfully designed website from, like, the early 2000s for, like, a car for like, a car retailer. And it's great. It's just, like, absolutely insane as far as the website goes. Anyway, we're back on. Hi, everybody. I'm sure that everybody's still gonna probably, hopefully come in. I don't know. Transferring streams is always like, you would like to lose all your viewers. Nobody's actually... Because the thing is, it's not like a Twitch channel where I can hook it up on the same thing where I just restart my stream. No, they've got to come over to the other link. Which, yeah, I know. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's like finding a YouTube video, and then that YouTube video gets destroyed, and then you gotta find a new one with the same title.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway... So now I've got my fucking drivers in. Yeah, the problem was I didn't restart my computer this morning, I think. Maybe not. I have no idea. Video capture device. I don't know, maybe not. Error, failed to build module. Oh no. So it didn't actually fucking succeed. So where did it fail? Well, let's do something else then. I don't know, maybe we just don't stream this tonight. Maybe we just give up. As much as that sucks, and it's due to my own fucking stupidity for updating and then not restarting and making sure everything actually fucking worked. Let me see. Downloads, Pro Capture, driver, Linux kernel. When was this updated? That is not the version that I need. What's the warning here? This is, it's this shit again. Okay.
Warning, if you read this, the computer may
Yeah.
How did it know?
Backup. Did I put it in here? Trash can? I don't know. Give me a minute, folks. We're just having a day. We're back, ranked B- in Splat 3. Very nice.
Hey man, you know what they call the doctor that passes medical school at the lowest of his class?
I mean, that's still passing as a doctor.
Inkling.
Inkling.
Well, the saying is...
They call him Wario.
The saying is they you know what they call the doctor who passes at the lowest of his class? A doctor.
Yeah, still a doctor.
Yeah.
Like, he still did it.
I did it.
I did it.
I just keep thinking of Caleb City. I did it. That's impossible. I did it.
So...
I mean, whatever you want to do, I'm down for whatever.
So the problem...
detective work, so I might go get another drink.
The problem is... Well, I think... hold up.
It's...
The issue is a...
I was going to say it... I'm trying to say it's fall where we live in the world, but I almost said it's October where we live in the world, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure...
That's not right.
That it's October... Well, I'm pretty sure it's October everywhere, but I guess some places don't recognize October. They're like, oh, it's a
It doesn't
calendar.
exist.
Well, it's a different calendar, I guess.
Yeah.
But I imagine the 12-month,
fuck-
like, English months are probably so ubiquitous that a lot of countries at least acknowledge it, even if they go by a different calendar, I guess.
I mean, it's possible. Hold up.
I don't know.
So what my issue that I'm running into is basically I was using beta drivers for Linux, because for whatever reason they haven't released the most up-to-date drivers that work. I guess they're still in beta testing phase. And I don't know where those drivers went anymore, which is strange for a couple reasons. Because I did have them in like 3 spots and they're just not anywhere now. And for whatever reason, the only drivers that I can seem to find, I think, are the old ones.
You cool if I grab some nuts?
Yeah, go for it. So Luke and I might be playing something else, but I don't know what. And that's unfortunate, because I don't have anything else set up for tonight. Anyway, so this was a dud of a stream. This is one of those things that, like, really makes me feel like I just constantly fuck up streaming on a basic level. Much as I hate to be, like, super negative, it really just doesn't feel good, man. Like, I literally just watched somebody go through this where some update in Windows 10 basically fucked up their entire stream thing and they had to stop streaming for, like, 3 days. The difference being, here I'm doing this for, like, I stream like once a week, so if I fuck up the stream, especially if it's with Luke, because it's so hard to get time for us to both be around to do this sort of thing, it just kind of sucks.
Gotta get Mario on board.
Yeah, you gotta get Mario in here. He's always a fucking pain in the ass to get in.
Ever since he got that new vocal cord implant.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Why does this search function just suck really bad?
I mean, I definitely don't blame a man for taking a job, but I guess it feels like one of those, like...
We're gonna talk about Chris Pratt again.
He did the Lego movie, he did, like, a couple other things that were very popular, so...
Okay,
I'm saying it just to say, a couple other things, like
wait, this
Galaxy
is it.
And Jurassic World.
This is the fucking drivers. I found them. I don't know why it was being so fussy, but...
So what is the significance... Yeah, don't even...
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What's the significance of the drivers in relation to what we're doing now?
So the drivers are tiny programs that tell the base level, the kernel of the computer, which is the thing that manages all the resources in the computer, how the fuck you're supposed to communicate with the other hardware. I have broke everything. Man, it's my first stream and already bad. Don't sweat it, dude. It happens all the time.
You erased this stream.
Yeah, it just vanishes. And put a wipe transition on and just have it fade to black. I don't hate Chris as a person. I don't know if he fits as Mario. I don't think he does, personally. I don't think that anybody... It'd be so difficult to get somebody to work as Mario. Also, I think I fixed it. I think we've got capture card. We do. We have capture card.
Walker, that was a Be Kind Rewind reference.
Alright. Let's fucking go. I am a genius.
The
I'm
gamer
not.
motto.
That's just the white boy motto at this point. I know that the capture is kind of fucky right now. Ignore that for a moment. Where's the audio? I know that you don't have, like, HDCP on here, so there's no way that you're just copying or, like, ignoring. Okay, so you're connected and you can't hear anything still. Hold on. Hey, we're back again. Second crash. No, that wasn't a crash. The first one was a restart. Because I needed to. The second one was a crash. I don't know why it crashed, but it did.
I heard,
Are you hearing the microphone?
I'm hearing the microphone now, yeah.
Why are you? Oh. Hi, guys. You're hearing us double now for some fucking reason.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, no, I didn't hear me that time.
Yeah, because I swapped it. I don't know which one of the... Hold up. Discard changes. on PCI 7 and it's 00, so I want to take 00. And I want to have that go to here. I'm a fucking genius.
Is this Fire Red music?
No, this is the game music.
Okay, for some reason, it's so quiet, my brain just fills in. If
I know
don't
it's
my
loud,
brain
I apologize.
fills in Metroid or Fire Red music.
I'm a genius times 2 double streamer sounds. Yeah. Okay, now that we've got everything set up, and this is my fault for not checking everything. I basically checked if the stream was. I was so worried about whether OBS was gonna work and the bot was gonna work that I didn't even check if any of the stream shit was right.
I'm a genius. My IQ is high.
All right.
I'm a smarty.
Oh, you put away the table too.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we're good to fucking go. I think finally, an hour into stream.
Not gonna lie. All right. Are you getting in trouble if I parody a song?
No. Well, unless it's the Led Zeppelin song. Literally, a kid got DMCA'd for playing a Led Zeppelin song. It wasn't even like a full cover. It was like him practicing a Led Zeppelin song.
I could not tell you a Led Zeppelin song if I tried. I'm gonna give it a thought really hard and see if I can name a Led Zeppelin song.
Queen will do it too, yeah.
Just give me a second.
To be fair,
I thought you were naming a Led Zeppelin song.
No.
Queen will do it to you by Led Zeppelin.
that sounds like something they would. No, it wouldn't because they're
No.
British. They're English, so they
Are
would.
they English?
Yeah. Well, they're a UK band.
Okay. No, I don't know much about it. I know they're popular.
Okay, so this is the end of chapter 7.
For some reason I want to say Smells Like Teen Spirit, but that's Nirvana.
That's
I'm almost
Nirvana.
certain. And I also for some reason want to say I forgot we have to like get this girl to her mother.
Yep.
Yeah.
We just left her for like 6 months.
I was gonna make
Which
a
I mean,
joke.
that's par for the course for the U.S. U.S. social systems, but you know.
Hey man,
Why am I making these jokes?
I saw Holes when I was a kid, and I was like, man, I don't care how long it would take. The fact that he got reunited with his mom made me cry.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's
Yeah.
cool. Also, you can probably scoot up a little bit.
KK.
I can't because I'm gonna start hitting the fucking. I have the wheels. So I think the more feet, and the fact that they're closer to the ground. Bad streamer.wave. I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Nobody said I was good at this shit.
I'm gonna apologize right now for every congested cough I do, both to you and to
No answer. It
the
looks like he's
listeners.
faking it. I don't remember what the fuck you're supposed to do with any of these guys. I'm gonna hit him.
Get Luigi to just talk.
Maybe he's been injured. His injury's not serious, but doesn't get any better since he's so distracted. Holes taught me to dump canned peaches in my sneakers. Good lesson to take away.
That got me. That was very good. Oh, what does he call that, like, what does he call the product? Is that Henry Winkler in that role? That plays Shia LaBeouf's dad that is obsessed with getting the smell out of the sneakers? I want to say it's Henry Winkler, but my brain also just, like, transplants Henry Winkler
Into
into
everything.
dad roles.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it's Henry Winkler. I don't smell anything. It's the jukebox. I don't know. Oh, sploosh?
Sploosh?
Isn't that what Hector calls
I
it?
barely remember that.
Okay. We gotta have a watch party for Holes, Jojo Rabbit, and whatever the other one we said at the beginning of this. Oh, Badlands Rumble.
Old boy.
And Old Boy, but only the part after the animal cruelty is
We're just
gone.
gonna skip the fucking. It's just gonna be that entire scene gone.
I genuinely...
Alex thinks it is.
I think it is, yeah. Henry Winkler? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, I mean, I'm good to just start after the animal cruelty scene, and then we never talk about it again.
Yeah,
Even though
fair.
I bring it up every single time.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna look up what the fuck you're supposed to do here, because I don't remember, and it's been months.
Oh, totally fair. We're literally
Anybody
just
who wants to yell at me about this, you're correct in doing so, but also I haven't played this in months.
We're trying to bury the body at this point, I think.
Yeah, we're just trying to get this behind us so that we can go play Book of Mario. Thousands of Doors.
I was like, is that the one did they announce one after Origami King? I actually heard good things about Origami King.
I have heard that
hearing bad
Origami
things.
King is okay. Also, I'm gonna
That's what I'm saying. Like
fuck with the.
when the game first came out and before it came out, I think I heard a lot of like bad things about it, and then like a few months after it was out, I heard a lot of good things about it.
Oh god.
Either way, I'd be low-key down to try it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And then I keep hearing the games that are like similar to like the Mario RPGs, and I just don't write them down, so I don't remember. But they're out there.
They're always out there, man. What do I need to turn
Consider
down here?
universe.
You know what? No, we're just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna fuck with anything.
Where
Not
game
good, not
is
bad,
so
yeah.
good that people want to make other games like it. But those other games they make are illegal. We're now in the DMCA zone.
I was waiting for you to
sorry,
say the scary door.
We're now in the cease and desist door.
There you go.
The cease and desist zone.
So yeah, 7. This
mirror.
is 7-4, I
Some
think.
kind of monster.
7-3 or 7-4.
That's my favorite bit from that show is imagine a universe where
The
there's
scary
a
door bit.
mirror or perhaps it's some kind of monster. The second one.
The second one.
It's
Definitely the
obviously-
second one.
It's like there's always gonna be a
The
monster.
scary door.
There was this great video I saw on YouTube about how horror movie monsters have become more boring.
Mm-hmm.
Like throughout the time. It is kind of in that vein of like it's newer, therefore it's worse kind of thing. And there's a lot about like scary stuff that's improved with our stories, I think.
Sure.
But he made a good point about how like it was something that had been bothering me, and I wish I remember the YouTube video. I'll probably drop it in
It's the highway to the DMCA zone. There you go.
the highway to the
Highway to the
Dimka Zone.
Dimka zone.
Dimka Zone.
I'm Doug Dimka zone. This is the
Owner of
Dimsdale
Dimdale
Dimka zone.
And I get people in trouble if they pretend to own a part of the Dimka Zone. If you leave the Dimka Zone and talk about your experience there, you will get thrown in jail.
Okay, so
You've hit a jackpot. But
Frozen
you're also on a
Nimbus.
plane and you see something out of the window. Why should I believe you? You're Hitler. I didn't
such a
remember
good
that was
bit.
actually a scary
Yeah.
door bit until
the
the
scary,
You're Hitler
yeah, the
part.
scary door bit, like it just ends with, "Why should I believe you? You're Hitler," and that's it.
I'm
It's
not
just him,
gonna
like flipping shit.
I love Twilight Zone. I'm not going to spoil anything about this thing, but I literally just got done reading a book where, I'm not kidding you, the twist at the end was, we've been hunting for this bad guy and we can't find him anywhere. It's you. And then the main character was like, it's me, and then the book ended. And I was like, and this is a revered book, and I was like, are you
How do
serious?
you fucking end with that? Yeah, that's insane.
It wasn't fulfilling.
No, it's just
It wasn't.
it's you.
I was like, I get why this was probably like, I get why this would make you feel like a smart writer in 2000, like in the early 2000s,
Well, sure.
where this probably wasn't done as much. But now that it's been made fun of, I
Yeah, it's
can't.
all over the place.
I can't take it seriously once it's been made fun of.
So Sector 5.
I like the Outer Limits a bit more. I have to look up at the Outer Limits.
From the door you entered through, leap to the left cloud, and then use Luigi's jumping powers to leap to a door above. The door you entered.
Oh, and I don't know anything. Yeah, I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know anything about Anya Taylor-Joy except for the fact that she's in The Queen's Gambit and she's famous for her eyes and lips.
That's fair.
That's like, well, she's famous for more talent than that, but I mean, people
Yeah,
really
yeah.
find that she has very unique eyes and lips.
Alright, let me see here. So we went up. This is Sector 6, I think.
And then Charlie Day's voice and Keegan-Michael Key's voice, I was just like, yeah, I like this. It fits for some reason.
Yeah. No, I think that they're actually like surprisingly good choices for picking a bunch of random famous people that aren't voice actors.
Well, because I think there's a lot of higher profile people than Charlie Day you could have picked.
Oh, for sure.
And that really just felt like it was like, okay, we need somebody who really fits this energy, and that man has Luigi energy.
He really does. It's time for the Pit of 100 Trials. We're not doing Pit. Unless you really want to do Pit of 100 Trials in this game, I'd rather do Pit of 100 Trials than Thousand Year Door.
I'm good. You know what I just realized? Always Sunny. Mac is Mario.
Uh-huh.
Charlie Day's Luigi. Dennis is Wario.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito, Frank is Waluigi for sure.
I'm fairly certain that this was done out in a couple different spots.
Wait, no, sorry.
People have made jokes about this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think maybe Dennis is Waluigi, and then Danny DeVito is Wario.
Uh-huh.
And then I guess D is Bowsette.
Daisy. Bowsette
I like
just
mine
shows
better.
up. I do like the idea of Bowsette just showing up inexplicably.
No, Daisy's the waitress.
Oh, true.
Because Charlie's obsessed with her.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
This is fun gameplay, right, guys? You just hold right.
Wasn't Mario 35 fun for like a few months that it was a game?
Yeah. And then, you know what pisses me off about that? I'm gonna keep talking about it.
Because it was somebody
Inferno
else's
Plus.
idea,
Yeah,
right?
Inferno Plus already had the idea. Well, whatever his actual account name is. I don't remember what his actual account name, but he put it up on Inferno Plus.
Mm.
And he just, like, he did such a good job making that game. And then Nintendo was like, hey, cease and desist, bye. And then, like, less than a year later, Nintendo released basically the same fucking game, but it was worse somehow.
Which is weird because it's like, why wouldn't you do the Sonic Mania route? Where you go, oh, these fans made a game, let's make that official.
Mm-hmm.
That's my very shallow understanding of what Sonic Mania was.
Yeah, that's kind of what Sonic Mania ended up.
Okay.
To a vague extent.
Yeah.
Sonic Mania was, let's take a bunch... Sega has a very different approach to a lot of companies.
Which can honestly pay off sometimes and sometimes not.
Yes. Because what Sega does is they generally encourage, or at least, at the very least, don't discourage fan games and such.
Yeah, I guess that's why you do see a lot less Sonic fan games struck down than, like, Pokemon ones.
Yeah, well, that's also because Pokemon Company. Even more than Nintendo, like... Japanese game developers and, like, studios, like, a lot of the big corporate ones are just crazy. Dwayne Johnson as Rosalina. Yeah, I'm down for that. We've talked about this before. We keep putting Dwayne Johnson in everything, but so does everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny to see Dwayne Johnson in roles that definitely don't fit. That's why you get stuff like, what was it? What was the Tooth Fairy movie? Was it just the Tooth Fairy?
It was called The Tooth Fairy, I believe. Yeah.
Where it was just Dwayne Johnson, like, being the Tooth Fairy, because it was funny to see him in a tutu, and he was fine with acting in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Yebby.
We must rebuild yon bridge to reach Granby. Now, see, if you turn this on and told somebody... nobody would guess that this was a Mario game with this frame, except for the fact that Mr. Mario is standing right there.
Yeah, no, like, you could just leave out Mario. If you just erase Mario from this, it looks like 10 different other games.
Yeah.
But no, this is a Mario platformer. It's not some weird, obscure JRPG from, like, the mid-2000s.
I like how the pink and blue figures are, like, excited to go to the bathroom. They're like, yay!
It reminds me of those shirts you used to see down in Ocean City that would just say, I pooped today, and it was just a picture of, the, like, just cheering.
Oh.
It was just the, like, male, like, bathroom figure that everybody uses on their signs, and it was just them cheering.
Yeah. Love be oh prithee.
One, Nintendo is kind of run like a really old company like the Yakuza. There's a reason for that, but I'll get into that.
Is it Kaizen?
Huh?
Kaizen?
I don't know what that is.
It's like a theory of manufacturing production that the Japanese culture came up with. That basically is just why we have a lot of, like, here's your 6-month performance review, and here's how we can improve continually, rather than just kind of like...
I mean, yes, to some extent. It is run like that. But also, it's run like the Yakuza because video games in Japan are classified, like, legally classified the same way as basically any gambling. Which means that there's a lot of Yakuza involvement in video games because they get involved, because legally it's the same thing.
Huh.
It's particularly an issue with Sega, funny enough. But yeah, too, they try their absolute hardest to hold on to their IP and maintain control in accordance with to strict Japanese copyright law, which doesn't apply in most cases because it's overseas stuff, and it's Japanese copyright law.
I think about this a lot, like, to what extent does somebody, like... To what extent is the obligation to preserve one's own property?
I would argue that if it's one's own property and not the company's property,
Yeah.
is the best way that I can put it. These copyright laws should be, and I've talked about this multiple times with a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that copyright laws should be created in order to protect individual artistic expression, so that somebody can make a thing for themselves and sell it personally, and be able to like protect their rights to not having 20 million people copying their shit. Not for a company to look at some dude making a fan game and go, hey, you can't do that because it's going to cut into our profits in such a minimal way while also promoting our IP. You know?
When you put it that way, that last part.
I'm exaggerating a little bit,
Yeah.
but at the same time...
Yeah, I think about this when it comes to, like, I don't know, it is weird. Like, it's too bad when something's old enough that it doesn't enter, like, it's too bad that there isn't a time limit or statute of limitations. And when I say statute of limitations, it's similar to what we have the public domain for.
Sure.
That guy just has a ball hanging from his chest.
That's his arm.
Oh, it's his arm.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing him totally Egyptian style, where you see his limbs on the side, so that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Egyptian style would be if you saw both limbs at once.
The fuck out of here.
Wow. Seeing Peach do that was a whole new perspective.
Okay, hop aboard the small coliseum, hit the signpost. I'm just rolling through a guide on this one. Blame Disney.
It seems pretty easy to
Blame
keep
Disney.
stuff out of public domain. You know what I mean?
It is, and it's
so-
because, especially in the U.S., because U.S. copyright law has basically been defined by Disney, who doesn't want to give up any version of Mickey Mouse, and that includes Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse. That's why Bendy existed.
We talked about that last time.
We talked about Bendy.
Now, you can use Mickey's, like, imagery and stuff if you're parroting him, I think.
I mean, under parody, yeah, technically anything's allowed.
Yeah.
But people, the problem is that's up to a court to decide, and
Yes.
usually the courts are going to be at least partially in Disney's favor, just because
Yeah.
Disney.
Well, a lot of companies, I just feel like the bigger guy tends to have more friends.
Yeah, back to Nintendo. A new idea must be okayed all the way up the chain with a ton of intermediary checks, and if anyone at all says no, it immediately gets shelved, yeah.
Yeah. Or they filibuster.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's all bureaucratic red tape, man. I don't know, I hate... I was talking with a friend about this the other day, yesterday actually, and we were just sort of sitting there and discussing, like, I guess the state of the film industry, particularly like big budget films, and how like every single film seems to be just like, yeah, big budget, you know, get The Rock in here because he's the most well-known actor, like. And I get why they're doing it. It's because it's safe, and the reason that they're playing it so safe, and everything seems to have kind of stagnated to some extent over the past few years, is, well, there's a couple of reasons, but I mean, the big thing is, look at who's running those companies now. Look at who's running Disney, who's running, you know, Marvel's cinematic division, Disney. Technically, they're all the same fucking people, but regardless.
That's the thing is weird, is that it's like it's all... There are so many tentacles going back to the main head now, you know?
Yeah.
Because
But-
everything's been acquired and interconnected.
But when you look at the higher ups in all those companies, they're all business people now. It didn't used to be that way.
What did it used to be?
Well, Disney Corporation, run by Walt Disney. Michael Eisner. I know everybody gives Michael Eisner shit, but like he was a creative head. Like a lot of these companies, MGM even. I don't remember
What's the distinction here?
about.
The difference between who used to run it and who now runs it?
Well, we did have people these were creative heads. These were people who didn't necessarily think entirely in like profit numbers.
Oh, in terms of, yeah, okay, yeah.
Because everybody now is just looking to maximize profits on other companies, all these creative companies. When for a creative company to work, you kind of have to be willing to promote the creative side, even if it's technically at the cost of some amount of money. You can't just magically crank out the maximum profit and just continually try and do that over and over because it's not creative work at that point. You're just churning out
Right.
shit.
It's weird that regardless of the quality of the movie, it's nothing against Mr. Johnson or anybody in this position, but it is a little weird that regardless of the overall product at the end, if they show up, it's kind of a weird position to put someone in and a weird amount of power to give anybody, that as long as you just show up to your work and do what you've always been doing that you're good at, you will make millions upon millions of dollars.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. And that's not...
And it's weird to keep flowing money in the hands of the same person over and over again, or a group of people over and over again, I guess. But that
Yeah.
also might just me being... I hope I'm just being, like, paranoid there, like, alarmist, and not, like... But I don't know. It's a good point. There are a lot of, like... Yeah, it's these same names kind of thing. And so, it's got an ensemble cast. It's like, yeah, it does. It has...
So does everything else nowadays. I'd like to see new talent. I'd like to see people taking risks again.
Now, I will say there are actors that I basically didn't see in... Like, I wasn't aware of them. That doesn't mean that they weren't doing work. They just, like... If
Well,
I
sure.
don't
I think that everybody's doing something. Like, obviously, they don't get into those positions a lot of the time, like, straight up, unless, I guess, you're fucking, what's his name? Shit.
Can you, like, describe...
Machete.
Oh, Danny Trejo.
Danny Trejo.
Yeah.
Danny Trejo got out of prison and basically just said, I want to work in the film industry for a living at, like, 40. So props to him, firstly.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple people that got into it late.
There's definitely a bunch of them, and it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, people always say, I hear people say a lot, Oprah didn't really get big till she was, like, fucking 40. And that,
40, by the way, is like...
that's not that old, firstly.
Yeah, you're still like 25 as long as I've been alive. That's as long as I've been
Yeah.
alive. You are still my lifespan away from retirement at 40.
Hey,
that's
Blind Taco
that's how
Bear.
young 40 is.
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy.
And 65, I would still argue you have a lot of time. I don't know if I'd call it young, but, but
You still have a lot of time.
You still have a lot of time at 65.
No, I agree.
If you take care of yourself.
Blind Taco Bear, how you doing, man?
Blind Taco Bear, I do like that name.
It is a good name. So, Blind Taco Bear, you just finished playing Bayonetta 1, and you're playing... Did you get a copy of Bayonetta 2 in? Was that what you were waiting on? Or were you playing something else? But at 40, you feel old? I wouldn't know that.
feel
Retirement, yeah, we don't get that shit around here. Glad you're doing all right, though.
Retirement. Well, when you stop working, you know?
Wibby is in Sector 4,
When you get sent to the glue factory.
which is accessible by taking the elevator
It's a
in
1984
Sector 3.
reference for you right there. Or what not 1984.
Glass elevator.
Animal Farm.
Yeah.
I almost said Elephant Farm, by the way.
I like Elephant Farm more. I got
Animal
Bayonetta 2.
Farm. The better George Orwell book. Sorry, continue.
I got Bayonetta 2 from Gamefly and finished it. I didn't know I didn't know. I don't think about Gamefly like at all.
It's still a thing.
Yeah, I know it's still a thing. It's a good service. I like that.
My brother has used it a couple times. He's okay with it, yeah.
I was gonna say, it seems like a decent service. I actually just got my copy of Bayonetta 1 in the mail today because they did physicals finally for that, and I ordered it straight
nice.
from Nintendo. As much as I don't like ordering things straight from Nintendo, I'm not gonna sit and rag on Nintendo the whole stream. I promise.
I mean,
but
it's Bayo, dude.
yeah, it's Bayonetta. I'm fucking getting a physical copy of Bayonetta because I don't really want to have a 360 copy.
We were talking about this with the Pokemon games. Like, I like the way this one is looking, and I'm probably going to pick it
Yeah.
up. I do absolutely hear what you're saying on, like, the past couple installments being
A lackluster.
not up to par, but
Okay,
still
this is
having
Sector
their,
1.
like, I don't know. It's a weird thing because you kind of, I don't want to be that guy that's like, man, any game is a miracle. But any game is kind of a miracle
It
a
is.
little bit. But
No, it fucking is. That's why, like, you'll see me sit here and bitch about, like, yeah, I like, you know, and we talked about this last week. It's a hard, like, line to ride between, like, okay, what's what, you know, does it matter if a game is good or bad? Necessarily, you were putting out something that took hundreds of man hours, and that work should be at least, like, recognized, you know?
yeah, or be available to be recognized.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, no one's obligated to, you're not entitled to people's attention, but it's nice if it's available for people to pay attention to if they want to.
Yeah, exactly. Slime Rancher physical on the 28th. Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm
Slime
out to
Rancher's a
cancel
good
my
game.
Bayo 3 though. Oh, shoot,
Oh,
why?
that sucks.
You can be a butterfly lady, right?
Yeah, you can be Butterfly Lady. And you can hit things with giant demon hammers.
Oh man.
Goest thou up?
Goest thou up on a Tuesday? A Tuesday? Onst thou Thursday? That's Thursday. Sorry, what's Tuesday?
I don't remember.
No, okay.
I used to know all that.
Yes, yeah.
But I don't remember anymore.
Sunday and Monday are easy. I don't remember what Tuesday is.
We're making rocks and metals dance, perform, and think for us. Yeah, we are. It's fucking magic, dude.
Yeah, it definitely comes from a place of like love and wanting to see it, as cliche as that sounds. It comes from a place of like wanting to see it improve because you really love the medium.
The game devs themselves also fucking love what they do. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they wouldn't do it because God knows a lot of them put themselves in shit positions for what they do.
I still love that clip. I gotta send it to you where the guy's like answering chat and he's speedrunning and still doing the strats. He's like he reads a comment on the chat that says, "Do you get a lot of money for speedrunning or am I thinking of something else?"
He's like
You're
processing
thinking
it.
of something else.
Yeah, he's like processing it
Yeah.
while he's trying to fucking run the game, and
You're-
it's just this delayed.
You're thinking of something else. Because you also have to like register the question.
Yeah,
You're
you
like,
have to,
I
like-
forgot that people don't know that this is like completely hobby based. Like,
Yeah,
it's
that is a
completely
hobby.
passion based.
Like, it's painful. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
Speedrunning can be hell. I've actually thought about speedrunning Devil May Cry 1. Because speedrunning most of the others would not. I wouldn't enjoy it. Maybe 2.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
2's funny. But, like, Rip Maxis? Yeah, Rip Maxis.
I might have to
dude,
cancel my bid. We're making rocks. Resident Evil 2, 3, 7, 8 come out on the 28th as well for Nintendo Switch. Oh, cloud version.
I have a lot of mixed feelings about cloud versions, and most of them are bad. Although it goes back to a discussion that I had with one of my friends in the Discord the other day about just like I like owning the media,
Yeah.
and when you have something based off a cloud version, fucking locked. Okay, hold up. I need to fix that. My PC locked. I don't think it made anything crash, but... Oh, you fucker. I have to, like, reach all the way over to my keyboard. What a shame, right?
What a shame.
What a shame.
I'm gonna touch on a point earlier that I was making. Sorry if it's a backtrack, but like I feel like there are people that are new talent that come in,
Occasionally, yeah.
and I'm like, well, I haven't heard in my own. This is just a person I haven't heard of them, but then I'm like, oh man, that's neat that that a character so big was given to somebody I'd never heard of, and then like a couple years later, they are in everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is cool.
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland.
Daisy Ridley she's great actually in the Star Wars movies, and then the other guy in the Star Wars movies who plays John Boyega, that's his name.
Okay.
It's like they do these roles, and they had careers and they were doing movies, but they weren't high profile. And
Sure.
then they get in a Star Wars movie, they get in a Marvel movie, they get in one of these big franchises, and then they're in everything. And that's
I'm missing the
real.
blue
That's
one.
like the. I mean, I can't criticize it when that's kind of the goal a lot of the time. Like, you want to get your big break and then do bangers after that. Like,
Yeah,
I totally
exactly.
get
You just
that.
do whatever you're gonna do.
I totally get that. It is a little weird that in order to be a banger, it has to be one of these franchises that
Sector
we've
2.
had for like Star Wars, like
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
what is the, and really those are fine and can be good, not always good, but they can be good. And it's like, what's the last time we had a thing where it was a completely original IP that became like this big franchise?
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often.
With movies, because that happens with shows way more often, I think, especially with stuff like Netflix and Hulu and Apple TV and all doing their own unique
Yeah.
stuff. You get something where it's like, I mean, just remember like what an anomaly Stranger Things was at the time, and now it's
Right.
like everything is 80s horror.
Yep.
Everything is
Yep.
now because that worked,
Yeah, it works so well.
and now it's a
But
lot.
that's my other problem is that a lot of this stuff is just sort of, we were talking about like the lack of creatives. Well, they're gonna go for the thing. Everybody in those like in the film industry is gonna go for the thing that's safe now. Mm-hmm. And that thing that's safe is they realize that nostalgia and just like repeatedly, like putting out the same sort of content works for the most part.
Yeah, it was what I was saying earlier about all the referential dialogue in JoJo's is interesting to me because we have the 80s is where probably actually earlier than that, but I think 80s and 70s was a lot of like, hey, we've made a lot of media in the past century, and even before that, let's make media about that media. And so
Yeah.
it becomes self-analytical, self-referential, and meta.
Yeah,
And
I am reading what you guys are saying.
So-
I'm just sort of waiting for Luke to
to shut up.
make his point.
There's that, but then there's also like there's a component to that that's great, but I also, I don't know, like I also see the downside of, well, let's just kind of bang the same drum that was a hit, years ago.
Right.
Thing.
It goes both ways for sure.
Yeah.
And there isn't really a clear answer, honestly, and that's all right.
I guess I was like, maybe if you're a big hit in something, you can't be a big hit in something for like the next 3 years. Like you're on embargo.
Yeah.
But then it's like,
that gets into weird territory
exactly.
too. Like there's
that's
not a good solution
That's
to
a
it.
terrible idea.
All games are recycled and repeated to some extent. Yeah, I'd say that nothing new under the sun, but it feels like everything is explicitly copying recently. For the past few years at least. That sucks.
I mean, there's definitely stuff that like Knives Out. Knives Out was marketed and advertised as your classic. We've all seen this before. It's a classic cozy whodunit. We're all gonna get some boys in a house. Someone's gonna die, and we're all gonna ask questions until we figure out who it is.
Yep.
And then you watch it, and it's like you figure out what happened like less than a half hour.
Yeah, you already know
into the movie, and you don't really learn any new events except for you learn how well you kind of do, but you learn how what certain characters have done recontextualize what you already knew, and it totally flips the formula while still being the genre it is, which is kind of neat a little.
Yeah, it's cool.
And so I think that's where it might lie, is having something that's referential and a part of this thing that works, but doing its own thing. Which I guess is why I like JoJo doing that, because you can have like a puppet attack him, and he goes, "Oh, this is like Child's Play," and you're like,
and then you get the twist on it, and it's like, oh shit.
You're doing Child's Play, so you might as well just reference Child's Play, and
Right.
it's like you're doing Exorcist, so you might as well reference Exorcist, but then still spin it your own way.
Yeah, you still need to do something unique
Yeah.
with that. Like, nothing new under the sun doesn't mean that everybody just keeps copying everything else forever. Exactly.
There's literally an episode where they reference Lawrence of Arabia, and then spin it in the dumbest possible way. And you know what I'm talking about.
It's very good.
Continue.
Anyway, let me start. Let me read through some of these. Yeah, I like physical versions too, but if all I can get is cloud version on the Switch, I'll take it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not judging anybody for buying those versions. For me, it's more of a. I wish that people would go through the effort of making actual physical versions of games, because I like having physical versions of games, because there's always that thing for me, and part of this is just me being a preservationist to some extent, of just like, okay, what happens when those games are gone? What happens when that server goes down? They're gone. That's it. And that sucks.
Is Overwatch just gone, by the way?
Yes.
Or can they do the Toontown thing?
Theoretically, they could, but I don't think that the original game files are anywhere unless somebody already saved them.
Instead of somebody somewhere ripped them, basically.
Yeah.
It is weird that a lot of this preservation comes down to a criminal took it.
Yeah.
Like somebody who's considered a criminal.
Well, because they don't care.
Which side?
The companies, they don't care about the preservation side of things. They just want people to pay for their stuff, and they don't care what happens to it afterwards. And yeah, I'm being, pessimistic here, but
yeah, and it's also completely understandable. Like when you reduce that down to the individual, that absolutely makes sense. That you like, if something doesn't make sense to, or if something like isn't, you wouldn't keep lending money to friends that keep wasting it. Like,
right.
You want to get something for what you're investing in. 100% makes sense. Like, that's not really... That formula I don't really have a problem with. I guess it's just a question of scope. Like, it can always get really, really big, I guess.
Right. Let me see here.
And really, I think things aren't... Things aren't so bad. I think things...
I'm enjoying the cloud version of Slime Rancher 2, but I hate cloud gaming conceptually and will be buying the game and not streaming it. Yeah, exactly. You want to buy the physical. If you can. Now, there is a difference between cloud versions... There's a distinction to be had, and this is more of a technical distinction, but it also matters, I guess, for this conversation, between a cloud version of a game where the entire game is simply played on a server and streamed to your computer, or you don't have the entire game on your computer, versus having the entire game on your computer but having like a DRM on it, versus just having the game on your computer versus having a physical like disc that is dedicated to that thing. They're all like technically different.
Yeah.
Yeah, digital games. Yeah, digital games with DRM are pretty much the same as cloud games. Yeah, you can't download it anymore, which is why I'm always kind of scared about what's going to happen with Steam. if Steam ever shuts down, because they've said publicly that they're going to release all of the games physically before, but that was ages ago.
Wait, also, how can you release
Well,
every
not
single
physically.
game on
Sorry,
Steam
not
digitally?
physically. I
Oh.
meant digitally. So like they just removed the DRM.
If they're going down. But also, like, companies don't really say when they're going down.
No,
they
they
just
don't.
kind of go
They
down.
just kind of explode usually.
Because why would you... Like, why would you announce to the shark circling that you're in trouble?
Exactly.
So, I mean, I get that too, but when you got employees relying on you, that's more so the thing is, like, you have employees that just get laid off suddenly and they never knew the company they were working for was dying.
Right.
You
But yeah, digital games are very similar. Cloud gaming, cloud gaming does have its benefits, and I don't think that cloud gaming is inherently a bad thing. But and again, it's more of me being a preservationist than anything else. But I think that having a game only be available through like some sort of cloud service is not great. Because that means that game can just vanish off the face of the earth forever, and if you ever wanted to see it again, well, you're out of luck. And that includes like being able to share it with other people and say like, hey, this is an important piece of media. We wanted to keep this, but we couldn't. You know? And I mean, that's happened before. It happens every fucking 20 years. Some crazy event happens where we just lose a bunch of media. But at the same time, we'd like to not. Or at least I'd like to not. All games are recycled and repeated. Yeah, to some extent. Every piece of media. Journey of a Broken Circle is a good one. There's so many games that are good and not recycled. Yeah, like everything is gonna like copy certain bits and pieces.
There's so many games that are good and not recycled. Oh yeah, good. And I think the same is true for movies. It's just that a lot of the popular ones you hear about are very similar.
Yes.
Even though they can be doing their own. Like I said, like Marvel can still be good. Star Wars can still be good. I've never been a fan of like this thing is huge and popular, so therefore it's bad.
No,
don't
that's
really-
not how I feel either. I have other opinions on it.
Oh yes, I do know that.
I do end up doing that a lot. where
Yeah,
it just-
yeah. No, it's
Anybody
fine.
looking out, if they ask me about like any piece of popular media, I either don't know what the fuck they're talking about or I don't like it. And everybody just looks at it and goes like, well, you just don't like popular things. You're a contrarian. No. I don't like it for other reasons.
Sure.
It just so happens that a lot of those things line up funny enough.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, like I don't know, like Taika Waititi, I think was a guy recently that just made movies so different, and now he is like the popular mainstream, like one of the popular
Right.
mainstream type of directors. And
Eventually,
it's
you
really,
do become the mainstream thing.
But it's for being so different in the first place, which I don't think is like, oh well, now he's mainstream. It's like, yeah, but isn't that the
that's
point?
fine.
Isn't
Yeah.
that the point that
You
something
got-
good became like,
You got something good.
yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if it's really like new or anything special. I'd rather just see something good.
I'm trying to think of the other director that like, yeah, like nobody watched Noah Baumbach films.
Uh-huh.
And then Marriage Story came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, Noah Baumbach!" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Turns out.
I was over here watching While We're Young, and nobody cared
Look at this rainbow bridge.
because it's kind of that like, what was the term being used earlier? Natural speaker. That's
Yeah.
everybody in a Noah Baumbach film.
Yeah, everybody just sounds like that.
Man, I'm a huge preservationist. Yeah, I mean, even before I knew any of this like discussion applied to video, even before I mean, not that I didn't know, I just hadn't considered it in this way. Before I kind of realized the same conversation applied to video games, I used to wax on about it with you with
Yeah.
film
Yeah.
and how like the internet's kind of good, really. Because even though it's like, oh, all this stuff now it's streaming, and now you're kind of renting the show or buying the rights to watch it rather than owning the show.
And it's
And that is something with film that I'm concerned about as well, because with Netflix and all these streaming things, we haven't really gotten an innovation on physical media for movies in a while. Like, we got Blu-rays years ago.
and we still got Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna mod this case and I'm just gonna put in a Blu-ray
Dope.
dope reader just because I want one.
And I'm like, man, what is the physical medium past that? And it's not real. You usually just get a TV that can play higher quality videos, and then you connect it to the internet and stream it from there.
Yep.
You don't have a physical thing that's kind of... I wish both existed in tandem, but it kind of just seems
because
like one replaced the other.
The internet is very good because it increases accessibility to a shit ton of stuff. At the
Yes.
same time, so the internet is just a technology, and I think that's important to realize because technology is something that is neither good nor bad. It's whatever the fuck we do with it that is good or bad.
Yeah, like money.
Yeah. And so, like, the idea that...
Or religion, I guess.
religion, fucking any tool that we've ever made for anything.
It's an object.
Yeah, it is a thing. It
Versus
is not inherently
a soul.
good or bad.
Yeah.
And so like realizing that the internet can be used for both spreading information very easily and also used for spreading information very easily is important.
Yeah.
And it can also be used in a way to, I mean, like if nobody has physical versions of those media except for that one company because everybody relied on that one company on the internet to keep it up, and they took it down. That's just kind of how it goes. It comes with the territory. I don't like that territory, which is why I tend to fight against it.
The part about the internet that I do think is a treasure, though, in this capacity is that, like, back then you had a movie and it was put on a few hundred to a few thousand, like, celluloid rolls.
Yeah.
And then if those burned up or were destroyed or stolen,
shit was gone
forever.
Yeah, shit was
And I'll
gone.
never see those movies. And it makes me sad every day.
And here...
when I think about movies I don't even know exist.
And here, so the hope
Existed.
the hope of what you can do with the internet is that you can have a ton of places all having copies of that data, so that way if one place gets destroyed, you
Someone
don't have
else
to worry.
saved it on their Chromebook or something.
Right.
Not
Hopefully it's not a Chromebook, because that would suck.
I'm just saying, how many times do you hear stuff where it's like, oh, somebody found this on like a flash drive in their
Yeah, the
like,
fucking Scott Pilgrim game.
Like,
Exactly, the Scott Pilgrim game. There was a Scott Pilgrim game.
The beat 'em up?
Yeah.
This new one.
The new one.
The Ubisoft.
That's not new. That's ages ago. But it only got rediscovered recently because nobody had a fucking copy of the game. Because it's fucking Ubisoft.
How did Ubisoft get it?
It was Ubisoft's IP. They refused to release it afterwards.
And it got lost.
And it got lost.
And then they found it again?
And then somebody found it again. As far as I'm aware, that's
wow.
the story. And then they got... Because Limited Run Games, which also has some slight issues, but Limited Run Games, I'd argue, overall is a good thing. Because you're literally just taking games that would have never gotten a physical release and putting them out on a console, even if it's just a fucking Switch cartridge. You know?
Yeah, even if you release it in well, that's the thing is like you put these movies on celluloid rolls, and now there's limited capacity. But and so that becomes expensive because there's only a little bit of it, like physical copies of games. There's only a little bit of it left, and it's fewer every year, and it gets more expensive.
Right.
But I don't know. I'd like to see like
Fucking...
With music, we had that where like there was a finite amount of records in the world, and a finite amount of cassettes, and a finite amount of CDs. And then people showed a lot of interest in having their music physical again because people got sick of streaming like Spotify and stuff like that. And now we make modern day record players and vinyls and cassettes and things like that. And that's kind of neat. Like I'm waiting for that to happen with movies.
Oh, Walker Pierce is the other way around. Okay. So
Or
it was the DRM company that had the game. It was a digital-only game. The DRM company that had the game license went under. So it got stuck in IP hell. And then they had to re-release it after going through the IP nonsense.
But they took it with them when they went down.
Yeah. But now
Huh.
we've got the Scott Pilgrim game again, which is nice.
Oh, okay. That's on physical too. My brother has a very nice copy of it.
The Scott Pilgrim one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He loves the comics.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But what were you saying?
Well, just that, like, there's not a limited number of vinyls anymore because we started making more.
Right.
And there's not a limited number of CDs anymore because we started making more. And if we could get to that point with, like, I mean, imagine just being like, all right, resurgence, like a company gets the rights and reprints, these old Genesis games or these old, like, GameCube games or these old films on, like, celluloid that you could just put in a projector in your home, like, and you own it. Or on a Blu-ray or on a VHS tape. Like, that'd be very... Because as far as I'm aware, the only way to record something on a VHS tape is to stream it or play it
in a VCR. Yep.
Connecting the output to the VCR and recording it on a VCR tape.
From a VHS tape, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you had the actual film reels, that'd be a different story, because then you could just do a digital transfer of the originals, and it'd probably be a lot cleaner.
I'm saying from something from a stream. And so
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
still going to be that, like... You're watching a recording...
Wax cylinder only, exactly.
You're watching a recording of a recording.
Yes.
Which,
I mean, like, when it's an analog recording, that degrades the quality. Which,
you're recording something analog from something that was digital.
Yeah, because like, if you look at, like, all right, cool, you have a film, or, like, even a digital, whatever the original was, you record it onto analog media. Analog media immediately degrades it. You get like 3 or 4 copies out, it's almost completely unreadable in most cases.
Oh, if
whatever
you
the
keep
media is.
telephoning it,
If you keep telephoning it. So even that one step does degrade the quality some.
Yeah. You'd have to make each copy of the VHS tape from the original stream.
Yeah.
Because everything you did from the VHS copy would just be lower and lower quality.
That's something, I have way too many fucking hobbies right now to even start to get into this. I would love to get into, like, fucking weird nonsense where I'm, like, recording shit onto, like, VHS tapes and playing them back on stream or doing something.
I literally found a guy on Twitter or Instagram that was doing this.
Yeah, no, it's great.
And I almost posted in the Discord to be like, this is my new obsession. I love this.
Yeah.
But
No, it's cool.
He had a copy of Interstellar. And he literally photoshopped the box art and put it on the
on a VHS sleeve.
like, yep. And then they still do sell those little weird plasticky clamshells and the sleeves, and you can put your design on it, and it's just Interstellar. It's just Christopher Nolan's Interstellar on VHS tape, and you're like, please. It sucks because it kind of becomes like a Pinterest, or not Pinterest. What kind of Pinterest? Etsy. It kind of becomes an Etsy thing where you're like, I will buy this if you record a copy, but that's like custom made and probably takes a lot of effort. And you're doing each individually at the same time. And I totally understand why people want to do that as like a business or something, because it would be a lot of effort and you
there's just a lot to
and
it.
It's VHS, like it's a very custom like
and the other thing is like the reason that you don't see companies doing this right now is because it's not profitable. It all comes back around to effectively just capitalism.
It would serve like.
It serves an artistic purpose, I think.
No, I was going to say it would serve, like, a few smaller groups like you and me that would like it, and not, like, the mass majority. Which is why, like, capitalism isn't even I always find fault with that word because it's not broad enough. The broad thing is, like, it's just the pursuit of resources. Like, at the end of the day, you got to go with the thing that makes more sense, which is the thing that's more... To the point that you've now prioritized it over... The bigger issue is prioritizing over health and safety.
Everybody, exactly. I'm agreeing with that.
And you hope it doesn't get there, but right now it's being prioritized over the artistic and creative point of the media existing in the first place.
I'd argue we're already in the middle of the former as well. But
the health and safety? Sure.
We're definitely like in that area as well, but it's definitely like compromised like artistic value of things. But like, don't get me wrong. Everybody got to eat. Everybody got to get food.
Sure.
Everybody got to get some sort of resources so that they can get the money and everything else that they need. But... I don't think that should be a primary pursuit for anybody.
Yeah.
And it's not that way right now.
It's weird, like, we'll see an artist making a living online and be like, you should get a real job, and you can't think that your art is good enough to buy you food, but we're perfectly fine with paying for somebody's corporate product that paid for their 15th yacht or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's very silly. That's why honestly, a lot of my paycheck does go towards supporting like artists and stuff.
Dude, if you took the money, I would actually argue with a lot of people if they spend enough time looking around artists and stuff. I would make the argument with a lot of people. If you were to take half of the money that you spent on like other subscription things from bigger companies and took that and stopped subscribing to those things and just looked around for what Patreons and like coffees were good for artists, you would find content that would still fill your month with like interesting stuff to watch and read and play.
A lot of the stuff that I do is like, cool, here's a couple Twitch streamers I like. Literally just people who do fucking speedruns. I'm like, you know what, dude? You can have $5 a month. You can have, I know people who are developing games, and I might not see those games ever. I still want to support them because it's just cool that people can do that on their own nowadays. You know?
Yeah, it's definitely not my and I never want to sound like negative about it because
there's issues.
I think there's issues, and some are probably very like just going to be here, but also that doesn't mean that you shouldn't work towards reducing its negative effects.
Yeah, I mean it's okay to realize, it's good to realize that there are issues and to work towards fixing them. Just period. Like you can't just sit there and constantly be happy. Yeah. And like ignore problems that come up. You do have to try and solve your issues.
And that being said, like absolutely go buy the new Star Wars or Marvel ticket or whatever and go to the theater if you want and that's your thing. Like I don't think at the end of the day you can hold yourself too culpable for a lot of the stuff, especially if you just enjoy it and that's your thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, good stuff can come out of that kind of management. Like we get really, really quality good Nintendo games. And we get really, really good movies. Nowadays, it's just with all those things you hear about, a lot of the lower quality ones.
It feels like we're in a slump where like most of these companies are just being run by people who really only care about making as much money as possible, and that's not. I don't like that.
See, I'm setting them up. You're knocking them down because I'm saying despite the trend, there is still the presence of
Oh
good.
yeah, I'm just saying.
And you're saying, but the trend is there and getting worse.
The trend is there. I'm not saying it's getting worse. I'm just
Okay.
saying it's there, and I think that
Present tense. Yeah.
present tense, it is there now, and I don't care for it. But at the same time, you got to realize, okay, cool, you don't like this thing, go look somewhere else.
Because that's how you get the change anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to do something, and unfortunately, all we can really do is vote with our money as much as we can.
Oh, yeah.
That's just sort of how this culture works.
There is some stuff that's just like, but again, like I don't even know if it's a culture thing so much as just like a human thing because you need food. Like,
also, you
and
missed-
someone's gonna control that food.
You
Like,
missed the reveal here. Love Bee's the pure heart.
oh shoot,
Yeah.
it's hidden in oh, we're gonna have to. Mario, you know, you'll never be Mario. You'll never use the heart because I know a hero like you would never.
Yeah, he's
It's just like Mario doesn't talk at all. He has no words. He just, yeah, he does. Yeah, bye bye. He splits her in half. Pulls the heart out. Kalima. And
It's gotta be like the fifth time you've referenced that,
I've
specifically
definitely-
during this.
I've definitely made the same exact joke with. I believe I've even said Kalima in the Mario voice about ripping someone's heart out. I said the same joke.
Yeah, Walker Pierce, I'm sure you know a lot about it.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting too much into the funk of it.
We're just kind of talking about
Yeah.
shit at this point.
Cough, Scott Pilgrim, no. Yeah, okay. Wax cylinder only. I mean, I know a bit about this stuff, but I also need to know. But I also need to know. I am a near compulsive archivist.
Like I said, I have way too many
on
fucking
games.
hobbies right now. Like, I want to get into like. I need to buy a bunch of Arduino parts because I've got a couple projects I want to be doing with that. Some robotic stuff. I actually want to try and make a sound synthesizer, like a physical synthesizer, at some point. And I've got it. I don't know enough about the electrical circuits to really map it out properly right now.
So I can't. Oh, continue, please.
And then I'm trying to do like, you know, my own music stuff with like just learning how to compose and like play keyboard and do all this other shit on the technical end of things. And then I've got like, I still got games that I want to be playing. I was playing more World of Warcraft recently, but I haven't been playing it much anymore because I was playing with a group of friends and one of their sleep schedules fell way the fuck out of the whack and the other one has been away for the week. So we just haven't really spent much time recently.
Is World of Warcraft another one of those games where it's like Toontown, where it's like a copy rather than the original thing?
The particular version I'm playing is actually
copy.
funny enough. So this is a weird one. So
It's
World
a
of War-
reconstruction.
World of Warcraft for a while, and this is a long fucking story. This does not have a simple answer. It really doesn't.
Oh man.
So World of Warcraft, for a while, it was just the retail version of World of Warcraft as it got updated. Eventually, people started making private servers where they had the assets from the game because those are all downloaded onto your computer, but they had to
Reconstruct.
They had to
everything.
reconstruct the whole thing. They had to rescript the entire world.
So they are making They're basically making. Are they making WoW from scratch? Basically.
Kinda. Yeah.
Kind of.
Very. It's pretty similar to that. Just minus all the actual like modeling and animations and stuff. Those are already there. But it's like the actual like how the world interacts with everything, how you interact with everything. They got to fix all that
Okay.
and all the text for a bunch of the quests and
So
stuff
that
like that.
so that it works like locally.
Yes. Well, not locally, but like on
You're
whatever
still on
thing that they're
internet.
doing.
Yeah, you're still
Their local network.
Yeah, they're tinier.
But now at this point, we're at a point where you can straight up download like a package that is just here's World of Warcraft. You can just go fucking play
And
it.
does
now.
it have everything in it?
It has the entire goddamn game, and you just got to figure out how to run the server and then log into it.
Even the pandas.
Yeah. One sec. Sorry about that.
The pandas too, though.
The pandas too.
Okay.
There are servers that have. There's a bunch of different versions because it's not just like they have basically one for each expansion. So like every expansion pack changes significant things about how the characters work and the world
I
works.
want one
and
with the
level cap.
original and the pandas and the thing in between.
You want Wrath of the Lich King. Also, you don't want the original.
Okay.
The original is actually hell. It's a very old game that had a lot of issues.
But you're finding different things that like are of interest to you that like there's ways to access it without it being
Attached to Activision Blizzard, which I can't say right, but
You were trying to say Activision Blizzard?
Activision Blizzard,
Okay.
which is good.
Microsoft.
Microsoft now.
No, yeah.
Microsoft, Activision Blizzard. We're just gonna keep adding names on that.
Yeah, Microactiviz. Microactbliz.
But I don't like Activision Blizzard. They've been having a lot of ignoring even all of the sexual harassment charges that have come out in the past like 2 or 3
Within the workplace or
within the workplace
Oh, yeah.
over the past like 2 years, most of which are pretty well founded as far as I can tell. They just haven't been making things that I really want to support game wise, and I vote with my dollar as best I can.
Now, can we get into the, like... No.
But anyway, so people have been making private versions of the servers. Well, it's funny because after a few years back, like probably 4 or so years back, maybe 5 years, Blizzard shut down a bunch of the private servers that people had running because they were big, and I guess they didn't normally do it, but it was strange to see like 2 or 3 different private servers because it's still using their content. It's not a pure white room.
Did they shut it down? Can they do that with a flick of a switch in their office? Or
No.
do they have to issue a cease and desist?
They have to issue a cease and desist.
Okay, I thought you meant they could literally just pull the lever.
That'd be hilarious, but no,
That'd be terrifying.
that'd be awful. But it'd be yeah.
It'd be hilarious iconographically. Iconographically.
Yeah, I like the idea of it because it's entertaining.
Not yeah. We're on the same page. I do like Buzz Chill's design. Bone Chill. I like his.
But I like Buzz Chill better. Actually, it's a better
Chill.
name.
That sounds like a Ben 10 alien. A bee that just shoots ice out of its stinger.
Yeah. All right. Luigi fight.
Ah.
Wow. Come on, bud, get up there. But what the fuck was I saying? Yeah. So.
Your hobbies.
Well,
and WoW.
WoW, going back on WoW real quick, Blizzard started, Blizzard shut down a bunch of these bigger servers, and everybody was like, what the fuck's going on, because they don't normally do that. Well, it turns out that they were working on their own recreation of the original World of Warcraft setup, because they could no longer, they didn't, most game developers don't have the original fucking files just laying around.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Just... Probably, it used to be due to storage,
Yeah, that makes sense.
because games are big. A lot of fucking files, especially if you're keeping all the original assets for everything.
I do get that. That's like if you were to save that's like if you were to save all the raw footage from any YouTube video or stream we've ever done.
Yeah, nobody fucking does that, ever. Like,
Not-
very few people do that, even, like, on a corporate level.
Yeah, for sure.
But
I'm the only guy, like,
I would love to be able to do that, but frankly, I have 2 4TB drives set up in a RAID storage configuration, so they, like, back each other up, basically. And 4 terabytes even is, like, if I'm recording at, like, 1080p, it's not much.
Right, that's...
It's
bigger,
like
bigger.
a couple, maybe, like, couple months worth of streams. Big Chill was a Ben 10 alien that was an icy moth. I don't remember that one. Was that which Ben 10 series was that from?
You
the
are
original?
correct. It's from Alien Force.
It's Alien. That'd be why I did not watch Alien Force.
And I believe there's an episode about how the Big Chill aliens either reproduce asexually or the male does, or something like that. And I'm almost certain they have Ben give birth to Big Chill aliens.
Fucking amazing.
And I don't know how. I mean, I know how I feel about it.
It's definitely weird. I
Yeah.
forgot that you can just fucking uppercut them.
And Ultimate Alien, yeah. A lot of the Alien Force aliens
Everything was an Ultimate Alien.
just
at
end
some
up
point.
being an
Yeah.
Ultimate Alien, yeah. I like how you can see his blue go away.
Yeah, it's neat. It's a good little display for his health bar. 'Cause
It's like
most of
when,
the bosses
uh,
don't have that.
It's like when an enemy changes color in Metroid.
Yeah,
But
you
it
know.
still looks a part of their. It still looks like alien skin.
Right.
How could you puny worms destroy Master of the Cold Dark? I like to think of the Cold Dark as just like a place under the Underdark. It's just like the Cold Dark.
It's just cold here.
Aww.
Yeah, that was 100% an episode, yeah.
That was 100%. Okay, I'm not crazy. All right.
They're just making mpreg content for no good reason.
There was a surprising
Talking
amount.
about Fairy Odd Parents.
Yes, there was a surprising amount of stuff that's just like a dude giving birth
Everybody
and
keeps
stuff.
like looking at that and they're like, that's uncomfortable. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Which one?
Generally.
Generally,
Because
Okay.
like,
I can only think of those.
I was-
There's 3 examples I can think of.
because you got to
Four.
remember,
There's
I
4.
grew up, from like middle school on, I was on Tumblr. That's like a normal thing.
What is?
The mpreg stuff. Like
Mpreg?
male pregnant. Like in fan fiction stuff. That's normal. I'm not a fan
Oh, it's
fiction
a
guy.
shorthand for it.
It's a shorthand for it.
Okay.
I'm just used
There's
to
lingo for this.
it. Yeah, there's lingo for this.
male impregnation.
Because I used to, because I didn't write fan fiction, and honestly, I didn't read much of it. But I was in the circles that had a lot of that stuff going
Sure.
around, and so I just picked up on a shit ton of lingo and the other stuff, and I would like read snippets from stuff, and I'm like, this is weird, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I remember in meme culture there was a lot of like drawings of pregnant Sonic going around the place.
That was, I think that started with a very specific image.
Yeah, probably.
There was also one with Shadow and Shrek, which was a weird one.
I don't know.
There were just a bunch of like
I can
really
piece it together.
strange images that went around with that. The Ghost Freak storyline was freaky as
I
a
mean,
kid.
it's-
It was.
It's probably all like, yeah, that was interesting. That's when I knew it got real. It probably all started with like Ridley Scott, I guess, because he did Alien, and the alien shoves its babies
Yeah,
into
John
the
Hurt.
John Hurt.
John Hurt, originally an alien.
That happens.
That's who it happens
okay.
to.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah,
chest
gotcha,
burster scene.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I was thinking Ridley Scott like came up with it.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
he
yeah.
at least directed it. I don't know which writer came up with it.
Right, John Hurt was the original actor
Okay.
for that.
Okay.
For that guy who dies to getting impregnated with
it
aliens.
sucks. Yeah, I don't know.
I saw an image recently that was it was the image from the test screening for Alien.
Wait, footage of them filming the. I would love to see
It wasn't
that.
a footage. It wasn't full footage. It was
Oh.
just a frame. I don't know if they did full footage of the whole like thing, but they like took pictures of the audience, and you could see the whole audience as the chest burster scene happened. And everybody was horrified except for one dude in the background who was just sitting there smiling, like who just sitting in the back of the room smiling, like bleeding.
That's right. That reminds me of the Irish talk show we just saw. That whole time Gary or Jerry was talking, there was an Irish girl in the background having the time of her absolute life.
You just start looking. You got to remember, it's the Late Show. It's probably like fucking midnight or some shit, and she's just sitting there like probably blasted out of her mind, sitting in this fucking studio, just like.
And they
What the
didn't
fuck is
know,
this?
like, yeah, what I was not expecting to sign up for this today.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Love Bee isn't their kid.
Hmm.
Grams and I decided to transform it. So literally, she is just the pure heart.
Wow. Oh, I thought he was just like transforming her right there and be like, "Well, you're."
Goodbye, kid.
I have so many questions about my existence, and just like kids, like. It's like when this, it is actually like when it's kind of a JoJo spoiler, I guess, but it is like when the Osiris stand just starts molding the
Yeah, he just
souls
starts doing it.
into, like claying them into different shapes, and you're like, how are they not gonna come back weird?
Yeah, something's not gonna be right there.
Something's gonna be wired together.
Yeah, Luke, how are you? Walker Pierce wants to know.
Oh, how are you? I'm okay. I'm a little congested since the fall started. I'm doing all right, man. I'm definitely like getting a lot more back into the things I used to enjoy when I was less busy, which means I'm a little less busy now, which is good. Reading a lot more books, which I've told Dave about, and I finished a couple of games. Games are definitely the one that I'm like getting the slowest on, and just the fact that I've made it as far as I have through JoJo is a testament to, like, my time and my like ability to turn my brain off and enjoy things now, because I haven't watched through a long-running show since Yu Yu Hakusho in college.
Mm-hmm.
And a long-running anime.
Yeah.
Because in the interim I did watch Venture Brothers, which is a long show,
Fair.
and regular show. But regular show I watched like 6 seasons and then dropped it. I do this every time something's about to end. I watch it and then I watch it like very voraciously and then I drop it for like 6 months. I'm not kidding. And then I go back and I watch the last like bit of it. But yeah, overall I'm good. How are you, Walker?
Oh yeah, I forgot how much the scene kind of hurts. Love Bee basically turns on her not parents and says like, "Look, you guys didn't really I didn't really have a life. You just sort of kept me sheltered and like You know, what the fuck?
Mm.
And now she's just gonna have to go with Mario. And, like, basically die? Because she's not gonna be her anymore.
Yeah, she's gonna get reverted back into what she originally was.
Yeah.
That's so.
And so now she's probably trying to make it better on her parents in some way by
Yeah.
getting, like,
Well,
fussy about it, which hurts to look at, but...
they say that when people know there's gonna be a goodbye, they kind of fight. So that
you
it's
push them
easier.
away, yeah.
Yeah.
Watch through One Piece. Luke, you've watched through part of One Piece.
Watch through One Piece. Are you saying that you are currently watching through
No,
One Piece?
that's an imperative statement.
Yeah,
So you should do it.
But for me
That's
doing
you.
long run anime. Oh,
Yeah.
so I am in my knowledge of One Piece. I am right near the tail end of Skypiea, and I've been there for a while. I have not jumped back into it. I keep meaning to. I am pretty confident I'm not. I said this about part 3. After I finished part 2, I'm not going to jump right into part 3, and I did. I have a pretty strong feeling I'm not going to jump straight into part 4 because, like, it's just been a lot. And I have other stuff I want to watch.
There's so much.
Stuff to, like, catch up on.
Yeah.
I think I might watch Mob Psycho, I was telling Dave. And One Piece is another thing that my brother is definitely like, hey, I'm finally to the time skip in the manga. You need to get back into One Piece.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, it totally makes sense.
I do want to.
yeah.
I want to. This one's hard for me because I don't really like want to spend money. I could spend money on like a tablet or something to read. Because I would like to pick up physical copies of books, ideally, just because I like having physical copies of things. Me personally, I don't have space in here for that.
Books I'm iffy on because they do fall apart
Yes.
very easily after you read them too many times.
Yep.
That being said, like, I definitely had a shift after my full-time job where I stopped checking books out from the library and just started buying physical books. Even though I'm like, why do people own books if you're just going to read it once? It's like, because you don't have to worry about returning it and you can just give it away to
Yeah.
somebody.
You can just be like, here, cool
Yeah.
book, have fun.
You can give it to a friend or something.
Yeah, and that's nice. It's cool.
Or
Yeah,
borrow,
Mario-
like, hey, borrow this. And then
Mario doesn't interrupt the middle of the conversation and just be like, "It's me, Mario, Kalima," and fucking punch her.
I like the emphasis on the ma at the end. No remorse, no second thought or hesitation. That's definitely a thing of, like, you know, would you use this character for this thing that, okay, I thought she was like, every time I
keep
think
getting
she's
you with
like,
it.
yeah,
They keep getting Luke with the transformation.
that really is sad, man. It kind of reminds me of, the real me, that sucks. It kind of reminds me of, Yue's story.
Yeah, it's a similar idea.
Yeah.
Like taking somebody who you like just got to know and like, you know, be partners with for a little bit and just being like, okay, they're gone now. They're still
Yep.
kind of there, but they're gone. Like the person is gone. It's just the thing that you were looking for.
Yeah, and you were borrowing your consciousness from something much more supernatural than we could have realized. Oh, it's also Vision from the MCU because he exists because of Jarvis's the AI of Jarvis that Tony made, plus the Mind Stone from the Infinity Stones
Yep.
or whatever. And you have this person who's legitimately a person, like a person in this constructed body that only exists because of these weird collisions of science and magic.
Yep. Free will, yeah. Save the world as a shackled object or let it burn as your own person. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
Well, because, like, they have to get the pure heart, and it would kind of suck if the moon was gone. You know, going back
Save
to
the
UA.
world as a shackled object or let it burn as your own person. Yeah, but also, like, not just shackled object, like, it's a sacrificial type of thing.
They turned the fairy gay, they did.
It's weird, too. Yo, the fairy turned gay. Man, you don't turn gay, you're born that way. If you're...
Yeah, I like how Luigi hits the
If
sad
you're a
scene with
fairy.
the okie dokie. Yeah, he
Okie dokie.
just said okie dokie. Here,
Alright, use-
please take our daughter that
use
just
it, yes,
transformed back
exactly.
into this thing and we lost her forever. Please go take her to save the world. Okay.
I think about that all the time with, like, there's a story in...
Also, my fucking computer keeps locking.
Well, I guess it's not... Yeah, so she's just gone, huh?
Yeah. She's fucking gone, Chief.
No, we're all gonna do, like, a Kirby dance for this...
Yeah,
Girl.
everybody comes out and starts doing a fucking Kirby dance.
in front of the parents. It's
Yeah.
like,
It's like the least respectful way to do this possible. Wow,
There's a lot of stuff
zowie.
where it's like you're created, and then you have Iron Giant, I guess, kind of.
Yeah.
Heroes, my daughter wanted thee to save all the worlds.
It always comes back to Iron Giant.
'Twas her final wish. I'm writing a book called 'Twasn't.
I like how you've already picked up on part of this now. That's my favorite part about all this. I could literally just show you an Irish stream and somebody would just start going, women. And you would immediately start picking up on some of the shit that they were
That's
saying.
funny. Granby spoke slowly through his tears as the brave Nimbus cleaned up the over there. I love how not Mario this is.
Yeah, it's like this entire fucking storyline. They just immediately went, what if we made it really, really sad and deep for no
Yeah.
good reason?
I'm not generally an RPG guy, but I'm like, maybe I should try some because some of these stories are pretty crazy.
Some of them are incredibly good. The problem
Yeah.
is a lot of there's definitely like there's a time commitment.
That's kind of a thing.
It's a big
yeah.
time commitment. Even if I enjoy the gameplay. Shit like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, that's like a 60-hour game.
My brother's like, some of these, he's like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Luke, some of these Dragon Quest games do be pretty balling.
Oh, Christ, is he going through the whole like series?
The bangers.
Okay.
Like the
'cause
ones
there's-
that he's doing his research.
Because they're fucking long.
They're also expensive sometimes.
Yes, some of them are.
So he's doing, and he's not a big like.
He doesn't like emulating. And,
He's he's not a big pirate boy. To be honest.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really sail, and I don't know. It's he's like, they're good, but I also
forgot
don't.
that he refers to himself in the third person.
I also don't expect. I talked to my brother for a second.
No.
I also don't expect.
Your brother also does that occasionally.
I also
I'm sure.
don't expect somebody to go into something they know is going to be literally 300 hours.
Yeah, like it's just exhausting. Like literally, I was playing. I tried playing Dark Cloud, the original Dark Cloud, which is a RPG. It's an action RPG series. It only got 2 games, I think. But the first one, I tried playing it. And I got like 3 hours in. I'm like, if I'm gonna have to sit here, I was already grinding shit. I was like, if I'm gonna sit here and grind this shit, this is not interesting enough to keep me like bothered for that time period.
Count Black is in utter disbelief. Surely this news cannot be true.
No, he's saying that himself. So it's what spat Count Black in utter disbelief.
Oh yeah.
Luke watched Chainsaw Man.
So my brother,
You will not like it.
I know.
You will like it, but you will fucking hate watching it. That's the correct. I think that's the correct response.
We've talked about this. I think it's in the same genre as The Boys. Then to me, where the idea could not be better, but the execution is so gorer
Gorer.
to me that I can't do this.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I actually am like, I'm. Luke will love it, but hate every second probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that a little bit with JoJo's so far. I'm like, this is a bit of yuck, isn't it?
JoJo's isn't as bad about it in most cases, but
That's
it definitely has got it.
I mean, I have watched like Hunter. Oh, and I recently. That's the other thing. After I finished part, I recently re-downloaded. Last time I was here, Hunter x Hunter, starting from Chimera Ant.
Yes.
Because
Starting from Chimera Ant is a big fucking like.
well, I've seen the other stuff.
I know.
It's like, but to be honest though, like that is one of the most violent things I've ever seen.
It's a pretty violent show at times, honestly.
And I've seen like the first season of Attack on Titan. Again, one of the most violent things I've ever seen.
Remind me never to show you Dead Man Wonderland.
I know that's the one with a girl with white skin.
It's a really cool idea. It's also just the most gory nonsense bullshit I've ever seen.
I don't know what it is, man, but it's just like it turns me off when it comes to like stuff that's scary or creepy. Like my brother's read Chainsaw Man, and he.
Oh, for anybody who needs a like, I know you guys probably aren't paying much attention to the fucking game at this point. Game summary right now, Dementio is pitting Count Black. Dementio let the party live because he wants Count Black to be put in a situation where he's like set up to fail, I suppose, in a way. And he's also revealed that Tippy is probably Count Black's old lover.
Yeah, but she doesn't remember.
Yeah, she doesn't remember, and he does.
Oh, but he doesn't know who Tippy is.
He didn't know who Tippy was until like probably right now when Dementio basically spoiled it.
Oh, did he say something about
Yeah,
that?
he said something about it. He lied about something that Tippy said, saying that Tippy said that she has to stop Blumiere, which she didn't say.
Which she didn't say. Okay, yes.
She said we have to stop Count Bleck because she doesn't know who the fuck Count Bleck is.
Right, wow. And he said, that's why I said no, don't think about, like, what a pixel says.
Yeah, Eric, we're gonna watch Genocyber fresh on stream, alright? Ba, 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 ba.
I'm really not good with anime's proclivity to treat the human body as an ingredient in sci-fi.
There's some 80s, it's the 80s and 90s where it was really, really bad. Oh, she didn't say it mistakenly once. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, it's been fucking like 4 months or something. But yeah,
The eyeball.
I don't know. The eyeball. What does that mean to you?
Come inside, pick your bags up off the sidewalk, look me in the eyeball. Don't you hear sincerity in my voice when I talk? Next time, there won't be no next time.
I had a friend of mine, so I went out.
Put
for
my
friends.
fist right through the drywall. I guess I don't know my own strength. Alright, so-
I had a friend actually recently. It was his birthday.
Oh, the eyeball scene in Dead Man Wonderland.
Oh yeah, no, the eyeball scene. I cannot fucking watch that.
Look me in the eyeball. Don't you hear
Yeah,
sincerity?
no, that scene's bad.
I don't know. It's eyeball, I guess.
You don't.
Oh. Something happened in JoJo's, and it's the first time I've ever had to look away.
Okay, which thing?
Dio gets into a car with some
The car.
guy.
I love that scene, but
I don't.
It's definitely gory as fuck.
I don't know, because he's just like, oh, you know, drive. And he's like, make me. And then he grabs the guy, and because of where he grabbed him, I looked away. And I just hear screaming, and then I look back, and the guy's bloody, and I'm like,
You don't wanna know.
Dio sucks. No, I it's evident enough I can tell what he did, but I'm just like, I couldn't look at it. I could not look at it.
Yeah.
It was like out of my my wheelhouse ability to watch. That was the first time since I think, like being young, that I had to like look away from something out of just sheer disgust.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, they're really turning this up. So I guess somebody gets stabbed in the eyeball in that show.
I'm not gonna talk about it. Nobody here is going to appreciate what I'm going to say with regards to that. I'm thinking we take a small break, and then I'm just gonna like try and blast through the last like I think hour or so of this game.
All right. If you open it, there's no telling what might happen. I do not care. I do not care, Father. A world without her is empty. A life without her is empty. Speak, dark prognosticus. Teach your dark history. I await your command. Blehehe. Black! Lumiere, what have you done? Silence! The first prophecy beckons. I will erase every inch of this blasted... every inch of this blasted world.
He's thinking about what he needed to say next.
Blumiere, don't do this. Blumiere! 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 Blumiere's no more important. No one shall stand in my way. Ew, he put the Jim Carrey mask on.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, when Cyberpunk was doing, a big theme of Cyberpunk in general is transhumanism. Not even talking about Cyberpunk the game. The big theme of Cyberpunk the game is being glitchy as fucking funny.
So my brother and I are picking like fall themed or like creepy themed or tense themed things to watch for October. So I'm interested to hear what people like for October, except asking for October recommendations is always so touchy for me, especially because everything is right on the edge of my triggers. So I can't...
I mean, yeah.
It has to be very specific. Like, there's a couple of spooky things that are like, they're horrific, but I can do it because it's not like gory, I guess.
Yes.
But I feel like so many people lean on gore as a thing in horror.
I think recently it's gotten better, to my knowledge.
Okay.
A lot of stuff that, like, a lot of people have been making, to my knowledge. I don't keep up super heavily, but, like, the more I've been hearing about a bunch of, like, horror stuff that's come out in the past, like, 5-6 years, the more I've sort of realized that a lot of it does seem to be relying less on just straight up horror, like, traditional, like, body horror elements, or, like, gore and jump scares, and more on, like, actually, like, thriller sort of stuff.
Yeah. or just like bringing it into the modern day in a way. Like it's weird. It is weird for me to watch a movie and hear kids talking about like podcasts and TikTok and stuff like that in movies.
Yeah.
But it's it's going to be there.
Well,
And
yeah, because it's contemporary.
So, the very short-lived Quibi
Uh-huh.
had a movie where the killer was just this like Uber driver that picks up this girl and then decides, okay, well, you were my Uber person, so no, she's the Uber driver and he gets picked up and he's like, well, I'm gonna kill you now, and that's the movie.
Yep.
And Joe Keery from Stranger Things did a movie where he would kill people and stream it, and he was a streamer, like he was a popular streamer that killed people on stream.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really weird to see like mainstays of horror like slashers and serial killers like intersect with the modern technology
Now,
stuff.
to be fair, that shit exists.
Yeah.
Snuff films exist on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go looking for them because you're one, not gonna be able to find them. Two, you don't want to see them. But
Yeah, I was never. Yeah,
but like just in general, like don't
you
please
talk-
don't fucking look it up.
you talked me out of it.
Yeah.
I know you're talking to like everyone.
But like in general, like that sort of stuff does exist. There's whole websites that are dedicated to like snuff porn and stuff like that. Where it is like sometimes it's a sexual thing, sometimes it's just straight up. Sometimes people just want to see snuff stuff, and it's very strange, and I don't
Yeah.
understand it. But that shit's always existed in some form.
Yeah, it's weird that there are people who are willing to do harm to each other, and then weird that there are people who maybe wouldn't do it themselves but enjoy witnessing it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
you know?
Watch Annihilation with Natalie Portman. There's a couple scenes that are violent and gory. Yeah. When it earns it, that's good. But the entire movie shouldn't be crazy slasher nonsense. With the one exception I can think of being something like Hellraiser, which I still give shit about, but I think Hellraiser is a good description of like a classic horror movie.
Oh, I mean, there's stuff with gore that I definitely like when it's used for. When I say lean on gore, I don't mean it's always a crutch. Sometimes it's useful because that is what you're discussing.
Yeah, sometimes it's actually just important to what you're doing.
So I don't know if this happens in the original, but there's a clip from the Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake. I want to say it's 3, where Jill in the beginning of the game looks in the mirror. She's like washing her face.
I think it's 2.
And then
I know the scene.
pieces of her start sloughing off.
Yeah.
And she turns into a zombie in front of the mirror.
Yeah, and that's nuts.
And I'm like, that's so in a world where your protagonist basically just never has a problem with the crazy things they witness every day, it's weird to get characters that are more realistically portrayed like this is a PTSD
Was
type
it 3?
thing.
It was
and
3
this is-
remake. Walker Pierce is saying.
okay.
I was gonna say because I remember seeing it. But
I
couldn't remember.
genuinely think that scene is so well done.
It's good.
I think that scene is very well
It's a
done.
good fucking scene, and that's like the start of the goddamn game.
Because we, like, the fan base is like, yeah, we know Jill, we love her, and we know killing zombies. So to see your character become that in just a second
Yep.
is like, wait, huh? Wait a
Yeah,
second.
it's like okay, that's kind of nuts.
Yeah, and so, or like you said about Dante, like, it's wearing down on him.
You can see that in 5. And
Yeah.
by the way, guys, DMC 5 on Halloween.
First, get hyped.
I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm actually super excited for that. And
Me
it's
too.
part of the reason that I haven't been. Well, part of the reason I haven't been streaming as much because it's been an excuse for me to work on DMC stuff and then not work on it. But I'm gonna try and sort that out this weekend.
Existential Nightmare. The existential stuff can definitely go both ways for me. Sometimes it's like, hey, have you ever thought about this? And I'm like, oh no. But then other times it's like, hey, have you ever thought this? And I'm like,
That's stupid though.
exactly. Like,
No, I know how it goes.
yeah, I definitely thought. I told you how like the end of part 2 to me was so oddly.
It
Like,
worked.
I explained why it just rocked me so good to my brother, and he goes, "Yeah, Luke." He literally said, "Yeah, Luke, welcome to cosmic horror and anime."
It's good.
Because I said, how can a man strive with an obsession, a genuine obsession to become like a god, and he ends up lonelier than ever?
Yep.
And that's honestly just like the Dr. Manhattan plotline from Watchmen as well. Just
Yeah.
like, I'm sick of these people and I'm gonna go to the moon because I can't relate to anyone because I'm almost not human anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could have done that in Futurama when Farnsworth left the fucking planet too. That would have been
I
really
don't want
good.
to live on this planet anymore. I love that he like proves evolution or like tries to prove it and tries to get
Yeah,
people
and then
convinced
an
and then-
actual ape.
But then he does it, and then he's like, "But no, but I created you."
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah,
funny.
it's so fucking funny. Like that entire episode is just being a shit post. And it's great.
I like that episode. It's good if you go after both sides, and
Yes.
they kind of go after both sides.
I think that they went after both sides, and ultimately it didn't really say much of anything, which is kind of the criticism that I have
Okay, fair.
of. No, it's the criticism that I have of shit like Nier, where it'll ask a bunch of questions, and then not really answer any of them in any meaningful way. But at the same time, in this particular context, it's Futurama. It's making fun of it. That's fine. Anyway.
Oh, it's like the now near be like, now I bet you're wondering why I tied a squirrel to a megaphone.
It really is the Dave the Barbarian bit.
Anyway, have a great day. There's a couple other points I want to touch on, or do you want to cut it and touch them when we come back?
Let's touch on them when we come back.
Alright, sounds good.
So, alright guys, we're gonna take, yeah, Saitama has that problem. He's so lonely and bored. It's completely accidental, yeah.
It's completely accidental.
That's One Punch Man.
Did you ever accidentally become a Dr. Manhattan?
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
No, that's One Punch Man in a nutshell. He
2000.
accidentally became so strong that literally nothing is a challenge for him, and the entire series revolves around him eventually showing up to a fight and beating the fuck out of something.
Does he just kind of become like depressed?
Yeah, he's depressed. He's genuinely like depressed because
Wow,
he's like, I
that's
want to fight
interesting.
things.
That's interesting.
That's the first like 2 or 3 episodes of the show, and the first couple chapters of the webcomic and the manga is just like Saitama being depressed because he's like, literally, I can just beat anything in one punch. There is no challenge here. And whenever anything poses something that might be a legitimate challenge to him, he gets excited.
Well, think about like the Eden story. It's like God was God.
Uh-huh.
And then he made us. And it's like, isn't that a massive downgrade? And it's like, but you need someone to hang out with.
Well, sure.
You know, and walk through the gardens with and stuff.
All right.
It's like, I don't know.
Guys,
it's
gonna take
it's rooted in a lot of our stories.
We're going to take like a 10-minute break. It's already 10:30. But if we're going to take like a 10-minute break, maybe go grab some food, chill out for a minute, let the room cool off, and then we will be back because it's hot in here.
Yeah.
And we will be back shortly. All right, so hold up. This is all sorts of fucked. I fucking hate this goddamn program. Hold on. Give me the music back.
Maybe I'll rap more Eminem while congested. And that'll be fun for everybody.
That's another thing I was saying. One of our friends, one of our mutual friends, James.
Yes.
It was his birthday a couple weeks ago, and I went out with him for dinner, and we all went out to karaoke afterwards.
That's fun.
Yeah, it was a great time, but it was particularly funny because James happens to know the entirety of Rap God by Eminem.
Fantastic.
He was just rapping that.
Was he doing it on pace, or was he
On pace,
Oh,
like
okay.
full all the way through.
or was he
Pretty
doing
much perfect.
Or was he doing it my speed?
No, he was doing full speed, like just in with the song, whatever the karaoke track was.
I don't know what's the fastest I can rap because I don't really ever like do it so much as listen to it.
I mean, like you could just try.
I could try, but also a lot of it just has language that I probably wouldn't want to recite.
I mean, yeah,
I don't know.
that's just kind of how it goes.
So
that's going to here. Where the fuck is
the fastest I can go is, and then God was like, "Why'd I make God make the dinosaurs?" And then God was like, "Why'd I make dinosaurs?"
I mean, you don't have to go super fast to be able to make like interesting.
Do you F with the war? And she was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you F with the war?" And she said, "No, it's F with the war." That's Lil Dicky.
Yeah.
Dave on Hulu.
What the fuck is this thing doing?
Dave.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this thing is doing.
No, that actually is on pace. That's about how he raps. I don't know. I'm trying to get the fastest rap.
Okay. So why the... This is stupid. I don't understand what the fuck is going on here. Hold on. Just gonna hope this doesn't make something crash. Welcome to Arts and Crafts, Bing Bing Wahoo, man. It's a good name. That's what I should call the DMC stream. Also, I really don't understand what the fuck this is doing. I'm trying to get the music running for you guys. Yep, always fixing shit.
What's that symbol?
It's a monkey with a hammer.
Hammer and hard hat.
That's me on a Tuesday. Did I say Tuesday? I mean literally every fucking day I try and stream. Something always goes wrong. Okay, there we fucking go. All right. Don't worry. Yeah. All right. All right, guys. Break time. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. Go get yourself something to drink, something to eat, whatever you got to do. Take care of yourselves. We'll be back soon.
Wash your face.
Wash your face. Wash your hands if you're getting something to eat. Even if you're not getting something to eat, wash your hands. Go outside and touch some grass, but then go wash your hands again. Make sure you get your stretches in. This is normally the thing I do at the end of stream. We're going to leave it there.
Unless you're allergic to grass.
Oh, true. True. Then go touch dirt.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Eat a mouthful. Trust me, it's good for you. All right. Break time. We're back. I don't know why the music cut out again, because it's still... Oh, it's not playing. It's very confused. Okay, hold on. I fucking despise... everything. No.
That's the name of my new audio software. Everything.
Everything.
Everywhere, all at once. That's a movie, and that's all I know about it.
Same.
It is a movie that people like.
That's all I got, Chief. I don't know why VLC Player stopped working. Okay, but you do you, I guess.
Can you scroll up to Eric's comment?
Yes,
This
we can
is-
scroll up
This
there.
is how I read that when I came back.
It was never playing on this end. Yeah, it was playing for like a moment, and then it just stopped, and I don't know what the broadcast started streaming. Hey, you remember when we were streaming?
We're not anymore. Back in the day.
We are. It's been a while since we've not been streaming. Now I'm thinking about it.
Since we've not been streaming?
Yeah.
That was the past 6 months.
No, I know. I'm talking about like in general, like before we started doing any streaming. I'm just gonna put the game. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Why is all my audio fucked?
I have to look at some of the YouTube uploads to see when we really started doing all this, but when I started being in the streams, I don't really remember.
Sure.
Like I don't remember the first thing I streamed with you.
Yeah.
Unless it was Cave Story or Metro.
First thing you streamed with me?
Yeah. Cave Story.
Super Mario Sunshine? Maybe?
Oh, maybe. And then I think we did Thousand Year Door.
We definitely did
And
Thousand Year
Cave
Door.
Story.
And Cave Story.
And I really wish they had a DVD of this. And then some guy in his basement's like, I made one.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
I fucking love OBS. You want to talk about a depressing album? That one will destroy you. Yeah. This is annoying. I don't know why things are crashing necessarily. You know what I'm gonna do?
Everywhere at the End of Time. That's the album he's talking about?
Everywhere at the End of Time. I would imagine.
Hmm.
Hold on. Okay. Game audio is working. Fuck it. We're good. I'm not touching anything else.
Okay.
What were you saying? Go back up to Eric's
Scroll
comment.
back upstairs. It's not gonna be funny. Here I go. Watch Annihilation with Natalie Portman. There's a couple scenes that are violent and gory, but oh my god, it works so well, and it's in a cool sci-fi horror thriller way. Then like the Saw, Saw, dude,
Like the Saw, dude.
and like the Saw. I don't know what he meant by the last piece.
I don't know either.
To be honest, but everything else I appreciate.
What the fuck are we doing here? Hold on. Do I need anything else for this last segment?
Natalie, if I see Natalie Portman in something trippy, I'm gonna think it's like Black Swan for whatever reason, and I did not like the idea of Black Swan, so I never watched it.
I mean, that's fair. It's depressing. It's just a depressing fucking thing.
Yeah, I don't. Have you seen it?
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I've read synopses, like multiple.
Okay. Yeah. See, I kind of. It was one of those things that tripped me up enough. I kind of avoided knowing about it because I was like, that seems real freaky.
Are you talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once? It's an album art piece that walks you through what it's like to live with progressing dementia. Yeah.
Wait, Everything at the End of Time or Everything Everywhere All at Once? Because Everything Everywhere All at Once is a movie about like.
Everything at the end of sorry, I'm getting things.
Everything at the End
mixed
of
up
Time.
in
Yeah,
my head.
okay, yeah. Sorry, I referenced that movie at the beginning. And yeah, all right. There's no
Anyway,
playing on this end. Lakutas. It's Lakutas. Did you know no one knows why they're called guinea pigs? I thought it was because they came from Guinea, New Guinea.
I mean, I don't think anybody actually confirmed that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like, why do we call the Easter Island heads Easter Island heads, right?
Yeah,
Why do we call Stonehenge? That is pretty obvious.
it is stone and it is a henge.
They're
the fuck are we
actually. I
going?
think they're actually technically menhirs,
Fair.
or is that only?
I don't know the exact terminology.
Okay.
I don't know enough about this to argue.
Hey, British people, does Stonehenge is it in Britain, or is it in Ireland?
Stonehenge is in Britain.
Is it in Scotland?
No,
It's in Britain.
it's in Britain.
It's in actual.
It's in actual
England.
England.
Okay, English.
I
people.
drove past it. I should know.
Really?
Yes.
Dunk, dunk.
When I
dunk,
was on
dunk,
vacation-
Dunk, dunk, dunk.
When I was on vacation, I was driven past.
That's the audio of
Stonehenge.
you knocking it over.
We
sorry.
all agreed that we didn't want. I know.
Okay.
When I drove past, we all agreed. Everybody in that car agreed because we were coming out out of the airport.
Mm.
We all agreed we didn't want to spend the like 20 pounds or whatever it was to go into Stonehenge because it just wasn't fucking worth it because you still can't get very close to it anymore.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
So we all just decided we were just gonna drive past it and take like a single picture.
Oh, the origin of the name guinea pig has been lost to time.
Fair.
I'm assuming he's referring to the name of guinea pig. You ever say English people does Stonehenge count as a menhir? I don't know actually.
I don't know.
We all agreed to not go tip it over. So it's agreed. All right, let's shake on it and do our special handshake where we bump to the side. Thunk, thunk, thunk.
Yep. Yeah, it's Stonehenge. I mean, it's rocks. Don't get me wrong. There's something interesting about it.
Yeah.
But
That's what I kind of imagine when you go up to it. It's just probably just,
it's rocks.
you know.
Like, yeah, sure, you can sit there and imagine, like, what the fuck was this like in a previous, like, time and all that, and that's cool. But it's rocks. I like rocks. I like rocks, too. Rocks let us play video games. Rocks! Rocks! Anybody who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, there's a...
Rocks. Rocks. Rocks.
Rocks! Anybody doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about. There's a video called Roxanne, but it's just rocks.
And it's this song. No, nothing's.
It's Roxanne. Nothing
still
has
in
changed.
time.
Yeah, nothing has changed, but
It's not
they
sped up.
just got rid of all the lyrics except for the part of the first syllable of Roxanne, where it's just rocks.
Where he's just saying rocks, and that's the whole song. It's my anthem. It's so good.
It's log. Yeah.
rocks. Rocks.
I used
It's just so
to have
good,
a
I don't
playlist
know.
on Spotify. I don't use my music streaming services anymore. We were just talking about that, but I used to have a playlist on Spotify that was just called Russian Roulette, and it was just Roxanne 5 times, and then Roxanne, but it's just rocks.
And then so it would be like if you wanted to shuffle it, it would just be randomly.
Yeah, you just have a 1 in 6 chance
playing
of
rocks.
playing rocks instead of Roxanne.
Rocks themselves are fascinating, dude. I was
They are.
They are. Geology is very cool. And there is something I was thinking about recently where people were saying, like, oh, this rock is actually a lot older than we thought. Or, like, we can do dates on this rock to figure out how old something is. And I'm like, I have very limited knowledge of this.
Right.
But isn't every rock as old as it can, like...
Yeah, it's all the same old.
Haven't these all... It's like, oh, these rocks have been... It's like, yes, haven't all rocks always been rocks? You know what I mean?
Not necessarily,
That's
but
true.
I mean, like, because it could have been, like, magma. Or something along those lines.
But didn't magma just start as, like... What is magma but a hot rock?
It is, but also it definitely started as the magma. So it's kind of hard to tell because everything sort of morphs into like this.
But how can you start in a high heat state? Don't you have to get heated up?
I mean, we're talking about the start of the universe here, Chief. Like everything was a gas or plasma because it was too fucking hot to form anything.
I mean, we're talking about something that's theoretically infinitesimally dense.
Yeah, everything's gonna get hot because it's stuck next to everything else and vibrating really fast. The protons, yeah, kind of, but the actual rock itself, no, yeah. Yeah.
The protons, yeah, kind of, but the actual rock itself, no. Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like... I guess in the case where, like, something decomposes and then just breaks down to some type of mineral and then packs together... But sometimes I'm just like, yeah, every rock just came from, like, a bigger rock. I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Like, again, I said at the beginning, I have limited knowledge of this. Like, I don't know.
I don't remember what's over here. I'm just kind of fucking around because I don't remember where this heart.
I mean,
where
I think
it
about
is.
that with a lot of things when it comes to time. I'm like, how can, like, a woman can only live about, like, 80 to 90 years, 80 to 90 something years, but her body can make a person whose cells then can live 80 to 90 years.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't women just have, like, the key to immortality? Like,
I mean,
this
they
is how dumb my brain works. If they can make a baby that will live for 90 years, why can't they also make cells that can replace their broken cells that live for 90 more years?
Well,
And
I
then-
mean, the thing is, like, when we have that sort of, like... Because cells do replace themselves.
Yes.
Human bodies replace all the cells in their body every, 10 years or whatever the fuck it was. Whatever everybody started...
Seven,
yeah.
I think. Last time I heard it.
So, I mean, the point of that is, like, yeah, that's...
This man cracked the code.
Yeah,
Right.
the point of that is just, like... Yeah, it can do that, but it can only do that a limited number of times.
Like the VHS recording.
Like the VHS recordings. We were
Okay.
just talking about VHS recordings and how they degrade.
Yeah, wow. But why come when you make a baby, it's suddenly fresh versus just being a copy of those cells?
Feels like a Yahoo Answers question.
It
just
does.
the way that you worded it.
No, because I know I'm like. Let me be clear. I know I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But
No,
I
I'm
want
not
to
saying
know
you're good.
specifically. I'm not saying you're good.
We can pass on knowledge as a trade-off. Yeah, because we can't live forever.
So
But
as a
the
trade-off,
baby
we can
itself is like a very special thing that a body can only do a limited number of times as well.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So I don't know, maybe that means that eventually we all do just die off, like genetically, like we're programmed to all die off at some point. I have no fucking
Like,
idea.
are we weaker than our ancestors?
Yeah,
Are we?
I don't know.
Oh, you're just saying an affirmation of the
I
question.
agree. Like
Yeah.
that's the thought process I'm going through.
Yeah. Because like, we definitely have things that like we.
I don't remember where the last fucking heart pillar is. That's filled.
All right, I'm gonna shrink it down, Mario. Is this gonna hurt?
A lot.
What? And then she does it.
Yeah.
What?
But yeah, it's a thought. You know, we pass off knowledge, but maybe like somehow we're more. I don't want to say impotent because that's not really the right word, but
Impotence? You said? Is
Yeah.
that the right word? Oh, yeah.
it's not really the right word. I don't think, but
Yeah.
same sort of idea, I guess.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Something either fell from your ceiling or my hair and hit my nose, and it like freaked me out for a second. I saw this like dot come down and like bounce off my nose. I got like in the middle, in the like near distance of my eye, of my eye field of view.
Because reproductive genetic code is replicated and combined in a way that's different from regular mitosis. There you go.
Right. So why get out of here, regular mitosis? Why not replace every system with just the regular reproductive genetic code, so that it's all.
Because that's just not how it ended up happening. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe it's because it's a more intensive process, and so we can't replicate it, you know, consistently without, I don't know, putting ourselves in extreme pain or danger or something.
I don't know.
I have no idea. And now, these are also questions that you ask and you get answers that you don't really like sometimes.
Me myself. Or
Everybody,
Just in general.
just in
Oh,
general.
yeah, because it's like, well, you know, you're gonna die.
Yeah, people are gonna die. Who the fuck, like, it sucks.
I guess I just like asking questions for things we've all kind of accepted.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing.
Knowing that it is right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I still want to know the reason.
Right, no,
Yes.
but I think it's good to ask questions like that. It's good to always, like, question things. Now, not in the sense that, like, you should be questioning everything your fucking doctor says. Like, not in that sense of, like, skepticism. And it is good to have a healthy dose of skepticism, but you should also be willing to trust professionals.
You don't mean
their
just
field.
doctors, like
Not just doctors, any profession.
I mean, read up on the qualifications of your person and
Yes.
question that.
And it's okay to question what they say occasionally if it doesn't really check out with what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
think, but, like, you know, yeah, it's extremely expensive biologically. Yeah, plus it requires 2 external donors based on the current biological process, right?
Yeah.
Or at least for most species.
That's the other thing I'm fascinated with is like why
Lobsters never die.
didn't shut up? Why didn't Colin Farrell tell me that? Why didn't everything end up asexual? Because
Something realized at some point that having a monoculture for a species is a bad idea because that means that if
like
something cracks the genetic, like the bananas,
I thought I'd say like the VHS.
like the VHS, it's always the VHS tape.
It all comes back to VHS.
No. You know what happened to bananas in the 1940s, right?
Oh, you're gonna tell me that every banana we eat now is like a clone of the same banana or something?
It used to be. Back in the 1940s, the problem is there was basically every banana.
Shut your mouth.
I'm not fucking kidding, dude. Every banana, and it is still kind of the same thing now, but it's slightly
Huh.
different. We have a different species of banana than we did in the 1940s. Because you want to know what happened? I think it was the 1940s, 40s or 50s. The entire species of banana was a monoculture, and they all developed basically a crippling like blight. And
Right,
because
and
there
so-
wasn't enough
okay.
genetic diversity to
Right.
overcome that.
Yeah, it's like if you intermarry enough, you're gonna have offspring that have like, I guess, problems or disorders. I guess.
Yeah, except for rabbits. Rabbits are fine.
Um,
I'm not kidding. Rabbits just have enough. Rabbits can interbreed like infinitely, and they have enough genetic diversity between what, like,
really?
yeah, rabbits are literally just designed to fuck endlessly and just keep making offspring.
Well, because they're so
Rabbits are a prey animal that's designed to make so
Exactly.
many of
Like-
itself that like it's gonna survive somehow.
They're designed through their survivability is through quantity rather than quality.
Yes.
They are not. They're a very I can't think of the word, but they're a very yielding creature.
Sure.
They're easily killable. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's easy to make them stop living. Like I
Yeah.
don't know.
Because of the need for different specializations and semi-random variation and asexual reproduction limits. Yeah, asexual reproduction limits that genetic diversity that can come out. The semi-random variation is important to evolution as a species. Also, Walker Pierce, I believe power should be working now. Actually, Luke, if you want to do the honors, go ahead and just type the word power in the chat. Or a sentence with the word power in it.
No one man should have all that. Did I do it?
You did it.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Was it a noise?
It might not be working right.
No, it's working. It stopped.
Walker Pierce, hit him with the power. Also, all this stuff should be working now, I think.
I always wanted to date a girl called The Power.
Going back to this.
That's still one of my absolute favorite lines from that
It's
show.
a good fucking
and it's in
line.
the first episode.
Yeah.
That species as a whole was struck by a fungus, and the modern eaten species are inbred clone of itself to be seed.
Yeah.
The banana?
The banana.
Oh, that particular one that got blighted.
Yeah. Well, the modern bananas as well.
Modern bananas have seeds, though.
Not in the way that old bananas had seeds.
You're gonna look at me in my eye and tell me that I'm wrong. Am I wrong? I unpeeled a banana and it had seeds in it, Doug. The plantains from the south, bro. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
God. Because otherwise I sound like I'm out of my mind.
Banana. With seeds.
Oh, wow. How can you even eat that?
Very difficultly.
If they don't have those anymore,
I mean, they have them somewhere.
then how'd
but
you get that picture? Okay.
They have them somewhere, but no, they look like this.
Oh, wow. That looks disgusting.
It does, which is probably why we bred it to not look like that.
That's a trypophobic, like...
Yeah, that
Horror.
really is a trypophobic fucking nightmare.
I don't like that. Really,
wild
yeah.
seeded bananas, as opposed to what we have now, which is it's like seedless watermelon or seedless anything else, seedless grapes. Like we just bred the seeds out of it and started cloning it because it's easier than dealing with seeds and everything.
It's weird how you can breed seeds out of something because seeds are how you breed stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's a very strange idea. The problem
Yeah.
with that becomes then you get companies which will actually like sell farmers seedless variants without really telling them that they're seedless variants, and then they just repeatedly sell them the seedless variants because they obviously don't get any seeds to make their own plants.
Yep. And because the seed has a lot of the life thing in it, it's just not as nutritious, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
There's a word for it, but I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only those who have not abandoned hope can turn back the prophecy of doom. They walk forward into the future, no matter how dark and uncertain
It's the
it
same
may
thing
be.
as streaming.
Yeah, it's exactly what streaming
why
is like.
would you sell your consumer a product when you can sell them?
Oh, I thought we were talking about the
Okay.
game thing that got said. You have to walk forward with hope, otherwise you are not able to save anything. It's just like streaming.
Unless you save it illegally? No, no, it's like why?
No, if you ask me, I'll
they're
give you a
renting
copy.
the food, not
If you ever ask me, I'll give you a copy of the fucking stream. I'm not even kidding. If you DM me, I will just be like, yep, here's this fucking stream. I don't care.
I'm pretty sure the old species of banana still exists in limited quantities and are what banana flavored candy is
Yes,
based on.
that's all banana flavored candy was originally based off of that. That's why you don't see a ton of banana. That's why it's so sweet. That's what the old bananas would taste
Well,
like.
that's also why it tastes different.
Yeah, that's why it tastes different than modern bananas. But yeah, that old banana, that old species of banana does exist in limited quantities. It's extremely expensive to get it usually, or at the very least just rare. We could technically make that the like standard breed again, but nobody wants to.
Yeah, I kind of am over apples that taste like candy, which is like all of them,
Fair.
except for the good old G. Smith.
Granny Smith. I don't like Granny Smiths because I think that they're too tart.
Yeah.
but it's not like bad by any means. I think that there's other varieties that are fine as well, but there's definitely some that are just like it's really sweet.
Do apples have fiber?
Yes, apples are like all fiber. I'm not even kidding.
Because galas taste like pure sugar. I'm like, this is a candy apple.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
But then other apples I bite, and I'm like, this is just styrofoam.
That's the worst. It's when there's just no taste to it. It feels like you're biting into a giant popcorn kernel. And you're just like, nope. Like, not salted or buttered or anything.
An unpopped one.
No. Like, it's
Popcorn.
popped.
Okay.
But it's like just a giant popcorn kernel.
Gotcha. Popcorn's satisfying, though, man.
I can't deal with it anymore.
Oh, really?
I had a bunch of, when I was in college, for whatever reason, a bunch of guys on my floor would get high and make popcorn, like, every weekend, but the problem is they would always, like, they'd burn the popcorn in the microwave.
Yeah, that would smell bad.
And it just smells like shit. And
Yes,
I could not deal with popcorn for forever.
That's fair.
I was never huge on it, but that really just fucked it up.
Seedless fruits are a byproduct of another phenomenon. Sometimes inside of a fruit, a seed will prematurely start growing another sterile fruit inside it. The seedless process is an extremely version. So, when you eat a seedless fruit, are you eating a fruit that has, like, a bunch of other mini plants in it?
No, you're eating the mini plant, basically.
Seedless fruits are a byproduct of it. Sometimes inside a fruit, a seed will prematurely start growing another sterile fruit inside it.
So you're eating the recursive fruit.
So that when
basically,
when the seed that did that grows into a producing plant, it produces these things that don't have seeds in them because.
And we're just basically manipulating that process to take that thing that's kind of rare and making it the normal thing. Which is neat.
But don't you have to do that every generation? Manipulate it?
Yeah, but there's special plantations that specialize in that basically.
Yeah, and you never want to lose the mother source of it.
Yeah.
Otherwise you're just stuck with these seedless things and then it goes extinct. So it feels to me like a dangerous game, but I also don't.
I mean, it is. Growing anything off of a monoculture is a fucking dangerous game. But it's more efficient, more cost efficient at the very least.
You're taking offshoots from a core that will, eventually terminate because they can't reproduce after a while.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always a risk. There's always a risk.
Sure.
That plant was bred only to produce the mini plant. It's really top level description. Yeah, the actual process, I don't know anything about like industrial biological stuff at all, so I can't really comment too much on it, but it's very complicated. There's a lot of shit going on.
After finding every pure heart, the band of heroes set off for Castle Black.
You remember when we used to put echo on these? And we just stopped.
Steaks.
Word.
You just keep doing each, and then it's like a round.
Yeah. It's a really shitty round.
Could Mario and friends stave off the inevitable? The inevitable. What strange twist of fate? Mario, look what I found. Luigi don't.
He just finds the whole gauntlet ready for him.
It's all. He cuts to DK Island. Did he? Wait, which Nintendo characters would get snapped and which ones would be left behind? That's an interesting question.
You know a bit about a lot of things. Walker Pierce, that's a good position to be in. Don't be fucking sorry for it.
Well, don't they say... No, don't be sorry, yeah, but don't they say a little knowledge is a dangerous thing?
It is. So there's a lot of knowledge.
Like we talk about the German...
Yeah.
In Crystals of the Lost Skull.
Yeah, we were talking about Crystals of the Lost Skull. That's a good name. I'm gonna start using that.
That's the new Breath
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is the name of the movie.
That's Breath of the Wild 3 right there. What's it actually called?
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Tears for the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. It's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
I believe it's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's the fourth Indiana Jones movie for anybody who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Which is prequelizing the fifth one, if you don't know what we're talking about. Which is happening.
Yeah, that I'm tired of.
He's in his 80s.
He really needs to. He doesn't want to do it.
I thought you were going to say he really is.
He really is. I mean, I know he didn't want to do Star Wars anymore. He didn't want to be fucking Harrison Ford.
He just doesn't want to
be himself anymore. Because that's just him. It's just fucking Harrison Ford. He only...
Yeah, kinda.
Harrison Ford really only knows how to play one character, and it's fucking Harrison Ford. I like the ants. The ants were cool. Oh yeah, these guys are still hypnotized.
He's good at it, but yeah, I see. I guess I see your point. I don't know. I don't know enough.
I didn't
of his
like
credits.
the Crystal Skull. Yeah, the Crystal Skull wasn't good.
I mean, believe it or not, that was my first Indiana Jones movie I ever saw.
No, but that's not a bad place to start, I don't think.
I'd rather start there than end there, I think.
Yeah, because ending there sucks.
Because I was like, man, this was really creepy and weird, and I didn't really follow it.
Stealth.
And I'm really young, but at the same time,
And then you go watch.
I want to go see
Raiders
what
of
this
the Lost
character
Ark.
does. So I watched. Yes, that one.
Did you watch the first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Because I was
And
gonna say,
then-
you either watch Raiders of the Lost Ark or you watch
Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. Nobody ever watches 2 first for some reason. Nobody ever watches Temple of Doom first.
Temple of Doom. That's what's called. Okay. Wait. Last Crusade. Yeah.
Last Crusade is the one with
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
Yes,
yeah.
then that's I've seen half of that one.
That's a good movie. That's a fun.
I should sit down and watch all of
It's
it.
genuinely a fun movie.
Yeah.
Aliens. Yeah, it was just aliens. They just fucking gave up on the whole, like, yeah, this is a... Sure, archaeologist is a fucking loose term, but, like, they gave up on the whole idea of, like, this is an archaeologist going to preserve stuff, and this is now just a dude globetrotting around trying to stop Russians from getting shit with aliens. Indy 1, 2, and 3 were all good. Yes, I'm just saying that most people didn't watch Temple of Doom first.
That's when we're short round, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
Okay, Dr. Jones. It was fun. It's a good movie.
I've only seen 1, and then half of 3, and then 4 I saw first, obviously. 'Cause I was a kid.
There we go.
They were like, we're gonna go to the movie theater and watch this thing, and I was like, who's this guy? And they were like, oh, it's Indiana Jones, and I was like, okay,
They're like, who the fuck is that?
like cool. I know who Shia LaBeouf is, and they're like, yeah, okay, we'll go.
Close enough.
Yeah. And my mom was like, are they trying to set up Shia LaBeouf as like the new Indiana Jones?
They didn't even really.
It's
try.
it's up to you whether or not that's a good or bad thing that didn't stick.
I don't. It's like Nero and DMC. Like in DMC 4, they tried to set up Nero as like the person to be taking over for Dante, like the protege almost, who's like gonna like take over, and they did it, and everybody. Nero as a character in DMC 4 is just kind of a whiny bitch for the most part. Not that it's like an inherently like awful thing, but it's not the best either.
I literally was like, Coops though? Like
Yeah,
seeing
Coops.
him in the background.
Oh, how did that not? Okay. I guess it's a good thing I came here first. I don't remember my way around this castle at all. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, like they tried to set Shia LaBeouf up as like, the new Indiana Jones, and it worked out like Nero.
It felt like it. I don't know if that's really what they were gonna do. I don't know.
Yeah, and the worst part about the movie is the resolution, because yeah, the aliens sorted out the Russians, so there was no fucking issue anywhere.
Wasn't that the same way 1 ends, because God just kind of takes care of the Nazis?
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily. You know what the problem is? That's exactly what the problem is. It's that they just copied the first fucking movie. They made it aliens instead.
And Russians instead of Germans?
Yeah.
But I thought she was German.
I think she was Russian in that movie.
Oh, then
I'm fairly certain.
Then yeah, I just might be thinking right. I just put
I'm
pieced that
fairly
together
certain
now.
it was Russians in that movie.
Gotcha. I mean, the time period would have worked out because it was after all the German stuff.
Yeah. Actually, you know what I do like about that movie? I like the beginning scene where he's in a nuke town. He's in like a
Oh, and
simulation
he
town,
hides
and he
in
hides
the-
in the fucking
yeah.
fridge. He's like, this is just
Yeah.
lead. It should work. It wouldn't work, and he probably would have died for several reasons.
Oh, yeah, I think almost every scientist
blunt
after that
force
movie
trauma-
came out was like he would die.
Yeah, blunt force trauma, like, even notwithstanding, like, he would have died to, like, 20 different things. Yeah, the Crux was looking for the Ark itself. It became the Germans, yeah. Yeah, they were just trying to find the Ark. And in that movie, they knew, like, they already had the Crystal Skull. It was them fighting over the Crystal Skull and trying to keep the Russians from getting it. And then trying to keep them from doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do at the end. And then they ended up doing it anyway, and it killed them.
Yeah, that's...
Which is honestly funny, but I don't know if it's a really good movie premise. How did... Okay. Best part about this game, you can just skip everything. Fuck you. Don't teleport to me. Okay, fine. Man, they really pulled out all the stops, huh? All 2 of them. I only recently realized that that term refers to organs. Pulling out the stops.
Like piano organs?
Yeah.
That's okay. That's the second thing I thought you meant.
You thought, what, human organs?
Yeah,
Like
I thought you
body
meant like
organs?
unplugging somebody
No, pulling out all
from
the
a
stops.
machine so you could get their organs donated.
No, pulling out all the stops refers to the stops on like a pipe organ. Because there's stops and those denote how much power.
Eric, who's your favorite Chainsaw Man character?
Yeah, by the way, that works for everybody in chat once. Every stream. It's like every like 5 minutes or something I set it up. Whenever you just say power, I have a bot set up now that just automatically starts doing that. Alright, this is a big blank room.
Went out again.
Oh, you fuck. I need it set up to not lock this fucker.
Oh my god!
Good news, it's still working. It's Wario saying, oh my god. Wow! I'm glad everything's working at least. Alright, so what the fuck is in this room? Dippy? Ah.
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 I always would love it if there's like a hint character that'd be like, I wonder if Bowser's flames could light this, and she'd try it, and then she's like, oh, I was wrong,
Damn.
and then just like it doesn't work.
That's why I can't make video games, because I'll do shit like
Yeah.
that constantly, just to be dumb.
And you're like, yeah, it's funny, but there's a reason we don't do that in video games.
Yeah. How do they go out?
Yeah, I think you have to light them all before the first one goes out. Even though you can't see the first one by the time you get to the end, you just have to like hope and then run back to the first, maybe though. Or is there a further one?
No clue.
Or is there like a door that only appears when all are lit? That'll never work if it's all at the end of the thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I probably gotta use carry. I'd already started walking by the time I thought about
What was-
using carry.
What was that rumble though?
I think that just happens randomly.
Can you flame while you can't?
It's a shame. But carry does let you move faster. That was definitely all of them lit.
Yeah, it was. So I don't know.
Is it a particular order?
Do you have to go Do you have to light them all and then go sideways as Mario? And see something that only appears while they're lit?
Maybe. I don't know.
Or it's like a door on either side of the room that you just have to like book to.
Could be. Fucking run, B. Please tell me there's a door. Fleep? You thinking Fleep?
Maybe order.
No, Fleep's optional, isn't he? Fleep's an optional pixel. I don't think that they would do anything. Yeah, it might be an order thing. Let me look at these.
Oh, the order of them. Okay. Is me like the amount of like dangly little balls they have?
That's what I would be thinking, but I think... No, they're not repeating. If you're stuck, flip. Trust me, we tried that.
Remember, if you flip, you're stuck.
You were stuck forever in hell. Remember, kids, if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
Luigi.
Luigi. I do have to say it was very fun to see a bunch of the streamers I've been hanging out with recently reference the fucking Captain Lou Albano bits. Just because it's nice.
That implies that if you didn't do drugs, like,
your afterlife would still be the same regardless. It's just that one makes it happen sooner.
Yeah.
Wait, what order did you do then? Because it rumbled.
That's the thing. I don't know if the rumbles are related or not. Because you can't fucking see.
Yeah, okay. By the time you get all flipped, they're starting to go out.
Yeah, you go to hell before you die. That's my favorite part about it. It just says you go to hell before you die. Let me see here. Can't believe I'm getting stuck on 8-1. Yeah, no, the rumble was unrelated. It just seems to be happening randomly. I want to point out how awful IGN's guide is, like, formatted. I would like to not... I would like to not use IGN, but I don't have the fucking energy to go looking for a guide for this right now. Treasure chest, Castle Black Key... after saving at the block, ignite them in with Bowser in the same pattern as the ones in the previous room. Okay, so it's just looking for them in a specific order. According to the ones in the previous room, you know, that they don't really mention and you kind of just fly past. The Vortex is still going and consuming all worlds. That's the rumble, yeah. I knew what it was, I just didn't explain it. Even if you get to heaven, you have to make a pit stop in hell first. Let's just say I hope you're not too attached to your toenails, exactly.
Well, I'm not once I flip them up.
I mean, we can always fix that. Don't have to worry about clipping them again. But yeah, that's what the rumble is. It's everything, like, we're inside the vortex.
I've been feeling really congested lately. It's affecting my voice, so my tone ails.
Yes.
My tone ails.
It doesn't whine. It ails.
My tone ails.
Yeah. Anyway, guess who it is.
Foldable boy. I don't remember his name.
Foldable boy. His name is Ochunks.
Ochunks, that's what it is, yeah. You're going down, chunky boy. Big dude's gotta fight the big dude. We all know this rule.
Very thick Scottish accent.
Bring it, Beardo.
I think Beardo would have been better. Welcome to the Late Late Show with deep voice Luke. What are you going to accuse me of this week?
Oh yeah, you're a liar.
I am not.
You're a criminal. You're sleepy.
We're all sleepy. I've had egg salad sandwiches chunkier than this guy. Alright, like I said, we're gonna blaze through this as best we can. I realize it's 11:30. Chunk up.
Bet you weren't expecting that. You have to play as Bowser with this part?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, just enough. He's got just enough mobility to get out from under him. Looks like you don't pound the ground fast enough.
This is some speedrun bullshit.
This looks like the intended strategy.
It is, but also I'm pretty sure this is the speedrun strat.
Okay.
You might use like a power punch or something.
Herg.
Urgh.
You could be chunkier than I.
This shouldn't be... Yeah.
You know the Koopas can get knocked out of their shells?
Yes.
Has that ever happened to Bowser?
I don't know. Yeah. Walker Pierce he's already got it, man. Women. Carrie. Yeah, you don't even need fucking Carrie.
Carrie's a woman. Well done. That's an example of a woman.
Oh, yeah.
Warg. Oh, shoot.
The ceiling fell down.
Bowser. Come on, Bowser.
Look at Ochunks.
You saved us? Well, he kind of...
Yeah.
He kind of saved himself, too, you know what I mean?
It's Wamu.
Like...
Luke has been... Luke really likes Wamu from JoJo Part 2. And it's good.
I do like that villain. I did enjoy that villain very much.
Yeah.
You got more chunks in you than I thought. Bowser, what are you doing? Stupid, super stupid bros. Get the princess into the next room now, but I said go.
You just stand there, staring at him.
Alright, Bowser.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's why you have to play as Bowser for this fight.
the little, like... The little look back that Peach gives him
Yep.
when they're walking through, that's nice.
I mean, like, at some point, when it happens like 20 times and you're getting kidnapped like 20 fucking times by the same dude, at some point it just becomes casual nonsense.
Oh, I just meant, like, for this narrative, I like that they threw in little character moments like that.
This is just King Bubbling from Twilight Princess. I've never played Twilight Princess.
Your hands are quivering.
Yeah, they're just sitting there having a fucking tough guy contest over who's gonna...
There's definitely a way that you could both get out from under it and go, alright, you got your fingers out? You got your finger? Okay, go, right, here, go.
And then
Alright,
everybody
okay,
loses
alright.
both their fingers because they're too fucking stupid. But yeah,
Alright.
they just do that.
Pivot. Also, Chunks clearly had it handled. That was an unnecessary death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was entirely unnecessary, but also they did it.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Yeah, this is literally just like, oh, they're dying.
I
Like, they
love
got-
how Count Black is not pulling any punches.
Yeah, they're dying. Like, Bowser and No Chunks just died. Period.
Well,
They got crushed.
yeah. They're out of commish.
Yeah. They're completely out of the story. And we've talked about how the underworld exists in this, and you're not supposed to be able to come back from it. But in that particular case, I don't think any of them actually died. Dementio just sent them there.
Okay.
Also, Dementio sent them there because that was where the last Pure Heart was. I want to point that out. Dementio has been, like, fucking with us the whole time.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's because he wants the... Like, I can't tell if it's because he wants the lovers to get reunited, and he's got his own game of, like, good going on, or if it's because he is actually a bigger bad than Black and he wants to, like, end up with something big and bad. Like,
Both are valid in this case.
yeah.
Not really knowing.
but I like that they keep it ambiguous.
Yeah, and that's good.
His angle.
Yep.
This is his private castle, right? He let the destruction ravage his own home. What sort of evil plan would be if he destroys himself in the process? Yeah, like, what kind of person who owns property would not preserve it and let it get destroyed?
What kind of asshole wouldn't keep the fucking stove working?
And we as plumbers and carpenters came to fix it, and then we got thrown in jail for preserving this thing. That'd be kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
Castle Blackfoyer. Dude, that's his last name.
His full name is Count Blackfoyer.
Ah, man.
Also, the curse is showing up no matter what plane you're on. Always top quality. And not being able to kill those guys without running around them. Which kind of sucks because you have a D-pad rather than an analog stick, but it's not that big of a deal, really.
Didn't they sell Wii controllers that were more traditional? I've seen them.
Yeah, there's the classic controllers,
There's like oval shaped ones.
which you literally just plug it into the fucking port here, and you just leave it hanging, or you can plug it directly into the Wii. I think in some cases.
Okay. Oh ho ho! You've arrived. Merlon, what are you doing here?
I think that already just answers it.
Fascinating passage in the light prognosticus, so I rushed here to tell you. Oh, I thought he's saying I just found a fascinating passage and I went through it to get here.
Yeah.
Like there was an easier
That would
way.
have been funny,
and
actually.
I didn't tell you.
Like, check out this book.
I made my way through a loophole.
Yeah, and Luigi got sent there directly because Luigi actually died, but Mario and Bowser were actually sent there because Peach ended up in the over there, yeah. So logically, they had to have actually died, yeah. Also, this question mark block?
Which one?
Oh, sorry, exclamation point block.
Oh, okay. I was like, this is a test. I would like it in the Dragon Quest games. You get little coffins that follow you if your party members are like temporarily dead.
Yeah.
So I would like if there was just like a big Bowser-sized coffin like bouncing along behind them
Yeah.
as they walk around the place. It's like you got to get them healed at the next station. Suckers. Yeah, I was gonna say, why would Merlon be all the way out here?
Yeah, I don't know. They forced you into just being an idiot here. It's kind of funny. Hey, look, a crack in the wall. Wonder what the fuck we're gonna do with that.
Release the crack in the wall. Big tentacles start bursting through the wall. I don't know.
I would love that. You're just like, hey, look, this thing that we've been doing the entire game, and suddenly it's a threat.
I mean, with the mixed media stuff, I would like it if the next thing they did with paper would be to just have it tear and have real life things come in.
They do that in some games.
But I feel like I've never seen Nintendo use live action like before, really.
No, they don't tend to do a ton of live action stuff. Now, they have the rights to Super Hornio Bros, which is the porn parody for Mario Brothers.
Go back like 2 or 3 sentences and try that all again.
Are we talking about mixed media? You
Yes.
said Nintendo doesn't do live action stuff.
And which I get because it's very iffy of how live action is going to work in video games.
Yeah.
And then you said,
Yeah, they did Sticker Star. You had real scissors. That's true. Walker Pierce just said that.
oh,
But no, they do have rights to Super Hornio Bros, which is just the porn parody from Super Mario Brothers.
Horn
Hornio,
EO.
like horny.
And it is
It is a porn parody of Super Mario Brothers.
in what media? Medium?
It's just live action,
Oh, okay.
but they own the rights to it.
Why?
Because they didn't like that people were making parody. So that was put out in like the mid '80s, like right after Super Mario Brothers released, I think.
As an actual,
Or like
Is it-
maybe like late '80s.
as an actual back when
It is real porn.
back when it was in theaters.
Well, not theaters, but yeah,
Okay, well, it did used to be in like
the distribution.
yeah theaters and stuff. They had like I forget what they call those theaters. Wow,
So they did have the reason that Nintendo has the rights.
because they wanted them to stop.
They own
producing
the
it.
rights, yeah. They wanted to stop it from being distributed. They literally bought it because they couldn't win in a legal fight because it was a parody.
So they paid him a bunch of money to stop doing it.
Yeah, they just bought the fucking thing out from
So-
under him and then recalled all of the tapes.
If you want to make a lot of money, just have sex on camera wearing a Mario hat.
Yeah, and get Nintendo
and
to pay for it.
Then, and then get Nintendo to pay you to stop showing people it.
Anytime you're paying somebody to get somebody else to stop showing a thing,
Yeah.
you're winning automatically.
You have that's a constant faucet that you can just keep dripping from.
You have won in that case. Whatever the fuck you might be doing.
I mean, not if you sell it once and for all, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's
They
that
own-
took me a minute. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
they bought the porn to prevent any more from being made. They literally bought the rights to the shitty fucking parody so that they didn't have to deal with the parody anymore.
Oh, and a lot of stuff in Crafted World, Yoshi's Crafted World, does look like real life.
Yeah, and Yoshi, or Kirby's Epic Yarn,
Yep.
stuff like that. Like there are a bunch of series where that exists.
Not just to recall the tapes. They wanted to.
Yeah,
no
they
future
canceled
potential
any
installment.
future installment. Like it was funny. Like they were just like, we don't want anybody to do anything with this IP ever again,
But
please.
can't someone make a new porn IP about Mario, or do they own all porn-related IP with Mario?
I mean, I think they own. Oh, I know what that Switch does now. Okay. Theoretically, somebody. I mean, like, I think at that point, Nintendo would just issue like a cease and desist if they got it again.
Okay.
But it's not like it hasn't happened. But that particular case got weirdly popular.
Huh. It's the only time I can think of a company getting out ahead of the Rule 34.
Right?
Like,
It's very rare that they actually get out ahead of it.
which I kind of have to almost like,
I can respect it.
yeah, like acknowledge that there was technically an accomplishment there.
Yeah. It's a weird accomplishment,
It's a weird
but
one, but it's one nonetheless.
I don't know. What the fuck do I want for that? I have a Thunder Rage. I don't know if I really need this. I think I'd rather keep healing. Get rid of one of these long last.
Remember when I said
shakes.
yeah, we trying to prevent art from getting lost to time? It's fine if some of it does.
It is okay if some of it does occasionally. You just gotta look at it and be like, that's alright.
That's we didn't.
That's okay. Like, did
that
people
doesn't-
really need to see,
Mario and Luigi double teaming?
yeah.
Do we need to see that?
It's a double date.
Our favorite damsel? Do we really need to see that?
Probably not, but here it is. Mind you, I want to point out, Mario in that was played by Ron Jeremy, who's like one of the most famous porn stars ever. Like,
Okay.
he's a genuinely like recognized name for like a whole generation of people
In porn or just in general?
in general.
Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of people in the industry who are so famous. Like, I would know their names.
There aren't that many.
I can't think of any
'cause-
besides, I think Jenna Jameson was
Fair.
a famous sex actress.
1, 2, 3. Oh, I know what we need to do. Okay.
And she's not really a sex actress, but I know Kim Kardashian got famous because of a, like, sex
Yeah,
film.
yeah.
A sex video that got. So
yeah,
I'm not
initially.
really counting that.
That she got more popular because of it. She was like vaguely popular.
But because it's not a career-based thing, I mean, it helped her career.
sure.
But that wasn't her main thing that she was producing.
Yeah, especially at the time because Mario
Yeah, I
was such
can't
a,
think of any besides
well,
Janet Jameson.
like Walker Pierce is saying, the reason that they said that, or the reason that they bought the rights was because, again, Mario was kind of new at the time. And so buying the rights, it was probably a good thing to do, to keep from the brand being damaged so early on because Super Mario Brothers was popular.
I mean, does that happen now where people get their brands damaged because of Rule 34? Because I feel like it's so commonplace now that nobody even bats an eye.
I mean, I think it's just people see it more now because the internet's an easy place to get access to a lot of media.
Or at least, even if you're not seeing it, like, you are knowing it exists because people are joking about it.
Yeah. So I want to go here. I'm learning, guys.
I'm trying to think, like, I know when Overwatch came out, there was a bunch of stories of, like, just a massive amount of porn being produced about the Overwatch characters.
There's still a lot of porn being produced about
Which,
Overwatch
as
characters.
the character-
It's because the models are made for PC and they're generally pretty high quality, and so people were just like, yeah, we can mess with these.
And with video game bodies, you can generally idealize them a lot of the
Yeah.
time. Or they already are. They already are proportioned to be idealistic.
yeah, sensitivity towards like porn was way different at the time. We're talking about like the mid '80s, like into the early '90s. That was the middle of the evangelical like nonsense, all the like panics, like moral panics and stuff. And so there's a chance that people would have reacted far differently, and it could have caused genuine issues as far as like brand recognition. That did happen with a couple games, I think. Not necessarily the porn immediately, but like other things influenced them.
Is he just some guy, or does he look like Mario?
No, he's just some dude. He
Okay.
actually kind of looks like Captain Lou Albano. Funny enough.
Does he really?
Yeah, so he
Wow.
kind of looks like Mario, I guess, if you want
That's
to put it that way. We got the key, so okay.
Oh, I only know she's a sex actress or sex worker, porn industry actress, because whatever you want to call the term. I only know this because I looked up what she did in her career after being on Boy Meets World, but the redhead from the redhead who joins the cast in like the college seasons.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember her character's name. Did you think I was talking about Topanga for a second?
No.
Okay,
It
no.
was funny to listen to.
Yeah, it's like she did like the late stages of the seasons of Boy Meets World, and then like people approached her and were like, "You'd be great in porn," and she did it.
She was like, yeah, sure, why not?
And
Everybody got to make money somehow.
That was an interesting Wikipedia dive to just be like, oh, and now she's like a esteemed porn director. Like,
Cheers.
all right,
Fucking great.
slash actress. Like,
Yeah, that's awesome. Fucking great.
it wasn't immediately after Boy Meets World, I should say.
No.
They didn't come to like a teen actress and be
No,
like-
no.
It was when she was already like in her 30s. It was like years later.
Well, sure.
Yeah. So that was interesting. I don't remember her name.
Yeah, Diva's
but
still
she's the red of Boy Meets World.
Diva still tops year-end charts for like porn popularity, apparently.
Diva is
according
still
to Walker
number one
Piercy.
statistically in year-end charts. So I know there's like Diva. I know Tracer is a character.
There's so fucking many Overwatch characters.
Sure.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I fucking own myself on that one.
I don't know if that would affect. I don't know if that's affected Overwatch's brand. Except
mean,
for the fact that again,
It's probably made it more popular.
yes, but it does kind of. It is to that point of like I do now have that association from that news story, whereas I never would have had that news association with association in the news with
and
Mario.
Back in the 80s, it was a lot more like, it was looked at in a lot more negative light usually, and so it would have been way more damaging to the brand. But
Okay.
nowadays, you look at Overwatch, it was actually funny. So Overwatch 2 came out recently. We've talked about this. So they closed down the original Overwatch and put in Overwatch 2, which is basically the same fucking game with some updated maps.
That's not, you know,
It's not a sequel, but I'm not even gonna like bother with that because that's not the point I'm trying to make.
that's kind of a semantic argument at that point about what word you call it. That
Yeah,
happens all the time with
You can call it a 2.0
multiplayer
update or
yeah,
whatever
like,
the fuck you want to call it. It doesn't really matter.
But please continue.
I don't care that much about it anyway, but it was funny because they specifically mentioned, yeah, we're taking down original Overwatch, we're going to put up all new assets for everything, we're giving everybody new character models, and as soon as everybody heard that, they were like, oh, yo, new porn models. Because of course they
Did they really?
There was a significant group of people who were like excited about that, and then they said, here's the shitty part. So they went, yeah, we're going to encrypt all the model data so that nobody can get into the new models.
So they can never acquire the
So they
assets.
can never acquire the assets
Let me
for
guess.
those models.
Some guy in a basement cracked it in 24 hours.
4 days. 4 days. Walker Pierce said it too. 4 fucking days. I
Wow.
literally was waiting for the article.
At least that's longer than I thought.
I came home every day and was just sitting there watching and waiting to see what like
For the model to get
for the,
cracked.
I was
so they
waiting
could
for the
start-
news to break because
so
I
they
knew
could
I would
start
see
making
it.
porn out of it, or
No, I
just
don't
have
care.
the model in general.
I don't care about Overwatch porn. I don't care about Overwatch.
I don't
anything.
mean that. I
Yeah.
mean just because
I was waiting for the news to break.
because of the comedy of it
Yeah.
being like, well, of
Yeah, I
course
was-
they figured it.
You can't dangle the carrot in front of their fucking face.
I'm saying knowing that was the motivation, and just
Yeah.
being like, okay, well,
You cannot dangle the carrot in front of their face and expect it to not do anything.
yeah, the model encryption
Like,
was broken. In
I
4
really
days.
don't know what they expected there.
I feel like that happens like. Well, didn't you post a thing about NFTs that way, where it's like, hey, this is supposed to be not copyable, and then you're like, they copied it.
Yeah. Literally every fucking time anything
So
happens.
now all it does is waste a ton of money, energy, and resources, and exploit the cost of things, and also doesn't even give the product
Yeah.
of what it's trying to promise, which is this uncopyable thing.
It's great.
But we live in the internet where everything is copyable,
Yeah.
even if it's not a perfect copy. But I think in that case you said it would be a perfect copy. It would just be the thing. Like you could just get the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, in that case you would be able to just get the thing.
Not like the VHS. You're getting
Yeah.
the actual one.
Realistically, I mean, if you wanted to make something like uncopyable, you make an analog.
Yeah.
You make an analog copy of it. That's the only thing that's distributable for it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem here comes, these things are just kind of
Oh.
annoying.
So now people can use the assets of the models in their own 3D software. Because
just
the
do whatever, yeah.
Because the encryption was broken.
Yeah, the encryption was broken and the models just exist now.
Okay.
So now they can just do that.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's funny. This is fucking nuisance. You know what?
Because we kind of forget, like, oh, well, video game, or, like, companies make things, and the individual, like, doesn't have as much resources as the company, so how are they supposed to, like, keep up with it? It's like, they can do it.
They could just do that.
I saw this one meme that was like, the company, the technology's not there yet. Some guy in his basement, I did it.
Yeah, that's literally it. When somebody has enough passion for it, they're gonna fucking do it.
Wow.
That's kind of the neat part about
Yeah.
like random individuals doing stuff. Anyway, they did incorporate motion controls. We just don't use them most of the time because it's dumb. Not that I think the motion controls were bad, but they're gimmicky. Well,
Yeah, I wonder why something like the touchscreen worked so well for the DS, but motion controls for the Wii was kind of like forced a little bit in some game mechanics.
I think it's because it was forced that it didn't end up panning out well. People didn't know what to do with it.
Whereas DS games literally were designed for the DS.
Yes, they were
Yeah.
designed for the DS. These were designed as a console, and occasionally people were like, what are we going to do with the motion controls?
Yeah.
They also weren't that well developed. You gotta remember, this is just an infrared sensor in the Wiimote
Yeah.
that's checking like for a signal, and like it's an accelerometer in here too.
I can't deny though, when I first started playing with a Wii, I was like, we're in the future, and I'm privileged.
Yeah, I think everybody
I'm
was.
privileged to be here.
I think everybody was feeling that at the time. That's why the Wii sold so well.
And now it's just like, man, when I like shoot, like doing the bow and arrow and riding the horse is so fun in Breath of the Wild because it feels so good.
Yeah,
Even on the light, which isn't like its own separate, I can't pull the remote off and use it. It just still feels good to tilt the console and you look in that direction.
yeah, it's great. It's
Oh
cool.
my god!
Wow. Okay. I'm currently studying different cryptocurrency technologies for my certifications, and the technology behind and the baseline concept of blockchain is wildly fascinating. Still hate NFTs. That's exactly how I feel. I haven't done nearly as much research into it, into the actual technologies, but like the idea itself, fascinating. I actually really like the idea of cryptocurrency to a certain extent, but the problem is everybody who's into cryptocurrency is a fucking con artist, or at least most of them.
Yeah, well, I don't. This is extraordinarily out of my knowledge pool.
Okay.
I don't know, like,
Do you want to learn?
I don't know how blockchains and NFTs relate to each other. I don't know what a blockchain is. All I know is an NFT is a picture that is really expensive and you can't copy it, but people still did. That's all I really know. And it uses apparently a ton of energy. That's all I know about it.
Yeah, that's really all you need to know.
Okay.
In like a vague sense, basically people are stupid.
Is she the green girl again?
Yeah. And she's trying to get us by giving us a bunch of things that we hate, but we're telling her that we hate things that are good for us because it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
So now we get, I think the next 3 rooms are boss fights that she sets up, and if you answer, you can literally get Francis, the boss for like chapter 4 or 5, the like chameleon. But she just leaves shit for you because she's like, oh, what do you hate the most? And we're like, I would like, I hate healing. I hate feeling good. And she's just like, you got it, Chief. Free Thunder Rage. I love this bit.
I'm trying to think of like a Luigi bit where he's like, oh no.
And then cooking mistakes all over the
Please.
fucking floor.
Please don't use...
Don't leave fucking cooking mistakes. Actually, this is more annoying than fighting Francis. I scratch that. I would have rather fought Francis than dealing with the fucking mistakes all over the floor. It's supposed to be used for providing for an uneditable public ledger for business records. Yeah, it's to show. Yeah. No, I totally get that.
Oh, so like a stenographer's court records that can't be copied and fudged.
Precisely.
Oh wow.
Precisely.
Yeah, that is useful to have the true McCoy.
It's useful, and people are using it for shoving cryptocurrency into it, and like saying that an
or
image is
selling
worth...
things really expensive for the sake of status and just
You're selling a piece of data that says you own this thing that doesn't really exist. It's the equivalent of walking up. This analogy gets used and it's not entirely accurate, but the analogy gets used. It's like you walked up and bought a receipt that says you own the Mona Lisa from a guy in the broom closet next to the fucking Mona Lisa in the Louvre.
Well, that's how they sell stars.
Yep, it's the same idea.
Yeah. All right, I finally thought of an item.
Put everything you hate in there.
Luigi's like, tell her you hate paddles, Mario. I would hate it if. Gosh, that would just be no.
That would
Luigi,
be
we're trying to tell her things that we enjoy, not things that cause us pain. There's a difference.
Yeah, Luigi's just immediately a masochist.
Mario's like, Luigi's like that. There's a what? There's a difference. I'm sorry.
I keep having to lean over and unlock my computer because I keep forgetting to hold up, screensaver. Just don't put a screensaver on. Don't lock the computer. It's sitting in my room. If somebody manages to come in here, sneak in here, and grab whatever the fuck they want while I'm, like, off in the kitchen making food, fuck it.
I do like that they put cute outfits on a character that's basically just like 7 polygons.
I mean, in this case, it's not even polygons. Because polygon would imply that it's... I mean, like... I guess in that sense, yeah.
Oh, I just mean literally in a drawing way, not not in a video game way.
Yeah.
I just mean shapes when I say
I mean, it's
that.
still it's still polygons, technically. Except maybe the dress. I don't know about the dress.
I mean polygon in the geometry definition, not the,
Yeah.
Oh, right, because the dress has curved edges, so yeah, I'm not sure.
It probably is just an approximation. So it's just like, it's actually got lines, but it looks
bunch
like
of
it's
tiny
curves.
little lines.
Yeah.
You're the one that's always having to get rescued by boys. That's embarrassing.
Oh no, please no ghosts, and definitely don't let it be the 7 foot tall muscular daisies to whisk me away. That would be the worst.
That would be
Completely agree.
That would be the worst.
If somebody animated that, I would fucking voice that in an instant.
7 foot tall muscular daisies.
I really, honestly, kind of do want to get into voice acting. I don't know if I want to take the time to like sit down and like, it's really just an effort and time thing.
Yeah,
is
it's
what
a
it
lot
is.
of takes and
It's
stuff.
just
to throw in.
so many things that I want to try. I've talked about like 3 or 4 different hobbies and stuff that I want to try, just like in the past like 3 hours.
Yeah, the world is full of like really interesting stuff. Try.
Oh, we're fighting her as Peach.
I mean, I've thought about that VHS thing before, just being like, oh, that'd be really cool.
yeah, and there's so much cool stuff you can do with it. Anyway, she pissed Peach off, I guess.
I
so.
do love the idea. She's like, I can't believe you'd say such a thing, and Luigi's like, I don't know, princess.
I don't know,
She
man.
makes a good point.
Mr. Game & Watch is actually 3D, but he has depth scale set to near 0. Yeah, he does have a thickness in Smash Brothers.
He's Oscar proud.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm so glad that you got that, by the way.
That's such a stupid... Trude!
Trid it.
Fucking hell. I almost want to go back and watch The Proud Family, not because I really cared about the show that much, not that it was bad or anything. I want to go back and look at the background animations, or like the background scenery, because all of them were like the stupidest looking shit ever. Like the most low effort. Literally, there's a bit where they're in the store and they go up to the register and there's just like basically a stick figure with a smiley face at the register, and you just don't see it because it's there for like maybe 3 seconds.
Oh, in the background?
In the background.
Oh.
It's a static image of just like, here's the cash register and here's this random like smiley face stick figure that's running the register, and that's it.
Oh.
It really added to the stylization of the show, honestly. Daisy and Luigi have a healthy relationship. Yeah. Anyway, so now we get this again.
Well, they're not very clingy to each other.
No.
They're interdependent, not codependent.
Yes. And that's important.
Oh, she does look like a crumpled up piece of paper, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a real life one. Try not to cry or all your pretty makeup will run. Time to go bye-bye, princess. Okay, I'm detecting a lot of, like...
There's a lot of hostility here.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. Alright, I remember this fight. Fuck off.
There's a lot of boss fights, like, that are just enemy produces the thing that can hurt them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time that's almost like a traditional part of enemy design nowadays. Not to say that it's like good or perfect or anything. I think it's got some issues with it. Ow. Good shot, Chief.
Well, I'm thinking of, like, Donkey Kong games.
Yeah, Donkey Kong games are particularly bad about it.
Well, Donkey Kong, you can still jump on them. Like, you can still just jump on their heads. But then other times they'll be like, I throw this particular projectile and only that projectile can hurt me. Why do I produce the thing I'm vulnerable to?
Yeah, because it's funny.
Monopoly.
I guess. Never let him see your next move, kid.
I do like
And
that
he
she...
just shoots himself in the face.
I do like that she crouches under the umbrella. It's like...
Yeah, it's nice little touches like that that I really appreciate in this game.
Like I've told you before, I don't really have fun like playing fighting games. Well, I do when
We're
we're
playing
just
the
like
JoJo fighting game.
when we're okay. When we're just messing around, but I mean competitively and like getting real good at everything and all that
Sure.
stuff. I'm like, it's not my particular type of like wheelhouse, but one of my favorite things about the idea of participating in the creation of one would be the character design.
Yes.
Of like coming up with all those characters, and it's like, okay, they all have a block, but you can do a block for them in different ways. Like it's just kind of these different, and not only is it stylistically different, like her duck is being under an umbrella, but what can, rather than it just like the fact that you can make it look different is cool between these different characters.
Yeah, it is.
But can you also then say, okay, let's let it like be different, like have this other like aspect to it, or something
Right.
would affect, I don't know, just like the way it's used in the game, which is how you get fighting, and that's like I'm kind of glad we don't have as many fighting games that are just like, hey, all these characters kind of look different, but they play similarly. We just like coming, and that's fine because it's still fun to come up with different characters.
There's a certain amount of normalization that you kind of need in a fighting game to some extent, but also it's fun when you have those wacky like characters where you just like, here's the character design, it does some crazy bullshit, and also you need to press every button in the game to do it.
And I like that when it's bred from something artistically motivated, like, hey, let's just give a girl a really different thing. And then that ends up blending into, okay, well, how can she play differently because of that different thing? So, like, I don't remember her name, but the girl...
I'm trying to tap jump and throw at the same time, and it's not working because it's bringing up the quick menu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the quick menu is 1 and 2 at the same time, which is the same button,
Gotcha.
but I'm trying to do back and forth.
The girl with the violin from One Step.
Yeah,
And it's
Violet.
like... Violet, okay. I almost thought it was Viola, but I was like, no, she plays violin.
I mean, like, that wouldn't surprise me, but...
She, it's like, it is cool in a combat game like that to be like, let's give her a violin. You know what I mean? But also,
great.
like, well, hold on, how can she just play totally differently, basically?
Right.
So, there's obviously something very bardic about it. That's
Mm-hmm.
Tilt, as shown. I mean, yeah, that does look like a real-life object that they're putting in there.
Yeah, but this is more of an outside-the-game mechanic thing.
For sure.
than-
Your HP will now
Also,
regenerate.
Walker Pierce has been saying things, and I don't have
sorry.
the...
Oh, yeah, I can read. Supposed to be used
capacity
for
to read them.
providing an uneditable public. Oh, we read the part. Oh no, yeah. Did you know Mr. Gaiman? Yeah, we did it. David Haley wrote. I don't like Mimi. Well, no one. Okay, I kind
I think the point is to not like Mimi.
I do kind of like that she is a villain that, like, I like what they went for with her, where it's like she's a cutesy girl that is mean, but then also transforms into a horrifying.
Yeah, just
spider.
random eldritch abomination.
Yeah, and then, well, no one expects DK to be as strong as he is. But he can't, but, like, he gets hurt from bees.
Yeah, he's like simultaneously really strong and really soft-skinned.
I will say, I've never seen I'm not trying to, like, negate what you're saying, but I've never seen an enormous gorilla and been like...
That thing would die to some fucking bees.
And just been like, he's not as strong as he looks.
Gorillas are just stupid strong. I don't like. There's
Gorillas
just
are insanely strong.
there's just a thing that we don't really think about or understand much with with a lot of animals, where it's like, oh, that thing is a lot more dangerous than it looks, but we can't really tell that from just looking at it.
We don't even really have a
Got
benchmark
'em.
for like how corded those muscles are. Really,
No, we don't. Like a chimp will fucking rip you in half, literally.
it makes sense to fund like, yes, their muscle density is so
nuts.
different from ours. Like a man who is jacked is weaker than a gorilla that is thinner.
Yep. Like by a significant margin.
Yes. Yeah, he punched the moon out of orbit. Who did? DK?
Donkey Kong,
Oh,
yeah.
Donkey Kong did that? In which game?
Was it Jungle Beat?
Oh, okay.
Which is a weird game to be talking about and referencing in general, so fair enough if you don't know it, but...
All I know is I can never remember to do the quick tap thing at the end of every Tropical Freeze fight, and
Oh, you would hate Jungle Beat. The fight, it's a rhythm game with some button mashing. With it's the DK Bongo game.
Well, it's not that I can't button mash, it's that it happens so quickly and you have such a slight window, and by the time you're done solving this really difficult, like, it always takes a while for anybody, I think, to find the pattern of a DK boss fight, which is what makes them kind of so, like, fun.
Yeah.
But they're frustrating, and they're kind of, like,
Oh,
fun.
fuck.
They're a fun, frustrating. But by the end, you kind of forget that you're supposed to do a quick, like, there's a final, basically, like, a final, like, there's a final, like, aura thing that Donkey Kong does on the bad guys.
Yeah,
But if you
just gotta mash.
if you miss it, he only does it once.
Yep. Which is kind of funny, right? Actually,
Yeah,
but-
that's true. But you don't get as many, like, nanas. Actually, you only get one nana at the end of the day because they're all clones of each other. Anyway.
That's true.
The umbrella duck is also a shield. Oh, if she ducks with her umbrella. Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
I thought it was a shield, but I didn't want to test that in the middle of the fucking
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you can say, okay, well, this character, that just makes sense as something Peach would do.
Oh, cool,
is
I
to
can
just,
jump
like,
on her.
cover with her umbrella, but then Like it's a nice character individual thing to do. Nobody else does for their deck. Kind of like Luigi pulling his hat down, or whatever,
Right.
You know, and whereas like I don't know, Bowser's so big that he doesn't have any choice but to just kind of turtle and like go down. a
Right,
little
you
bit.
just gotta deal with it.
I like her, but I don't like the spider. It good. I like her, but I don't like the spider. It good. I don't know what your position is.
Unclear.
No. I mean, it's definitely like a thing that we've seen before, where it's like the thing transforms into something else that's creepier. I don't know why it works for me here, mainly because I just don't expect something like that in a Mario game.
Yeah, no, that's like the entire Paper Mario series up to this point. It's just like you really don't expect whatever the fuck they're throwing at you. The writing in this game is great. Like the overall writing in this game, I think is great. The writing in a lot of the games is good, honestly. How long is this fight gonna fucking take, or am I just missing something? I remember her being like invulnerable beforehand, but I think that was for a different reason.
Gorillas are strong, but they prefer to kill with teeth rather than by hitting or tearing.
Yeah, because that's inefficient.
And their bite force is pretty weak by comparison, taking a long time, or taking a long two of biting, kill. Probably just taking a lot of bites and a long time biting to kill people. Yeah, but I
okay,
just
we got
feel
new
like
shit.
they could just, I mean, they could snap me in half and then floss with my spinal cord. Like it
They
would
could.
be insanely.
If they really wanted to, they
Like-
could, but
I know we don't do the face cam or whatever, but my body is that of like
you were a stringy lad.
I'm basically a pale cryptid from DeviantArt, and a gorilla would just not even realize I was there. I think,
And just passed straight through you.
like Wamu.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. I like Mimi. I just don't like spiders. The discomfort is a good thing. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha,
the
gotcha.
spider, I think Mimi's great for that.
Gotcha.
I am fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely better with the horrific stuff when it's packaged in a veneer like this that is so much more approachable.
You can just run up into her. Oh, we're doing a thing. Okay. You can't even see her legs in this fight. It's kind of a shame. But yeah, no. Creepy spider good.
Yeah, I mean, like when I met Quelaag from Dark Souls, I was like, this is like messed up.
Yeah, it's
then when
just fucked up.
And I didn't really think much. I was just like, this is gross. And then when I met her sister, I was like, oh, this is really sad.
It's really, really sad.
This is really sad. I don't know what the most compelling thing about Dark Souls would
Fucking
be
got 'em.
in terms of its atmosphere. Like,
I think it's just overall
very yeah, it's
fucking sniped.
That's another thing where like everything is like this dark, depressing, desolate, ashen wasteland now.
Yeah.
In video games.
And I think that part of that is Dark Souls, but I think also
Yeah.
it was just the time period.
Yeah.
Reset the animation. Sick.
Bear versus gorilla. Bear wins 9 times out of 10. I mean,
That's true, but
really?
yeah, because bears have more natural weapons. Also, how often does that fucking come up? Because last time I checked, bears bears don't really exist in Africa.
I think he's just saying, like, I think it's in the sense of, like, whenever those questions are asked, it's always, like, a theoretical, if they wanted to kill each other type of thing.
Yeah, bears are also just still significantly bigger than gorillas and stronger, which is weird to think about considering we don't really have a scale for that.
That's the thing. I think of...
Most bears are pretty fucking big.
I think of gorillas as bigger than bears. 'Cause
They're bigger than
obviously-
like small bears, like a black
Okay.
bear or something.
Okay.
But they're not as. They're
Oh,
definitely,
well,
like,
I didn't consider if we were talking about small ones versus big ones. I'm sorry.
And like sloth bears are fucking terrifying because they're just aggressive as all hell.
I don't know. I guess I think of, like... I think...
If you lift a chunk of herself, I think we're getting close.
I think... yeah, it's like her hair.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's getting fast. I think we're almost done.
I think... Is there anything about Peach that you need to be Peach for this fight?
No.
Okay.
I guess the parasol is nice for dealing with Mimi's fucking crystal shit.
Was there anything about the Bowser fight you needed to be Bowser?
Doing
the fire, I guess.
I mean, like, Oshunks and Bowser had kind of like a... They had a relationship previously, you know? Where, like, they'd, like, fought each other.
Oh. They did that?
They were like they actively like didn't like each other very much.
Okay.
There was a rivalry.
Are
we fucking done?
This is
Jesus,
just,
that took forever.
They're the two girls, so they gotta fight. I got beat by a princess, someone with a ton of money and resources, and even though she
Hey,
has
money and
here.
resources, and I don't know, maybe she puts it into training equipment. Who the fuck knows?
Did I spank Mimi a little too hard? Luigi's like, what did I miss? You did it, princess.
Dark Souls is a game of false hope. Dark Souls is a game of learning how to let go of things. So in a sense, yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Dark Souls, the entire fucking Dark Souls, like, everything about Dark Souls is about just learning how to let go of things when they're done.
I don't know what's happy about it.
Being able to let go and not dealing with... It's happy in the sense... I wouldn't necessarily call it happy. Relief. Almost.
Well, there's a serenity, I guess, in it.
Yeah, being done with the pain of playing the fucking game forever. No. But being done with the pain of being, like, stuck in this, like, undead curse.
Well, no, I mean, I get happy and sad in the way. Wait, why is she staying, by the way?
I don't remember.
Oh,
she was gonna leave and they just ran off without her, because, I don't know.
You can't stay here. Go find somewhere safe. Yeah, right, like you care.
Wow!
We left, like our monarch in there.
You guys just... it won't open.
Okay, well, the next boss fight is Mario, and then Luigi's gonna beat the... What are you doing? Don't look down. Don't look down. Sorry.
You're good.
Eek. You can spider crawl up walls.
Yeah, she just wasn't.
The castle was shooketh.
It was shooketh. What do we do? I don't know, dude. You can keep walking or you can stand here.
We can't leave the princess. I know it's horrible, but this is, well, the end of the world. Of all worlds, really.
Also, you know what I really don't like about this capture card setup? The aspect ratio is really stretched
On the OBS.
on the OBS overlay, and I think it's because of the capture card in particular. Just the way that it's running the signal through. I don't know if there's a way I can fix that. I'm probably going to crash something trying to fix it. But
what is this game supposed to be in?
it's 4x3.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, it's kind of stretched on our monitor too, isn't it then? Or are these bars on the side?
Those are bars.
Oh, okay.
It's still kind of stretched, but it's not that bad.
Yeah.
That's a little better, I guess.
Will it like lock when you have will it snap to 3x4?
This won't, but that at least looks right.
Okay.
I don't know how to fix this to get it to work with the 4x3 aspect ratio if the converter isn't doing it already.
We must press on. Princess Peach would want it this way.
How do you guys like that? Do you like the 4x3 aspect ratio? Does it look better now? Instead of me trying to stretch everything out to 1920 by 1080? I'm sure this is great because it's funny because I'm actually running 1440p footage into YouTube. So like right above 1080p. But this is like a 480 capture. I might be able to get that cleaner. Enhance. Yeah, it's really what it feels like.
Luigi just looks like a real man.
1600 by 900. We're just gonna keep fucking with this for a minute. I realize that it's kind of a moot point, and
But
it's like
1600 by
fucking midnight.
900 is
It's a
not
16 by 9.
4x3, yeah.
I know. What's a 4x3 aspect ratio?
800 by 600.
Yeah, that's the highest one I could find, I guess.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if there's another one that's like. There we go.
That's pretty close. Yeah, whatever it was like 12 something by 9 something.
Yeah.
It's pretty close.
I was gonna say, where the fuck? There we go. There you go. Have some slightly off-center footage.
I'm worried about Peach, but that's Princess Peach too, Luigi, right? She'd probably be mad at us for wasting time.
Bears are super scary. I mean, they are.
Yeah.
One comparison comes down to equal predators in competition. Gorillas are frequently killed by big cats, only winning like 20% of the time at most.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, gorillas are big and scary and strong, but they're still like not really predators. They don't actively go out and kill things unless they're forced to, usually.
That's fair.
Like, they don't usually hunt. Like, they're omnivores, but they don't normally hunt for meat in the same way. They're usually herbivore.
Bears compete with
Herbivorous.
leopards and win 50 to 40% of engagements and have much better survival rates from lost fights.
Yep. Bears are fucking nuts.
We're still talking about encounters in the wild.
Yeah.
Nobody's making these people fight
I'm
for animals.
kind of just mashing through this, but
Yeah.
we're finishing this shit.
Is this the last bit?
8-3, 8-4.
8-4 is the last bit. Right? Countdown to
Destruction. It's my favorite song.
Power of the Void.
Even in defense, gorillas almost always lose to the cats, yeah.
I don't know.
Don't get me wrong, they're still gonna end you, but like, it's just sort of like the idea of like, human strength is definitely not in their like physical capabilities compared to other animals.
I guess it's also like different combat type. Like,
This is a fucking mistake. No, come on.
like cats are just nimble in a way that gorillas, I guess, aren't.
Yeah, like there's just things that cats have that gorillas just don't, and that's all good, I guess. Luigi.
But I'm also like I can't think of a better natural predator than
It's a fucking train wreck.
than anything in the cat family.
I mean, done with the slow-mo, or with the fast stuff.
birds.
Yeah, there's the slow. Fuck this.
Well, because birds have just such like home field advantage. They can pick up anything and drop it, and it dies.
Yeah. Peregrines are the best.
As long as they don't get like killed on the way up.
Right.
But then the thing dies too. So like.
Right.
Anyway.
Oh. Remember this thing?
Oh man. The human centipede.
You want to kill him in one go, otherwise you gotta deal with them running around like fucking maniacs. Sick.
I guess it would just be the centipede.
I forget what the name is. It's something weird. But those things also just give you a lot of coins. Ah, good. My favorite kind of room.
A throink.
The roink.
Three
It is
oinks.
something with the word oink, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's that barrier.
He's blowing smoke rings. He's vaping.
He's vaping.
He's blowing lemon flavored vape juice at me. I want video game. Remember I said movies are getting to the point where like we're naming modern things in them like podcasts and TikTok and stuff, and you kind of got to get used to it.
Yeah.
I want a video game where someone's taunt is to just blow a jewel.
I'm sure that we'll get that eventually. Hey,
Or
look
just,
who
like,
it
rip
is.
a vape.
It's your boy,
Luigi
Skinny Penis.
versus.
It's also intentionally very difficult to see where you're supposed to fucking land in this room and very chaotic.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I can still.
You can still make it out,
still
but
see
you gotta
where-
like watch.
If you don't get it early, you don't get it often.
Yep.
Oh, good eye.
I don't remember the segment very well, but I was like somewhere in here, I think there is a mirror because all the mirrors shine.
Somewhere in here, there's a key I need.
Where the fuck? Just start screaming it. Oh, well,
Fievel!
Fievel! We're in the back rooms.
Man, Don Bluth. Yeah, okay, what's going on with that, by the way?
To be honest, I don't know a ton about it.
Okay.
Basically, it's just the idea that, like, there's some area where, like, a bunch of cryptids are, and it's very dangerous, but people want to go there because, you know, people are obsessed with, like, you know, fascinated with just...
Anything urban legendy on the internet?
Yeah, so the idea is,
Understandably.
like, it's... I don't know the specifics on it. You can probably look it up and get a decent description of it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a Know Your Meme or like an actual like cryptid database that would explain it, but I just see
It's
so
like
many
SCPs.
more things being like, we're gonna go into the back rooms of our studio, and it's obviously going along with like the algorithm of like people searching for stuff about the back rooms.
Yeah, it's this idea of like having a liminal space, where like creepy stuff just is, and like there's like things that people shouldn't normally see.
We've all, but it's weird that it's not something in nature. It's in something that was human constructed.
Right.
Because we have constructed so many things for so long that we actually don't have a record of a lot of the things that have been constructed.
Yeah, we don't know what the fuck is in there.
And so I guess it is an urban. I mean, obviously it's supernatural, but like, so it's just like in the realm of like these urban legends that people.
Yeah, it's like some place where humans aren't supposed to be, or like some place where we've forgotten things.
Gotcha. And people
Okay,
just
what's the
like coming
puzzle?
up with like sort of found footage things to play into the genre.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I can appreciate it enough. I just didn't know what kind of started it all.
Mm-hmm. Ow. Fucking.
Because like
boomerang
I'm
bros are
down
actually
for
dangerous in this game.
creative, like, again, like not quite horror. Oh no, here's something gross. Here's something sad.
Well, sure.
But just like here's something kind of thought provoking, like Twilight Zone, or just creepy. Like it's tense. It's not exactly like. It's not. I want to say the word offensive for some reason, but what I mean is it's not trying to, like, it's not out for you to like cross your legs and cover your eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's just something that is meant to be disturbing in more like subtle way.
It's not entertainingly combative to
Yeah.
the viewer. It is just like odd, I guess. That's a lot of like cryptid stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a neat part about it,
Yeah.
honestly.
Otherwise, it would just be, hey, here's a picture of Bigfoot with a bunch of dead bodies around him. It's like, no, it's always like eerie and fuzzy and in the background. So,
Yeah, exactly. Ah, there we go.
much like Luigi peeking around the corner of these odd annals of the castle.
Fun fact, more people have killed gorillas with primitive weapons than bears. Some African tribes will use prime gorillas as a rite of passage. Ow, I wasn't expecting you. Please fuck off.
Well, almost no one has ever one-on-one killed a bear.
We
I
have
think
very few examples of that.
in the Middle East and in Russia they would wrestle them and survive, I think. But I don't know if they'd win.
Yeah, like that's a different story.
Unless, again, they were a small breed or something. And a small one's still bigger than it. But, alright, yeah, well. I guess I just don't see a lot of, like... You see cat pelts and stuff, and you see, like, people using things from animals like buffalo, like, horns and ram horns and... like maybe the sinew for their instruments, or like their bladders for water carrying, or like stuff from animals gets used. Their pelts for clothes, the shells of turtles for bowls or whatever. Like I can't think of anything tribal I've seen that was using a piece of a gorilla. You know what I mean? People don't really eat gorilla,
Yeah.
and they don't really use any part of the body.
Yeah, because gorillas generally, I don't think they're suitable for human consumption
And it's
to some
so
extent.
I'm not really sure what you'd get out of it by killing one, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, why do poachers go for gorillas? Like, what do they have that we want? They don't have ivory, they don't have horns, they don't have...
I mean, it's a trophy, but yeah, I get what
Yeah,
you mean.
that's all I can think of is, like, just stuffing it. They have fur, but I feel like almost any other animal with fur is going to be warmer.
Most likely.
Of the same size.
Yeah.
Not like a rabbit or whatever. But even then, people make shoes and hats out of rabbits.
People do. Well, it's illegal in the U.S. now, but yes.
To do it out rabbits?
Yeah,
Oh. We've got a lot of them.
we do.
Why is it legal? Because of disease?
Illegal.
Why is it illegal? Because of disease?
I have no fucking idea, honestly. I think it might just be a poaching issue.
So Luigi didn't fight Dimensiono?
No, not yet.
Dimension Maggio?
He didn't fight Maricino yet.
Dementido? Did he fight John DiMaggio yet?
I like the idea of him fighting John DiMaggio. They do eat in some parts, it's very remote though. Plus the pelt was a trophy, yeah. It definitely feels like
pelt
more
was
like
a trophy,
a
okay.
trophy thing than anything else.
That's the thing. Like when I think of pelts, I think of like people having a dead cat on their floor. I never think of like a dead gorilla on the floor.
It happens.
I've actually seen more dead bear pelts than dead gorilla pelts.
Well, for sure, because bears are the more common thing with big game hunting becoming more viable. But I think the gorillas were probably used at some point for that.
yeah, okay. Yeah. They do
Did I get a
very
key in
remote,
here?
yeah.
Am I just fucking stupid?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. Like with any animal that can be hunted by humans, that someone's tried it. You know.
Yeah, somebody's got to try it. You know, somebody's got to be the first one to eat X.
Well, yeah, I talk about that character in Star Kids Firestarter with the musical about cavemen.
Mm.
And one girl's character, her thing is that her job in the tribe is to try all the food before anyone else eats it.
Yeah.
So she knows
Excuse me.
what is okay for them to eat. And she's like, well, bugs aren't good, so don't eat bugs. Or she like eats a bug in one of the songs, and she's like, that's not good, don't eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's interesting just to think about all these different groups of humanity starting out, and everybody had a different person as their guy to be the eater one.
Uh-huh.
And so the culture just kind of became a result of that one original guy's tastes of like what you can and can't eat, you know? Like one group had a guy that was like, yeah, frog's legs are good, and then that was France, you know what I mean? Whereas everyone else was like, ew, frog's legs, you know what I mean? And you can say the same thing with oysters or deer or gorilla or anything that became common or not common to eat.
Right.
I don't know. And then eventually when you're raised that way, your taste buds kind of just acclimate to that, and then it doesn't taste good to you like that original tribal member that decided all the food.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, even in more modern things outside of tribes, you had like a guy trying food, but that was also just to make sure it wasn't like poisoned a lot of the time. And you'd have one guy to be like, everybody, he's gonna eat before anyone else in the
just to check.
before anyone else in the enclave eats.
You
could wear the
Block,
pelts
red
as a
block.
status symbol. Yeah, it's true. Like yeah, you always see
past
those
the
warriors with like
shops.
lion heads on their armor and stuff.
Some Native American tribes have like a 7 or 15 step process of determining if something new is safe to eat or not. Yeah. I mean, you gotta.
A 7 or 15 step process in determining if something new is safe to eat or not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, in the musical, they're obviously like simplifying all these tribal functions to like singular characters in a way that's just meant to be a comedy show, but also kind of provoking thoughts about humans as a community and why we do things together, I guess, and why do we start fires, basically. Yeah.
That's goofy.
Now let me ask you this: if gorillas aren't stronger, why come we got King Kong and yet there's no kaiju bear mascot?
Good question.
I'm kind of joking around, but now that I said it out loud, I low-key would watch a kaiju bear movie. Even though I'm not like into kaiju stuff, I would watch a bear movie.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I don't know. Then again, sometimes when it's just like, hey, this scary movie is about being hunted by,
Nuisance.
like, I know I just complained about horror movie monsters, like, earlier in the stream, but when the horror movie is like, hey, we're gonna do, when the monster movie's like, hey, we're just gonna do a real life creature, that also kind of feels a little like weird to me. I don't know why. I mean, it's hard to dispute because the first blockbuster that did it was like probably the first blockbuster, and that was Jaws.
Yep.
And it was like a regular shark. I mean, he obviously wasn't a regular shark, but
It's a shark.
it was a shark at the end of the day. And like playing off of that, I don't know if it was intentional to play off of that, but Idris Elba did a movie a couple years ago, or maybe last year, where he just like is being hunted in Africa by a lion. That is like the Jaws version of a lion.
Right.
Just and he's like in the middle of the Serengeti, and he's just like, I'm gonna get killed by a lion.
Yeah.
And it looked very like not my thing when I saw the trailers, but I was like, well, I guess I can kind of appreciate it, but it's also kind of weird for the threat to be like a living thing that we have here on the planet.
Well, for sure, but that's also the interesting part because it's like, yeah, these things do exist. Well, obviously, you know, it's dramatized, but
Yeah, it's being ramped up to an extraordinarily threatening degree, but it's kind of like, yeah, as humans, we are like I mean, it's kind of makes more sense for what I get out of tense movies, which is like, if I see a character struggling with something I'm never going to struggle with because I'm never going to get hunted by a supernatural creature, I don't really care.
Right.
But if he's struggling with something that we have on this earth, it's a lot
It
scarier.
makes you think. Yeah, it gives you pause.
Because you're like, oh, I could just get cornered by a lion, and then I'd be done.
Right.
Because lions are extraordinarily better at making me not alive.
Yeah, than I am at making them not alive.
Myself alive. Then I am at keeping myself alive, yeah. I don't know. I think it was called The Beast.
I gotcha.
I think. And I don't know if it was good. I just saw the trailer. It didn't seem like my thing, but
Got it.
I don't mind the approach, to be honest. But
Mhm.
it felt a little weird when I was watching. I was like, oh, it's just a lion? Just a
Wow,
lion.
fucking snipe me, why don't you?
It's Wiglet. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of fucked here. Fuck you. Not really worth it, but oh well.
Sometimes you gotta. Also, like, it's the last part, so you're totally within your rights to use your consumables.
Yeah. I just wish I had more health.
Eh.
Oh, right, I think this is a segment, yeah, if you go through the room wrong, the entire game just says, that was cheap. That's exactly what it says. You gotta flip into 3D as Mario and check what the fucking direction of everything is, because if you go through the rooms wrong, it takes you back to the beginning.
Oh, you have to see the arrows. Okay. By starting with really overcooking it and slowly reducing steps and changing the method until either it was deemed totally inedible or optimal prepared.
Yeah, because if you overcook something, you're at less of a risk.
Okay.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
So you basically cook it in a way that's going to so you're preparing it first in a way that's not really appetizing because you're burning it.
Yeah, but you gotta burn it to make sure that it's safe, because if something's burnt, it's unlikely it's going to kill you, it's just not going to taste very good.
Okay. But then how does that give me information if everything becomes disgusting once I...
Well, because then you can start pulling it back.
Okay. Right, because if I start with an overcooked thing, and even then it's just, like...
Yeah, if it's like, okay, cool, it didn't kill me when it was overcooked, then it's probably fine if we do a little bit less, and you can go back from there.
But what if I can't eat something overcooked, but I could eat something if it was...
That's a lot of dementias.
This is rancid, dude.
Rancid is a good word. Fuck off. Give me the hammer. I'm done with this shit. Fuck off.
Do you have to actually destroy all of them?
No, I just need to get them out of the way. It's like the dry bones and
In the, like, puny castle or whatever?
yeah.
Or am I thinking of a different location?
No, you got it. That's a Thunder Rage.
So go ahead and
Please tell me this is a heal.
shock these boys. What is that blue thing?
As a super mushroom. You'll get to me eventually. I will take 20 health if only to keep the fucking beeping from going off. I'm just watching around their feet. Like a real ninja. The number of things that are more dangerous overcooked are negligible. Yeah. There's very few things that are super dangerous because they're overcooked. It's usually because they're undercooked.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if you, how, I don't know how to say the question in a way that my confusion is, like, making sense. If I take something that is potentially not safe, and I make it into a state where it's almost always safe, how does that tell me anything about how the original thing is safe or not? Because I have a way of just turning everything
you
into
just
something
get a
potentially
bunch of
safe.
samples of it and repeatedly start reducing steps back to the point where it's probably not safe. Like, if you can tell if it's not safe.
What I'm saying is, you would just start with the one where it's potentially not safe, because everything before that just doesn't tell you as much.
Well, you don't know what is potentially not safe.
You just keep going until someone has a bad reaction to it.
Yeah, and then you go back up a little bit.
Okay, gotcha.
As opposed to starting with the thing that kills somebody and adding a step every time and killing
Gotcha.
somebody else.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm glad they had that
Because if you
healing
take
there.
if you take it all the way back to raw and you're still good,
Then you're
it's like,
good.
oh, then we're good.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can eat the fish. It's okay.
Okay.
Probably.
It would suck if you did like 40 trials and it was like, yeah, you don't feel effects until 41 days after.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Uh,
the Ravishing Princess.
and the arm flailer.
We don't have time to trade barbs.
Yeah, because you know now that at least one state is safe. If you get to the very end and it's still not safe, okay, you probably shouldn't be eating that.
Yeah, I mean, if you overcook something and it still makes you sick, then I guess
Probably
that's
an
like,
issue.
Oh, this is
That is poison.
this is poison. This is eucalyptus.
That is Cusco's poison.
poison specifically made to kill Cusco.
Oh, we gotta go find him, right? He's ready to play tag. Dickhead.
Sleep though.
Oh no, Fleep wasn't the fucking optional one.
I was
I'm
about to
sorry.
say you just had to use.
No. I'm thinking because Fleep is the one that you get in like chapter 5 or 6.
This is the one that's in the
Space one.
chest for like ever, right? Or is
No,
it-
they're all most of them are in chests forever actually, but
Oh.
they literally signed up for this.
Deal. Because he was in the chest forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man,
Patrick
been
Warburton is a really good voice actor. I'll agree with that.
it's been so long since we've seen
Right?
like a normal Mario landscape.
It's like, look at this normal Mario landscape. We're not in space anymore. This is
The
literally
traditional
1-1.
like 1-1, 3 boxes and then one on top. Like I actually don't even know if it's in 1-1, but it's
This is literally the 1-1 map.
okay.
Because this is the first point where you have to use flipping. Because it lets you do it beforehand, but you don't really get any benefit out of it until later on.
Oh, but instead of a flagpole, there's a. Is it flagpoles in the first Mario, or is this?
It's flagpoles.
It is okay, because I know it. Like I'm thinking of like World, where it's the ticker tape
Mm-hmm.
moving up and down.
And then the Merrilies Mansion, Chapter 2.
Hmm.
We gotta play tag with him.
I guess we must chase him.
I mean, you could just fucking leave, but also
Someone play
take a while to get back there at that point.
Somebody play the clip, the Jax Films clip, or we don't. It's a me, Gun Mario.
Gun Mario.
It's a Super Mario, Tanuki Mario, Gun Mario.
I heard it. Where is it?
Those are adorable sconces.
Oh, yeah. Merrilies got a nice mansion. She got a nice gig going on here. Probably up top. I do like this segment. I feel it's definitely like drawing out the game a little bit,
Right.
but you know, it's boss rush nonsense. It's just always what it's been. Yeah, and Barry.
And also, like, I don't see RPGs, like, but then again, like, don't know a ton of RPGs. I'm not used to the game being like, here's your party, and then here's, like, us slowly taking away each member of the party.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Mm.
I think it's good. Don't ask me how Slim works, because I don't get it either.
I guess you just don't occupy this, like,
You're just gone. Like, you were a single dimension, but you have, like, no thickness. So somehow that just works in your favor.
that's why Iggy couldn't smell him. I'm not gonna stop making Joe references this whole time, apparently.
Chapter 3.
There's something weird about existing and not occupying any space.
There is, yeah.
Definitely sci-fi like that.
Mm-hmm. Piccolo and Dashel and Derry. I don't think we got Dashel. Pretty sure we didn't. Anyway, this is, yeah, it's like the generic end of game, like, okay, cool, let's go through everything, let's, you know, fight all the bosses again, all this shit.
Use all the powers we learned along the way.
Yeah, basically.
The real powers were the powers we got along the way. Yes, Mario.
That's correct, Mario. Figured it out, I'm proud of you.
You're not technically wrong.
I don't mind this segment as much, even though it's very obviously kind of just really stretching things out for no particularly good reason.
I think I would have been fine with it if it was like boss losing each character. But I guess all the like to do in between.
Yeah, I mean, we're not realistically, if you know what you're doing, then the puzzles don't take that long. Problem is, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
But there, I do remember now that one of the
Yeah, imagine being completely immortal and stuck somewhere completely alone with zero stimulus whatsoever. Guess who we're thinking of?
yeah,
It's Cars. That's why Cars is kind of fucking terrifying.
well, yeah, his megalomania and his fate are both equally terrifying.
Yeah. Pressed thin like paper. Yep, just like paper. Just like the name of the game. I know we're not talking much, it's just because we're tired and we want to get this shit done.
Yeah, I'm kind of on.
Apologies, I didn't think it was going to take quite this long, but we're going to fucking finish this. Okay, so that's there. This is way
Because I'm imagining after we lose Luigi, there's probably just like another puzzle segment, and then we fight.
There's like a long ass fucking cutscene, but it
Oh.
it shouldn't be that bad. I can basically mash through it, hopefully.
We'll get the.
Also, we're not wearing the helmet.
I just want to see if Timpani, excuse me, was low-key cute back in the day or not. That's really.
I don't even remember.
Okay.
I don't
'Cause I just
remember
assume we get to
legitimately
see-
finishing this game. 'Cause I think this was around the same time I got a It wasn't an action replay. It was power saves. It was basically they had like hundreds of games that they had like fully maxed out files for with like particular stuff going on. And it was just like an SD card with a shit ton of those on it.
Tiny Mario stay.
Fucking Cro-Magnons. I love these guys. This is probably my favorite world out of this entire game. It's just it's an interesting place. I already heard it.
It definitely looks like Fraggle Rock almost.
Yeah, I think that was the vibe they were going for. Well, I heard it.
The Rift.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
The concept. Yeah, no, being like stuck somewhere completely alone. Don't watch JoJo Part 2.
Yeah,
That's literally how it ends. I'm not even like that's all I'm gonna say.
That's what happens to one of the characters. It also happens to a character in Chainsaw Man, kind of.
Fair.
Except he doesn't experience no stimulus forever. He gets revealed to him what all of the universe and reality is, and it breaks his brain.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And he just can't.
So it's the Crystal Skull again.
And he can't be a villain for the rest of his life because he's just borderline a vegetable.
Yeah.
Like,
It's the Crystal Skull again.
yeah, except she died, I guess. What?
Functionally dead.
Yeah. Yeah, he's out of the story as like a threat.
Yeah. Man, this is my favorite.
Alone.
Yeah,
alone,
that's really what it feels
alone.
Alone.
Future. Alright.
That episode's genuinely good. I like it a lot.
I didn't appreciate it until I think I got older.
It definitely is like it's one of those things where I look at it and go like, you know what? Sometimes kids shows are just fucking art out of nowhere. It's particularly SpongeBob, I think, but in general as well.
Yeah, there's a couple
Oh,
of
this
them
is
that
great.
did a lot of like Gendy's stuff.
Yeah. This is great. We don't have any fucking way to light any of these torches.
And
Who the fuck decided this was where we should go?
Nobody liked it but me around, like, of my peers. I
Oh.
liked it, nobody else liked it. Now people kind of consider it a little bit ahead of its time. I really liked Flapjack.
I liked
As a kid,
Flapjack.
yeah.
I just didn't talk about it much. Like it's a show. It came out at a very weird time.
Cartoon Network for a while there was really trying to find its, like, new version of itself, I think.
Because you had Adventure Time, which I didn't really care about much until like right around the end of its run.
But that was actually after all those other
It
experimental
was,
shows.
but then before that you had stuff like Chowder and Flapjack and just odd stuff coming out.
Those were the ones that I felt like were a little bit ahead of the time because
They were.
I think if they had happened around the Adventure Time thing, they would have been received a lot better. But I also think that maybe stuff like that wouldn't have happened if they hadn't walked so that those others could run, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flapjack and Chowder.
Yeah.
The SpongeBob.
I love those two. When I
The
was
SpongeBob
younger.
episode made you feel weird, and for years I never knew why. Yeah, I mean it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like because we think about not dying as the goal, right? But it's like, would you wanna if you were just in this like unfamiliar landscape that you knew nobody and nobody cared about you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. You're the only ones who can stand up to Count Black. So I have a favor to ask you. Will you help me destroy the Count? No. You want to betray him? Betray him? No, it is Count Black who has betrayed me. He said he would destroy all worlds and create a new perfect world place. But he was lying. He plans to obliterate every world and then keep them all in ruin.
Every depressed guy ever.
I've always known about his nefarious goal. I could never hope to stop him on my own. I feigned loyalty to him as I searched for someone who could defeat him with me. As in using him.
Yeah.
Like, just take him. There you go.
Just felt like a fucking hammer.
Well, you see, that is why I rescued the princess from certain brainwashing. It's also why I sent you to the underwear to fix the broken pure heart. And why I freed a man to be reunited with his brother. Now do you see? Otherwise I wouldn't have done all that stuff.
No reason why.
There'd be nothing there for me. You've got me pegged. Oh, Mario, it'd be so terrible.
I like how this entire stream has just been like weird
Luigi
sexual
thing.
undertones from Luigi
From Luigi
specifically. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I don't want to crush Count Black if he can be rescued from his dementia. And
From his dementia?
from his supernatural dimension. This like
Yeah.
possession almost.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
dark prognosticus. So you still refuse this generosity. Will the I think this is one of those things where it'll let you just do a game over and we have to go through all this again. So let's
Yeah.
just agree, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
want to. I do
You wanna
not
do
want to
tag
play
again?
through. I do not want to play through. No.
He says shag.
This mustache is all Luigi. Wait, what did he say?
Something about Luigi being pathetic and talking about his mustache.
Wait. Why did he wants to fight with him and then now he's gonna fight us?
I
missed that
think
part.
well, because Mario said no, and then he like insulted Luigi, and I think Luigi just got pissed off and was like,
Oh.
"I'm fucking killing him."
Oh, so we should have said yes.
But no, we should have said no. We did the right thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think that regardless of what happens, Luigi ends up wanting to fight Dementio.
Okay. That's kind of interesting that he like reveals himself as like an anti-villain kinda and still has to like throw.
Yeah, we still gotta beat the fuck out of him.
How tender. You want to
Anyway, now we gotta deal with this bullshit.
you want to hear if you want to feel tender, bring that pal over here.
I like the idea it just devolves into a weird sex scene.
He showed me things, Mario.
Wow. Okay, that's the illusion. Motherfucker, stand still.
Because I guess they don't want to destroy the count, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, like, however you want to, like, figure that one out.
Or they just, I guess they just don't want to do it with this guy who...
This is getting out of hand. Now there's 3 of them. Sorry, I'm required to make a stupid fucking Star Wars reference.
Which part is that?
Part 1. Pretty cool.
Oh.
Episode 1, Phantom Menace.
Gotcha. Yeah, I do not know it. Oh, we were talking about watching footage. Do I know that part? Sorry, do you want?
I don't think so.
you want to elaborate? Okay, I don't know it. We were talking about footage of like crowd reactions things.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one clip that is of a screening of Phantom Menace.
Mm-hmm.
And it's footage for the crowd, but it's actually footage of George Lucas in the crowd.
Okay.
And after the footage ends, he goes, "I may have gone too far." And then he says that under his breath.
It's very good. I love watching George Lucas react to shit because he literally never knows what the fuck he's doing.
That he made.
Yeah.
Like, react to things he made.
Yeah, he's just like, oh.
And I was like, why did I do that?
I do like how you can game over before the game even starts. Yeah, you can just say, nope, we're not doing that.
I didn't need my superstar, bro. Your power's formidable, which is exactly why I can't let you fall into Velvet. Into Count Bleck's velvet-lined gloves.
It just keeps turning into stupid innuendo. So we're not even trying at this point. We're just tired. Anyway, so,
Oh. Fox goes over them. His clothes are gone. Oh! Oh! We'll both taste the agony of game overing by magic.
He's literally just going to self-destruct with him.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao, Bella.
They're all gonna go to the underwear.
Yeah.
Luigi.
Oh, I know Luigi wants to go to the underwear, but... I like how Mario just, like, waits outside for all this to happen.
Mario, I go command. How do I tell Dementia?
Slight problem.
Are you dating him? What's going on?
He's very confused.
I don't know.
Alright.
It's like, Luigi, you need to talk to somebody? Is he just waiting every, like,
Yeah.
the timer to do it?
And power.
Amen.
Remember, kids, if you ever want to get a taste of power, you too can type power into the chat.
Frigid Wind, they were all gone. Mario was the only hero left. It was up to Mario to stop the prophecy. Every world hung in the balance. What thrilling conclusion awaited our hero? Mario ran to the Count's inner sanctum. His mustache fluttered in the breeze.
It's a hell of a mustache if it's fluttering. I like how we're not even, like, paying attention to the story here. We're just like, man, fucking mustache Luigi's making sex jokes.
I get what's going on.
Yeah, like, it's what it is. It's very dark.
Yeah, and I do like it. I definitely
Yeah.
would not expect, like, going into the Paper Mario games, I had an interest in them, but I never knew that they would do these, like, kind of offbeat, go into their own drum, kind of weird RPG stories.
Yeah. No, it's nice, though. I really like these games. I don't remember... Yeah, I don't think I finished this game as a kid. I got very close. I basically got up to chapter this.
Yeah, and just the theme also of, like, a loved one
Oh, fucking hell.
getting lost. And so you turn to, like, really dark means to
Try and, like, do something.
bring him back.
I don't even think that it was a case of him trying to bring him back. I think he was literally just, like... He didn't want to be around anymore.
Oh, wow. It was a kind of a death wish because he lost the love of his life.
Yeah. But he didn't want to just die. He wanted to make sure, I guess, everybody, like, knew how important it was to him to some extent, or at least for him to, like, get a chance to talk about that.
Mm.
Or to, like, look at that. Is this gonna be a tip you find? Or is this just to beat everything in the room? Thanks for the iframes, Chief. A mustache, cash stash, yeah. That's where he keeps all his money. Anyway, this is stereotypical Mario platforming levels for the most part, plus occasionally pointing Tippy at the screen.
And it feels like Choco Mountains a little bit.
Hey, a little bit. Don't want to be in 3D too long here. Game controls
Disorienting.
the game just controls really, like, It's a D-pad movement in 3D space, which is fine for the most part.
I was gonna say
It's not ideal, and
Pla-
it can.
platforming forward seems kind of iffy.
Yeah, it's just because like there's so many spots where like you need to do micro adjustments. It's easier to try and keep it in 2 dimensions if you can. Can't see anything. Oh, too far. That sucks.
That was actually pretty far set back.
It's not that far.
Yeah,
Just kind of looks it.
it looks it. Yeah.
It definitely looks it. I know we're getting a little bit quiet here, folks. We're just tired, and it's getting late. I don't want to be up yelling about stupid shit.
I want to meet Count Blex Interior Design. They didn't have a difficult job.
No, it's pretty simple scheme there. Like,
There's like a
not
few.
gonna lie. Of course, that was the last jump. But
There's a few fixtures.
I like the look, but I think that maybe he could have hired somebody else and gotten a better job on that. Okay, so it's just here's the platform jump. Don't fucking miss. I've always like, when I was younger, I always had like a massive like dread of shit like that, where just like you can just miss the platform entirely, like the sort of like constantly like infinitely like repeating platforms going up and down. Neo-modernism, yeah, sure, that's a good word for it. I wish that I could see this with more colors in it. I feel like it would look very pretty with a bunch of colors. But black and white, it's actually just kind of hard to tell what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. Dottie? Yeah. I can't see. What we got? E.
You good?
Yeah. Mario might not be. I was just waiting for the gauge to fill back up so I didn't take damage from flipping. It's a kind of long run. Yeah, just the tiny.
That was funny.
This game is very good about like making sure everything. That's one thing I like about like a lot of games, but particularly a lot of games from this era. Everything feels like there's a lot of effort put into like how stuff interacts with everything else, you know? Like, yeah, of course you can do the run through, like, or of course you can do the, like, going through the pipe with the, with Dottie on. It just makes you small. I can deny it no longer. I am small.
You do a really good Plankton, actually.
I can't do the screaming. The screaming,
Yeah, okay.
I cannot. Oh, hey. It's free steak.
Oh, because we're in the, or we were chasing through
Yeah, you hunt these things typically.
the caveman boys.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, those things are a good, like, food resource if you need to, like, realistically, if I was like, okay, let me stock up for this place, I would go back to the Cro-Magnon place and, like, hunt a couple of those down, because the steaks that you get from them can give you a lot of HP. Plankton is perfect cell. Oh, we're gonna bring up that video again? I went to college! Have I shown you? I'm sure I've shown you that one.
I mean, I feel like that association has been made before, because that sounds not unfamiliar to me.
It's a very similar, for anybody who doesn't know, if you don't listen to like English dubs a lot, the English dub for Plankton is a gentleman, or the English voice actor for Plankton is a gentleman known as Mr. Lawrence. And his voice sounds extremely similar to Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball Z.
Do you know the name of his voice actor?
No, it's not Mr. Lawrence as far as I'm aware.
I didn't think it was.
It's a slightly, it's a very similar voice, but it's not the same voice.
You'll never beat me, Krabs. Karat.
Krabs Karat.
That's the
Rolf
best.
is Goku.
It's the best I could do.
Is it? Because I would
Is it-
love that. I actually can't confirm that one. Alright, let's figure out the fucking name of this thing.
So, Rolf is from...
Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Yes, he's talking about that. Rolf?
Yeah.
I think you can scan it. This bizarre beast
Hogarithm.
is called a Hogarithm. That's kind of funny. Max HP is... Huh?
Yeah, because it doesn't have HP in the sense that a normal enemy does. It just gets faster. Anyway, these guys are worth a lot of fucking coins. It's Sean Schimmel. Okay. I'm not I don't know that one for sure. I have not looked up the credits for that. Occasionally I'll look up credits for stuff like that, but genuinely I'm usually not concerned with the voice actors that much. There's a Cursia there. Really don't want to get hit by Cursia. That would really suck. Hog algorithm. Yeah, exactly. It's just a dumb pun. It's fun though. I hear something bouncing. Oh, was that the wrong door? Did I fuck up? Well, at least I almost got an ice storm. Dried shroom is better than nothing, I guess. Just trying to be safe. Oh, that's an eyeball. Luke is checking.
I'm not checking cell, I'm just
Yeah,
scrolling.
just looking through shit. I don't know what he's checking. What are you checking, Luke?
What the back rooms are? No, I don't know.
Fuzzies. Aha. That's a thing. I'll take health, I guess. Not really what I was looking for, but alright. What did you find?
It's just... Remember that Pokemon meme I shared that's like, and I took that person?
Oh yeah, the Drifloon one.
Yeah, just...
It just says, and I took that person.
And I took that person... What's that from?
I took that personally? I don't actually know.
I want to say it looks like Key and Peele, but I don't know what his face is because his face is being covered up by whatever character.
I don't know.
And I took that... It just seems like it might be Jordan Peele, but I'm not sure.
It very well could have been Jordan Peele. Ooh, that's a Cursia. Don't touch me. They put the Hogarithm and the Cursia in the same room. The Cursias are like one of my least favorite things ever. Ooh, been a while since we've seen those.
You want to identify it?
I mean, I think we have before.
Oh, okay.
Also, the log in this game, it's not like the tattle log. You don't just hit it with Tippy. It's a hooligan.
Hooligan.
The sort of tattle log in this game isn't really like a tattle log necessarily. It's you can collect cards. And when you collect those cards, it doubles your damage that you deal to an enemy. So theoretically, if you go through the effort of collecting as many cards as you want, then yeah, it's actually kind of worthwhile. First, look to where the two walls meet the floor, and then just head first into the intersection point. I don't even know what you're talking about there, sorry. My brain's kind of just here. Kind of just hitting buttons and going at the moment.
Michael Jordan's, and I took that personally, refers to a reaction image of basketball legend Michael Jordan saying, and I took that personally, while on the set of The Last Dance. The image has been used with captions describing a small slight against another party.
Like said backrooms, I gotcha.
In The Last Dance, the ESPN documentary covering the 1997 to 1998 Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan describes several moments from that season which he took personally and used as motivation for strong performances in games. On June 8th, 2020, YouTuber Double Duck posted a compilation of things Jordan admitted to taking or appeared to take personally from the documentary, gaining over 3.3 million views. Every time Michael Jordan says, I took it
personally, yeah. It makes sense at least.
So that particular moment of Jordan saying, so I took that personally, shown in the reaction image, never actually happens in the documentary. On May 17, 2020, Twitter user OG Mello posted a nobody joke about how Jordan claims to have taken many things personally in the documentary, gaining over 16,000 retweets. Oh, nobody. And then it's like not saying anything.
Yeah.
And Michael Jordan, so I took it personal. I didn't know they were called nobody jokes, or they're calling them that. My brother and I used to always call those unprompted memes because it's like nobody's saying anything and then someone's like, hey, this thing, it's just unprompted. Like,
I mean, I think that's more like accurate to say that.
To call it an
just
unprompted
nobody meme.
Yeah.
Is there a sound that even thinking about makes you laugh? Off the top of my head, no. Also, I'm glad they gave us those extra healing items. They really did plan out this place pretty well. It feels well paced enough that like, oh, I'm running out of healing items. Here's a couple more. Or oh, I need healing for this next fight. Here's a couple more. Off the top of my head, no, nothing explicitly that makes me laugh immediately. Although, I did look at Mr. Incredible gets blasted by a Jedi missile again today, just because of how stupid that was. And because I was looking at stupid videos with the Irish streamers. They're like, you guys have anything? And I was like, here you go.
There's a fart noise that gets used a lot that has like
the fart reverb.
It's like way too much blown out reverb on it.
Yeah, it's just called fartreverb.mp3 usually, or fartreverb.wave.
I want to know who's the guy that farted,
because it was just like a stock sound effect somebody had laying around somewhere.
For that one, I guess I want to know how all those stock ones became a thing. You've come at last. So
I'm surprised I did that without having to look up the guy, because that entire area is a mess of rooms.
I'm being honest, I checked out because I just wanted to know where.
Can you show me?
Phil Collins is pretty good. You're far too late to stop the Dark Prognosticus and me, Count Black. The worlds will soon end. Come to grips with that now. Because one's like a light butterfly and the other one's a shade, so they could have just been like normal-looking people.
They could have also just been that. That could have just been how they look normally.
A love story between a shadow and a bug.
I've seen weirder shit, man.
Like she unbecomes a pixel and she's just a huge butterfly.
Tippy was definitely humanoid at one point.
I just figured they would both look like her. I'm pointing at
I mean, it's possible.
The bundle.
Yeah, because I think that her
race.
Theoretically, they would look like Merlon. Admittedly, probably younger, but... Oh, the Source Engine intersecting object sound, the thing you hear when when two objects are like clipping into one another. There's a very particular sound that the Source Engine makes when two things are just clipping into one another repeatedly. But I mean, we know that Tippy wasn't a. Tippy wasn't a pixel.
Well, yeah.
And so at some point she had to have been like humanoid. But yeah, they probably would look something like Nastasia.
It's a very good question. I just can't think of it with my brain at this power level.
We're kind of pushing Luke.
There's definitely been sounds that I'm like, this is, I like that
the cloak with the stars.
Yeah, whatever that's called, where they put the pattern, like, on a set, like...
Yeah, it's just there's like a shader that just shows that instead of whatever's behind it. It's the chowder thing.
Yeah, they did it a lot in that. Answer me, Blumiere. Looks like I'll have to use...
kid and he fucking stabs the bug.
Looks like I'll have to use 50% of my power. Here's the answer to Tim Potty. Count Black does something. The hour's grown too late. You should know that by now.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah. Lumiere.
Yeah, Tim Potty was fully human, yeah.
My love. Lumiere, or rather Count Black. The only way we can stop this is to defeat you. And that is exactly why Mario and I have come here to stop this. And there was a pause there, but we don't have time. Very well, but I also must do what I must. So,
The whole reason you're doing any of this is because she died and she's there.
Yeah.
My fate is written in the dark prognosticus.
I guess the idea being that he's like stuck doing it since he opened up the book or something.
Do not think for a moment I'll hesitate to strike you down. All now ends.
Those certainly are 3 words.
Lumiere. Leave me, Anastasia. I'll deal with these two alone. But Count Black demands it. I will not say. It is weird. It's like, it's almost kind of like if he is being possessed, he's talking in third person because it's not him. Like he's just telling him that there's
Yeah, that's fair.
a
I never
Count
thought
Black
about it that way.
inside of him that is controlling him.
Yeah, it's like he's stuck doing this now.
Yeah. Are you prepared, hero? Our duel will be worthy of the last clash the world will ever
It's
see.
the Tai Lung meme.
Our battle will be legendary.
Yep.
Wait, when you jumped on him, it actually just looked like a face of a real life guy for whatever reason. I don't know why my brain saw that.
I don't think that's the right thing. Okay, we're just here now. That's a really long animation. I don't want to get caught in that again. Where the fuck did you go? This is funny, at least.
How laughable. Is that all the heroism you can muster? Let me show you true power. Did somebody say heroism? Paladin casts heroism.
Somebody say heroism? I did actually, we were talking about, you were talking about restarting, one of your D&D podcasts.
I was talking about going back and listening to the beginning
Just listening to
episodes.
some of it,
I
yeah.
don't think I'm gonna like go
No,
through
no,
and
no.
listen to the whole thing because it's like 300 plus hours. But it's interesting to go and see how stuff started.
I told you I'd started listening to one, right?
Yes, but yes.
It was one of the Critical
Yes,
Role ones,
yes.
yeah. It was like their mini campaign, Exandria
Okay.
Unlimited Calamity, which is, it's like 4 episodes.
Yeah, it looks like they have like half of a Critical Role cast and like half of a College Humor cast. I
Yeah,
guess.
and that's basically what it is, because they work together a lot, but it's nice. It's been good. I'm coming up on the end of it now.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to get into like D&D podcasts like that on the regular, but it's nice to have something like that just to listen to on the way to work.
Yeah, it's one of those things that because it's so they're just pretty ubiquitous now.
Yeah, they are like really ubiquitous, and obviously part of the thing is I don't want to be the guy who's just like, yeah, I listen to Critical Role every time, because like there's other podcasts out there.
Oh, sure.
I'd rather go see something else, you know. He's gone too far, and recall what was said in the intro. The book foretold the future brought only pain, but brought only pain and sorrow. It was his future. His fate was to erase reality. Yeah, when he read it, he was stuck with that fate, which is basically what I was saying, but much less, in a way that made less sense.
That's another interesting concept is like something only happening when you know about it. So like
It's quantum physics.
yeah. But also like, well, you have knowledge of the future, so that affects what happens in the future.
Also, Bowser was just fine, I guess.
Come on.
Somehow.
Man up a little. It's not like you swoop Princess Peach every time I try to own her. We would never let you destroy everything, you awful count.
They're all fine somehow.
You tell him, Princess, we aren't gonna let you get away with this. We aren't giving up. You'll never win.
It'd be way funnier is if like they were all reflective.
We just got like red lipstick
Yeah, no-
marks on his face and like just a sore butt.
No, I was just saying like reflective of whatever the state was at the end of the fight.
He's holding his body. He's walking up like, all right, sorry.
Like Peach has like blood spatters and like pieces of fucking Mimi stuck on her from like the fall
her dress
down.
is torn.
Yeah, and then you've got Luigi, just all his clothes are blown off. Just all of them.
And there's just like a red hand mark on his butt and red lipstick on his face.
And Bowser's flat.
Yeah. And then Peach
I fell
has
through
got...
the floor before I got flattened by the ceiling. Literally just the floor gave out before he did.
It's kind of funny. I fell through too and landed right on Bowser. It was his... Okay.
I'm glad you didn't land on the shell, Chief.
I don't even know what happened, bro, but the princess found me out cold. But we're all here now. I'm assuming I'm just another clone of myself.
We're just not gonna.
Mario
he
just
keeps
clones Luigi every time he dies.
Mr. and Mrs. Koopa, they're married. Yeah.
I fell on Bowser, and it was awesome. Sorry, Mario.
Mario. Hello, Mario. I love how the first thing that happened when somebody, when the Mario trailer released, one of the first things I saw was somebody went, "I really like Charlie Day's voice for Luigi," and then posted the Hello Mario clip.
Hello, Mario. Oh, that's funny.
Just slap that over it like
Well,
immediately.
It's kind of funny that it fit because all he does is scream in the trailer, and it fits for
It's
some
fine.
reason.
It's like Charlie Day. I can see it working as long as like, again, it's the issue of like not having trained voice actors. Like Jack Black, I think at this point we could just call him a voice actor. Like he's done enough movies.
Yeah,
And I think that he's got he understands like how to like emote like that. Most of the rest of them don't really have a voice acting like pedigree of any sort of.
Charlie's done enough improvisation in Always Sunny because you just have to all the time.
I think he can get into like the heavy-handed acting.
So be it, says Count Black. Don't celebrate just yet. Your precious words aren't safe until my last breath. Let us finally end this. Now the true battle begins with Count Black.
And this is my brother Luigi to give you a heaping spaghetti pile of informazione.
Hello, Mario.
I should have put the fucking echo on for that. Like, pause the game and just be like, here's the echo.
Now he doesn't have his barrier.
No.
There is a lot in this game that is kind of guilty of padding. Like, they could have just had it so that... Like, that could have all been a quick cutscene of him just hitting him a couple times, then being like, oh, it doesn't work, and then the stars coming out, or the hearts coming out, and being like, never mind, it does.
Yeah, no, there's a couple ways this could have been done that probably would have been better. It's funny, because I'm realizing now, I was like, how am I figuring out where he is? I know exactly how I'm doing that. Oh, he can slow me down. That's neat.
Zoardo!
Literally.
He just rips a big one. And everyone just freeze frames on the noxious fumes.
This is a nuisance.
So if time stops, like, do you just become...
if you were touched by somebody who can move time, then I think you can move in some aspect, but every fucking thing that does some sort of time manipulation handles it differently.
Well, yeah, okay.
Because the idea being that, like, if you're handling it from a physics perspective, the slower, or the more you want something to move in a smaller amount of time, the more force it's gonna need, you know?
This is looking like a leisurely stroll for Mario.
So, like, theoretically, if time was stopped, you would need an infinite amount of force to be able to move something at all. I'm gonna keep walking the other way.
That's right, keep walking.
That's right, keep walking here.
Sorry, what'd you say? I said have a good day? And let me know if you need anything. Please don't hurt me.
I didn't realize it until I was messing around with this just now and just being like, how am I figuring out where he is? And I realized I'm actually using the, like, the stereo audio, but I also don't have my headphones on right, so I just don't hear anything out of the left ear, and I somehow instinctively knew that meant that he was to the left of me.
Because it wasn't...
Yeah, I don't have the left ear cup on for anybody who's watching. I don't have the left ear cup on, I only have the right one on, so I can hear Luke a little bit better. And I just realized, I was like, if it's silent, that means he's to the left. Because there's a specific sound that, like, you can hear him teleport.
That did a whopping 3.
Yeah, nothing at the end of the game really deals that much damage compared to, like, assuming that you're actually, like, leveling correctly, and by that I mean you're actually, like, going to get XP.
This guy, I can't imagine this guy doesn't have phases.
I don't know, I mean, we already technically had one.
With the impossible damage?
Yeah.
I guess.
That is technically a phase.
Is it really?
I mean,
well,
like,
because you still have to hit him enough to make it happen.
I've never done this fight.
Oh, really? Okay, well.
Not, like, all the way through like this.
Strap in, kids.
I've had saves like I had the power saves thing, which again, really cool idea, but ultimately kind of goofy. It was good for me as a kid who didn't really. That's 8 damage. It was goofy for me as a kid who didn't really have like. I didn't have access to like save editors or anything for the Wii. If you're trying to, if you were to stop time, you would A, destroy literally everything you touch, or B, air would act like a wall. Yeah, you would have to be in like a complete vacuum. Because any sort of mass would require an infinite amount of force to move.
in across no time at all.
Yeah.
Eh.
That's a Chaos Heart. I don't know what it's doing, but
Oh, to chaos. You're not just doing a Sonic thing.
no, that's
That's
what it's actually
called.
called.
Excellent. Count. You've won. Now finish Count Black. Dispatch me and the Chaos Heart will disappear. The prophecy will be undone. Why does it have to end like this? Because I read a demonic script.
He literally read something that said,
that's why.
either I die or everybody dies, including me.
When you vanished, I never gave up looking. I searched and searched. But I never found you. Without you, the world had no meaning or joy. So I used the forbidden prophecy. The tribe
This is
of
just
ancients
angsty
to
teenager
end all
shit.
worlds.
Is what it comes
I
down
couldn't
to.
find you, so I ended the world. I wanted to destroy everything that had taken you away from me. And the children, too.
That time stop effect is used in all Monster Hunter Sunbreak.
I'm here now. No one can keep us apart anymore, don't you see? Well, except for the fact that he's not... It's too late. Count Black has done so much evil. It must end. Just knowing you are still alive, and knowing that the world you still live in will continue, it gives me peace. I do not have long to live. You must end my game before
That's just how they call it.
Oh my god!
before the void destroys all. But we're finally together again. Just in different forms, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Can't look out. Well, alright. Oh, that is her eyebrow. Silly assistant, absorbing my attack to protect him. One adorably helpless jet. Oh, it's Dementio.
Yeah. Remember how he's just a dick
Yeah.
for the whole game?
I was about to give him the everlasting peace he so desperately wants. Dementio, you're alive? I'm not just alive.
I'm living. And then just fucking rock soundtrack starts playing and he drives down the road. He's got like sunglasses on.
I'm on Nutrisystem. Even if the Count dies, the Chaos Heart won't disappear if I continue to control it, but I need the power of the Pure Hearts to beat him. I couldn't do that on my own. So I had you do all of the sweaty labor for me.
Yeah, surprise.
And I didn't pay for it. And then people go, hey, I didn't mean, like, and then they just all, like, just, like the end of the
Yeah.
Halloween episode.
Yeah. I fucking love the end.
That's probably my favorite one in the season, honestly.
It's so good. Anybody who
So
hasn't
good.
seen Smiling Friends, please go watch it. It's getting a second season, and the Halloween episode is one of the funniest fucking things ever, especially
So
when
good.
you consider it was released in April.
And it's 10 minutes for one punchline that's absolutely worth it.
The punchline is very good.
If they make greeting cards to thank people for helping with evil plans, I owe you one. What are you saying? I really couldn't have said any clearer. I'm saying you no longer have value to me, so I'm ending your games. They're all yours, Mr. L. Yeah, it's gonna be like an actual... Oh, he's a brainwash guy? Why am I flapping my arms? This isn't good. I'm paddling myself. Please, stop! I am Mr. L. Master Dementia, what is your bidding? When did this happen?
Wait, the Renaissance Man, yeah.
Those guys weren't even... That's not even... They weren't even Renaissance. Pim, I'm telling you exactly what I know. Alright? I know that seed has sprouted spectacularly. It's one of Dio's flesh.
It's literally flesh bud.
Seeds.
Yeah.
Run along now and get ready for your big entrance. Why don't you just, like... yank it off of him?
Get that shit out of here.
No, if you yank it... See, that's the thing about those plants that I use is... If you do it, it'll yank the brain of the victim right, and then Mario just, like, pops it off and no brain comes out. And Mario's like, and?
Should have tried a little harder on that one, Chief.
Can't do it if there's not one.
Yeah, like the entire plan is foiled just because Luigi doesn't have a brain.
Doesn't have a brain, exactly. Oh my... Did we really need this? Like...
Apparently.
Green, big green dub.
It is the big green dub. I still hear people talk about that. Literally, there's a speedrunner that I watch who like knows. We just constantly shit on the big green dub for no good reason.
It's funny that the Dark Prognosticus was talking about Luigi,
Mm-hmm.
and he just read that it was Luigi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add my own power to this spicy little concoction. No, stop. Don't, please.
Don't do that.
I'm like, you look so tattered and pathetic, I nearly forgot about you.
Yeah, that's the wonderful part about using clones. Yeah, they don't have brains. That's a secret.
I'll squeeze.
I've got a Luigi. We've got 20.
the clones don't have brains.
Yeah, the
Well,
clones.
because it's just like the same way a plant can make a seedless fruit. It's just
Yeah.
like it spawned from one that did. So
Yeah.
the original brained Luigi is
He's
somewhere
fine.
in a tube somewhere,
Yeah.
and then they're just making brainless clones. He's always wanted to eat, Dementio. Anyway,
The boss fight time. Don't remember how this fight works. He's effectively invincible, though.
Mario, watch me swallow him whole. Luigi, don't say that.
Don't talk. Don't say it like that.
Don't talk. I can't talk. I'm swallowed. And my mouth is full, Mario. I can't talk. Alright. Luigi, please, you're digging a deeper hole.
Luigi noids, yeah.
Let it begin with you as you wallow in helplessness like upside down turtles.
Oddly specific. Also, L power, which has a way different meaning than it used to.
What does it mean?
You give him the L. The loss.
Okay.
That's what they say for, like, fighting game tournaments. They would say,
I'll give him the L.
you give him the L. And it just became a more colloquial term recently. It's going too deep, Mario.
So funny you say that, Mario. What's his name? Dementio went too deep a bit earlier. Luigi, please stop.
Just stop saying it, man.
I forgot they have the whole, like, expedition
Yeah, it's
reality
like
show.
a TV show thing.
Jack Black in the
Wait.
King Kong movie.
I told you we're finishing this tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry
We have to
it's
do-
taking longer than expected, but
We have to do something. We have to save Mario and the others. Oh, do you get to just play as Black? We cannot. Without the pure hearts, there's no way to counter the Chaos Heart. All we can do is give up.
that's some bullshit.
What are you saying? You promised we'd find happiness together. Was that all just a lie? It was no lie. But without the pure hearts, all worlds are doomed. What can we do? Lumiere, snap out of it. How can you think it would end here after all we've suffered without each other?
You got punched by a butterfly, Chief.
We found each other again because we stayed alive. How can you admit defeat? I will not. I will not give up. You promised we'd find happiness. You promised. That's right, Count. Nastasia's dead.
She's just actually dead.
She's just like starting to smell.
She's like smoldering.
It's just- My minions, how'd you find us here?
Why did we turn this stream into a fucking Luigi X Dementio, like, fanfic?
I don't know.
Because every fucking time I look over, it's either you or him or Walker Pierce saying some shit about Luigi and Dementio.
How'd you find? Can we get some fan art?
Yeah, anybody who's watching this, if you give me fan art of that happening, if it's explicit, I will personally come to your house and murder you. But if it's not
But if it's
explicit,
tasteful, then post it.
that's true. Post it, and
At
then
me.
I'll come to your house.
And at me, and then remove it after I get to
yeah, so you see the ping, and
I can
then
down. I can down, and then we won't know if I can or not. Can you tell if anyone downloads the thing up? Well, we won't.
you
know.
can't tell.
Yeah, we won't.
Not off
Yeah,
Discord.
we won't. No.
Upload it on
I'm
Twitter.
not. I'm not.
Upload it on Twitter and at me, and I'll send it to Luke through a
not.
VPN.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm making a collection.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're gonna like. We're gonna look out on Twitter one day, and there's gonna be like 30 different commissions for this exact thing,
Of
all
Dim-
from
Dim
all from
Ouija.
anonymous people on the internet, and we're just gonna be like, it was Luke. It was definitely
Yeah,
Luke.
it's different. Yeah, man.
To keep it going, yeah.
It was worth all the alt accounts I had to make.
Just post about it. Post about this in the Discord later, like tomorrow or something. Just start talking about it and don't give any context.
To just Luigi Dimencio.
Luigi Dimencio. Like, just be like, hey, I drew
Like-
this. Like, just
Okay.
don't explain it.
She said she felt you'd be here, or something along those lines. Who said she felt she'd be? Oh, Nastasia. How about going the extra mile? She even sacrificed herself to save you. Listen, Kat, I promised me. Oh, this is quite the love triangle. I promised me. Oh, I
This
promised.
is a poly group. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. Like,
Moving on.
not Blumiere and Tippy, the other three.
Oh.
There.
So you gotta let me help. Yeah, I mean, there's no way Dementia's getting away with it.
The supercut of these streams is going to be wild. If anybody wants to do a supercut, you're more than welcome to. Just realize it's probably going to be a pain in the ass.
And it's gonna definitely like shift between us, just getting more unhinged and tired. I will say,
Yeah.
I do like Mimi for the idea of like, I always like the characters that have a form that is not like the form that they really show all the time. That's
Yeah.
more genuine.
Yeah.
So they just prefer being like a cutesy version. Miss Martian and Young Justice is like that,
Mm-hmm.
and so is kind of a spoiler a little bit, but Bisky from Hunter x Hunter,
Yeah,
who I
fair.
also very much love.
You know what this reminds me of? This makes me think they remind me of Scratch and Grounder right now. The Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic's at AM.
Dude, I'm blanking on
Scratch and Grounder are the robots that Eggman has. The like chicken thing.
Oh, okay.
The like henchmen, and the reason they reminded me of that is because literally everybody's about to die, and they're just like, "Yeah, but you're our boss,
Oh, okay.
so we can do things. Don't give up." It's just like that sort of like very naive kind of like loyalty
Mm-hmm.
for no particular reason.
Your hearts are the very feelings of our souls. As long as we feel love, they live on.
It's a little bit cheesy, but sure.
It's very Tinkerbell.
Biko and Boko from Sonic X. Yeah, same idea, same energy.
I don't know these things. I know the red and yellow robot from like some of the
Yeah,
newer
the
games.
the new ones. Yeah, I
Yeah,
forget
yeah.
their names.
And they're in Boom.
Yeah, they're in Boom. I love that everybody is in Boom, and they're all like exactly as you would expect them to be, pretty much.
What, just anybody from Sonic, like this generation of Sonic?
Yeah,
stuff?
this generation of Sonic, like you look at it and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Except for like, what's her name, Styx?
Yeah, she's new. She's
Styx is
like-
new. I don't know if I really care for her in the show.
I don't think a lot of the like she's kind of
She's
there.
okay.
There's
like, it's
usually
fine.
always like a show original character, for a lot of these shows.
Yeah.
I thought you wasted them fighting Count Black. Yeah, something can have two uses. This is the same development in the previous boss fight, which is just, oh, you're invincible, now you're not.
I mean, yeah, but it makes sense because you supposedly use the Pure Hearts to counteract the Chaos Heart.
And in this one, at least we did get that development with Tippy and the bad guy gang, which I do appreciate for how they've been treating this like development of the art of the whole thing. Like there's a lot more going on that they like. I don't know, like if this is kind of what sets like RPG style stories from a lot of stuff, like I don't mind that aspect of them because they really kind of flesh out like why the characters, even the bad guys, like do the stuff they do.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I like that. I like how this game at least tried to like flesh out stuff in a way that was like unique. I need you to get over here so I can fucking smash your face in. Hammer don't work. I'm trying to think what the fuck I want to do here because I'm kind of in an awkward spot in the corner here. I kind of have to wait for platforms to come back through so I can actually hit them. But then I keep...
Like the golden eye.
Da-da-da.
Through the like.
Ba-da-ba. Get me out of here.
I very nearly almost fell into Dana. Dana.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-bow.
Dude, if they want to make like a Jacques Clouseau Pink Panther video game that's just like part comedy visual novel, part like hidden objects detective computer game, part just like weird.
I don't even remember the last time
I'd
I
be
saw
kinda
one of
down.
those.
Oh, hidden
In
object
a
stuff?
modern, like, context.
My brother and I played one based off of Hercule Poirot's stories.
Yeah.
By Agatha Christie.
Mm-hmm.
And that was years ago, and that was the last time we played. We sat down and just
Like
played
they
them
exist
together.
still, but they're usually just sort of like cheaply made nonsense now.
Um,
They were always kind of that
I
to
feel
some
like
extent.
I
but-
feel like they're just smaller than what we're used to games being now, and
Oh,
they
for
probably
sure.
just have a lot of silly acting in them. But I doubt they're like. I
Moments
don't.
before
I don't.
disaster.
I don't doubt that there's like quality there.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that there definitely could be quality there. You know what? We really should. If I wasn't already doing DMC stuff, we'd be playing Harvester for Halloween.
I did hear something that game's like messed up, kind of,
It is.
and so it depend. Like I don't know.
I think it's messed up in a way that's just like ridiculous.
if it's going to be like pixelated, then that won't affect me too much, I guess. But I also know that it uses like live action as well, so I don't know.
What a time for a level up.
Erga?
Erga?
But you'll destroy your brother too. You mean my brother's clone? Just like
That's the entire plot line throughout the whole thing. Is
Are you
everybody
kidding
keeps
me?
forgetting.
I kill one of those when I'm just a little angry at him. Like print out a new
I
one.
got pissed off the other day and had him hold a can so I could shoot it.
I love the sentence. Wait, say again?
I got pissed off at him the other day and I had him hold a can so I could shoot it.
I love the idea of being mad at the clone, and he doesn't know he's a clone. He's
Yeah.
like, here, put this apple on your head, and then he goes and just shoots him in the head.
No, he's like, hold
And,
it,
like-
hold it right here. He just fucking.
But I love the idea of it being out of the way.
Yeah.
And, like, hold this out in your hand, and then shoots him in the head holding the apple. It's just, I love the sentence, how could I have lost with the power of Luigi?
Guys, you're Luigi. It's coming.
Luigi's, like, very good.
He's constantly a shitpost, but it's funny. Murder on the Orient Express, but it's Pig Panther. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I'd like that. I know Bowser deals double damage. It was more just trying to stay on his head because Bowser doesn't have a higher, doesn't have as much air mobility.
Has it been undone? I think your prophecy was wrong all along.
I think you read the wrong book, Chief.
You believed your prophecy, and we believed in mopping the floor with you.
You know what? Can't really fault him on that one.
That's actually a good line for Bowser to say, to be honest.
Luigi was too full. He ate too much. Yeah.
Nothing is decided entirely by fate, you know. All things determine their destinies. Goodbye now, Dementia. We'll add a footnote to the prophecy about your failure.
Wow.
But then it won't come true because we just established that whatever. You think this is
Look at
the
this
end?
dumbass.
This isn't finished. You can't stop this now. You can't escape. I love that we just don't care about like retrieving Luigi's body.
Nah, he's fine.
Ciao.
He's a clone.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, I can't believe I made it out of that. Fine. Let's go. And he gets up and his intestines are on the floor. Just
He
like,
gets up and like half of his guts are just out on the floor. Just like, oh.
why are you guys looking at me funny? No, it's fine. Let's just go home. And he
He like trips over him. Like, oh.
Splat. I'm already printing a new one. It's fine. I'm already heating up a new one.
Don't worry about it, bud. We'll
I'm,
get you
I'm
fixed right
heating up a new one like a hot pocket.
That's what they're all in cryostasis, and you just put them in the giant microwave.
Oh, yeah. He puts him in a microwave. It always comes all over. Well, that's how I get him so they don't have brains.
Yeah.
From the Geiger. Defeating Dementio wasn't enough to stop him. I thought the Chaos Heart would disappear if the person controlling it fell. But that was just a theory. Dementio must have left behind a shadow of his power to continue controlling it. It won't last long, but it may be enough to ensure the end of every world. I like that he's this pulsing eye.
Yeah.
Oh, great. There's only one thing left that we can do. Looks like we're all gonna have to bang each other. Luigi, stop!
Wow. We gotta go get Daisy, guys.
No, we're not gonna do that. I know
We
Daisy's
gotta
the
go
only
get the
one.
7-foot tall muscular Daisies.
You know you found the right one when she doesn't have a problem with also
shoot you.
with you. When she doesn't detest you like everybody else.
Super Paper Mario 2 could be cool. Yeah, there could be some cool ideas in there for sure. Even like getting to play as some of these characters, like some of the like villain characters, or otherwise just.
I would kind
There's a
of.
lot. I mean, like you literally made Mario Multiverse.
I would kind of love it if they did this weird RPG stuff with like other properties,
Yeah, same.
like a
Orgy.
weird, like,
Super Paper Mario 2 is just the porn game from God of War 1.
like. There, From God of War 1?
In God of War 1, there's a hidden. So the actual rating of that game, I think, is like teen.
Uh-huh.
They got away from that, despite the fact that there's an actual like basically real time cutscene, like sex scene in the game.
Okay.
And they just hid it in such a weird spot that none of the fucking censors found it, and they didn't tell anybody.
Wait, it's just stitched in there like live action, or is it just with the 3D models?
It's a quick time event with the 3D models, and they just kept it in there and didn't say anything to the
you
censors.
have sex as a quick time event.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How else are you gonna have it?
Well, I
You
guess
think Kratos knows how to fucking keep it in?
I was gonna say it wouldn't be a slow time event.
No.
It wouldn't be a 5 more minutes time event. It wouldn't be a think about something gross time event.
Yeah.
Think about something unexciting.
Think about baseball stats. It's like half the game just evolves in the fucking
It's
spreadsheet.
just Kratos trying to think of anything else.
Luigi time event,
To
exactly.
distract himself.
No, I would love a game where
What do
it's,
they don't call them
actively-
tantric time event.
I really do kind of want
Alright,
a
that's
game
my
where
last
you,
one.
you actively trying to not have like sex or actively trying to not orgasm, and that's the whole game, and it's just you thinking of like other weird shit.
To try to not.
That's like half of what Catherine does, kinda. It's just you going through a bunch of nightmares with like women you find attractive.
You're literally just having like. It's a game about having like negative sex dreams. Like ones that
it's a
end
game
poorly.
about it's very weird. That game is weird in itself, but it's like you like cheating on your
Is it-
girlfriend with somebody else.
my gosh.
But it gets weirder than that. It's just all sorts of fucked up.
This is a weird question. Is it Catherine with a K or Catherine with a C?
As far as the characters, it's both, but the game I believe is the C.
What do you mean it's both?
There's Catherine and Catherine. They're both named Catherine.
The girl that you were cheating on and the girl that you're cheating with?
Are both named Catherine.
Okay.
The game itself is
It's a
incredibly
blonde
weird.
Jackie.
I think it's
Blackie.
I think it's actually a
That's from That 70 Show, by
Yeah,
the way.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's actually a Platinum game, if I remember right.
Like
It's from Platinum Games.
okay.
It was a very weird game though. Like
I
the
mean-
story's strange and the gameplay is just like weird platforming nonsense.
Well, I've told you about games that get weird, and I'm like, I kind of wish this happened more. Like, I told you about Dark Dreams Don't Die that never got finished.
There's a ton of super fucking bizarre games that you can look on like the PS3. I would love if it at some point it would be very funny to play Metal Gear Solid 4 with you because the game's basically one giant cutscene.
Oh no.
There's like definitely sections where you do things, but the entire game is just you fucking around.
I do want to check this out.
Yeah.
It pains me to know this may cut your game short. There's no other way to end this.
Anyway, so Tippy might die. They're trying to stop the end of the world by again using the pure hearts, but it's gonna put a big strain on Tippy. I like how he just flies like that T-pose.
I thought he was actually just leaving.
Goodbye.
This is not how I was expecting this to end.
This is also the where Bowser and Peach got married at the beginning.
Oh wow, that's kind of neat.
I think they did a good job with the scenery in this game, just like how everything looks. See, like, look, this is the same as the outside castle. Same designs, kinda. A little bit more like detail.
Well, yeah, I would say instead of the black and instead of everything black and those being white on the dark castle, this is like it has those same weird
Like
stained glass
gradients
patterns
and
in the
stained
back.
glass
Yeah.
patterns, yeah.
Oh,
She sure is forgiving of the guy who just tried to erase the world. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with it.
he was a different guy then, you know,
November is Luigi's nemesis.
because he can't shave.
He can't nut.
Yeah, I've thought about you every moment since you disappeared.
I wanna.
I've caused you so much suffering. Perhaps my life would have been more carefree without you. That is true. But I had to be with you. I will never apologize for that. I love you.
I don't
And
know.
I love you too, Timpani.
I'm not gonna say this is like
I mean, it's not cute, but it's
the
cute.
correct way to fucking deal with the guy who just actively tried to end
Pro-
literally all worlds,
Probably
but
not.
I get it. People just gonna be like that, honestly.
Whoa, Shadow. It just like comes in.
They
They all
do-
turn into emeralds. Everything's shaking. Are we too late? Wait, can you hear that? I hear bells. How lovely, the bells are giving their blessing to Tippy and Black.
Who's ringing the bells?
Sanctuary. It's like ringing.
It's just more paladin spells.
Oh, I just saw about Quasimodo ringing the
Yeah.
bells.
You know, mild panic, everybody looking up at that hole in the sky that got really, really big and is just shrinking away to nothing out of nowhere.
Nemesis November. Nemesis crashes through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. I don't know.
Mr. X Movember.
Possibly might be my favorite AI.
It's so good. That Mr. X is by far one of the funniest, like unintentionally funniest. He's also terrifying, but he ends up,
Yes.
a lot of the time it just ends up being funny because
Well,
you
that's
look at
the
him out of context and you're just like, the dude just fucking shows up and wrecks your shit and leaves.
With the SAX AI in Metroid Fusion, it's like terrifying when you're playing it, and then when you realize how dumb the AI is. It's like, what is it about AIs with X in the name?
Yeah.
Timpani, do you remember the promise we made to each other that day? Yes, I remember.
What if Blumir and Timpani could not have originally been together because of the time they would have accidentally created a Chaos Heart? I mean, what if this created the Chaos Heart? There's plenty of speculation to be had there because they don't really tell you. They just tell you that there is a prophecy.
If there was a place where we could be happy together, we would find it. Will you come with me to that place now? Yes. 1930s Germany. No, don't.
No,
Never
not
mind.
there.
No, not
Anywhere but
Not
there.
Anywhere but there. Oh, something be with you, whatever. Row, fight the power.
The MEAI in Dread was terrifying. I do want to play Dread at some point.
The MEAI in Dread Restore. Have not played it.
It's good from what I've seen.
I'm still trying to like play all the other games and then get to it, but
Games are hard.
Yeah, they're
I'm
hard.
playing Ultra Kill again, and I was just gonna play it for the Act 2 stuff. Which, by the way, Ultra Kill Act 2 out now. Go buy it.
But if you already bought early access,
It stays through.
oh, okay.
So it's very good, but at the moment I'm trying to get P ranks on everything, which is basically you get S ranks on your style, your time, and the number of enemies killed in every level, and you don't die during that level. And when you get all of those in a specific section, then it unlocks another like challenge mission, in which in this case it's in the middle of another mission. There's just a door that can take you to like 2 super boss fights back to back.
Okay.
And I kind of just want to do that because also Ultra Kill is really fun to play.
She's back. I'm alive.
Yeah, you didn't die.
Mario, check it out.
Wow.
The void is
Dicey
cool.
Dungeons is currently $199 on Switch. Get that shit. Anybody else got any good games? Luke is actively putting on shoes in the
I gotta
middle
sleep.
of it. I know. It's like 2 a.m. Did not expect us to take this long.
All worlds have been saved. The prophecy's lost its power. Thusly, the world that was lost returns to. Alright.
The world that was lost, aka the Sammer Kingdom, the 6th one that blew up while we were in the middle of it.
Where's
Tippy? Is he gone?
Must have been under the guidance of the pure hearts. Both Tippy and Count Black. What could have happened to them?
I am tired. I am also tired. I'm just more used to staying up well past when I'm supposed to be.
Wait, so no, they're alive?
They're
That's-
supposedly alive, according to Nastasia.
The Count is living together with Tippy in happiness. And I
Oh,
well, Count, no, I'm all alone. What am I to do now? Hey now, we, Nastasia, I'm... Alright. I'm having a, I'm.
And if he's alive, alas. No, I'm not doing
We wouldn't
fucking-
want to be shaming him with blubbering. So pull it together, eh? He's right, Nasty.
There
We
are
still
4
have each
pits of
other.
100 trials in this stupid game. That's correct. We're not doing any of them. This game's 100 pit of 100 trials is like the most bullshit.
Come on, big smile. Oh, Chunks and Mimi. Can't sob. We have to create the ideal world, a world of love, not war. Let's all pencil that in an appointment of hope. Farewells are bittersweet, but as long as you live, to feel sadness is to live, but as long as you're alive, the future's a blank page.
We gotta do that thing at some point again where you just start reading and I just keep hitting the, like, stop, like keep going through. Just have you read random crap.
And with that, I am hungry.
And I am tired.
I've asked Saffron to make some of her celebrated snacks for us. Let's heal our weariness by devouring a banquet of sumptuous sweets. That's a plan, make a path.
In the middle of the pure chaos, he was just like, well, I mean, the only thing I can really do is get him to make food. Fuck it.
Merlin was it? Peach, I'm thinking of Lady
Tippy.
Timpani. I wonder if she's happy. Of course she is. Yeah, of course. She's finally out of this terrible existence we call life.
They just left. They just fucking died in the middle of that.
Let's go
Yeah,
get
it's
some snacks.
Flipside, Flopside twice, and Samur Kingdom. Yeah, because Samur Kingdom's 100 fights. You can do Flipside Pit of 100 Trials. You can do Flopside Pit of 100 Trials twice because there's 2 separate cards you get from it.
Peace reigned. Prognosticus faded into history, like the Jumanji, until it became a flippin' video game. Where'd the pair go? None know, except for those two.
And Robin Williams steps out of the light prognosticus.
Oh. The story of the Lost Book of Prophecies comes to an end. May we meet again in another time and place.
Oh. Oh. I like how whenever we're talking about Robin Williams, it's literally just the fucking Family Guy
Oh my
Robin Williams
god!
Where it just says,
OMG, we're done. Alright. You know what, guys? Much as I love it, and I like talking with you guys, and I'd be happy with talking for a little bit, Luke wants to go to bed. I should probably get to bed soon. It's hot in here. I think we're going to cut this one off here. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody who joined us, even if you're not here anymore. Shout out to everybody who stopped by.
How can you tell if there's anyone here besides Walker?
I mean, they're not talking, so I don't know. But hey, if you're here, you're appreciated. I don't give a shit if you say anything. Or if you're watching this later on. But thank you guys for stopping by. Didn't realize this was going to be so long, but it's all good.
Right.
We're going to get this shit done. You guys take care of yourselves. Eat your greens. Thanks for having you tonight. Yeah, of course, Walker Pierce. Luke, you got anything to say?
No, I mean, pretty tired. Had a lot of fun. Tomorrow's Saturday. Today's Saturday.
Today's
actually.
Saturday.
Not a bad thing to look forward to. Yeah, I think these paper games are dope. And if there's anything similar to them, let me know.
Bug Fables.
I have it on my Switch.
Bug Fables.
Never turned it on yet, but it's there.
It's very similar to my knowledge, at least in art style and like gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or
Book
just
of Mario.
like fun little like story book of Mario.
You want to do Book of Mario?
Mario RPG,
We could do Mario RPG.
and then there's
I don't have a
yeah.
3DS with a capture card, so we can't do any of the DS games.
There's a Halloween platformer I wanted to get for us, but I'm waiting for it to go on sale on GOG.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one. We'll figure out what we're doing next time. I don't know if we're going to be streaming next week or what we're going to be doing. I don't really care either way.
Mm.
I will be streaming next week.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm available.
I don't know
but-
when I'm going to be streaming, but I'll be streaming. Bayonetta 2 just came in the mail, and I got my copy of Bayonetta 1 so on the Switch, so hopefully we'll be able to do that.
I'll see you next time. Yeah.
Yep, see you guys.